Chapter 1 They are all Iwagakuer spies. Chapter 1 They are all Iwagakuer spies. On the outskirts of a village in the Land of Rain, a small-scale battle had just ended. The Ronin samurai and wandering ninjas who attacked the village have all been captured and pinned to the ground awaiting their fate. Shiba Kiyokawa squatted on a tree branch about 2 meters above the ground, tossing the kunao in his hand from time to time. Soon, a subordinate came with several prisoners and reported, "Captain King He, the enemy has all surrendered. What should we do next?" "Don't make any noise, I'm thinking." Upon hearing this, the men who came here shuddered immediately. The experience of getting along with him for several weeks told him that when this person thought, the King of Hell laughed. At this time, the 20-something Akatsuki ninja under the tree was cautious and fearful, and he advised Shiba King He, who was only 14 or 15 years old and looked much younger than him, "Captain King He, don't think about it. We really can't kill any more. Before we set out, Chief Yahiko specifically told us not to kill anyone more. Moreover, according to the results of the brief interrogation just now, these people are all natives of the Rain country. They just became Ronin because they were desperate. Chief Yahiko said that these people may understand our ideals and become our companions in the future, so we should be more tolerant towards them." Shiba Kiyokawa, who was squatting on the tree, finally stopped throwing the kunao, turned around and looked over with a sarcastic smile. "Yes, it is possible that they will understand us and join us in the future, but that is only a possibility, isn't it? Likewise, they may never understand or agree with us, or even hold a grudge against us because of what happened this time and wait for an opportunity to retaliate against us. I am an orphan and all alone, but that is all right with me. But Kenjiro, you still have a family, right? I remember you have a sister, right? A very cute girl, living in Yuluo village on the other side of the hillside, 12 years old this year, with a mole under the corner of her right eye, who likes to imitate Sister Nan by wearing a paper flower on her head, and has 2 dimples when she smiles. Kenjiro, aren't you afraid that these people will not agree with us in the future, and will go back and take revenge on your sister because of what happened today?" Kenjiro was numb after hearing this. "Did you do this on purpose? This must be intentional, right?" He deliberately told these captives on the ground about my sister in such detail. "How can you let me calm down?" However, leader Yahiko still holds a considerable weight in the minds of these early members of the Akatsuki organization. Even though Shiba Kiyokawa had schemed against him to this extent, the ninja called Kenjiro still tried his best to refute him. No, they already know they are wrong." Several Ronin captives on the ground immediately cooperated and begged for mercy. "Yes. We know we were wrong, we really know we were wrong. Please give us a chance, we will never dare to be the enemy of Akatsuki again." But Shiba Kiyokawa was still smiling on the tree. "Haha, Kenjiro, they don't know they are wrong, they just know they are going to die. If you bring them to Chief Yahiko now, you are taking a gamble, betting that these people still have a conscience. But didn't the villagers just say that? They had all killed people, their hands were stained with blood, and none of them were innocent. So can you afford the gamble? Kenjiro, you don't want anything to happen to your sister, do you?" At that moment, Kenjiro once again deeply realized that the young man in front of him was a devil who played with people's hearts. Damn it! Who brought him into Akatsuki? After hesitating for a long time, Kenjiro finally accepted his fate and said, "Captain King He, what do you think we should do?" "I'm sorry, Chief Yahiko, I didn't mean to disobey your orders. I was forced by the situation," Kenjiro apologized helplessly in his heart. Although he has made similar apologies many times in recent weeks. "Don't be impatient, wait a moment, I'm thinking." After a while, Shiba King He finally thought of it and jumped down from the tree. "Did the organization receive any intelligence not long ago that there were Iwagakuer ninjas sneaking in from the north?" "Yes." Kenjiro answered every question resignedly. "Very good, then we will take these people to the northern woods and bury them." We will report back that we repelled the enemy that attacked the village, but unfortunately we did not capture any prisoners. On the way back, we accidentally found the traces of the Uegakure spies, followed them all the way, and finally killed all the Uegakure spies in the woods to the north. Well, that's the report. Shiba Kyokawa's blatant conspiracy immediately caused the captives on the ground to struggle violently. The next moment, Shiba Kinghe casually threw the kunao that he had been throwing and catching in his hand, and it went straight into the prisoner's forehead, killing him with one blow. As he made this move, there was no ripple or pause in his words. Remember to strip them naked before burying them. Leader Yahiko can be very serious sometimes, especially when it comes to missions I lead. He might actually go to the scene to dig up the bodies for inspection afterwards, so remember to make the details as realistic as possible. Kenjiro had 1,000 MMPs he wanted to say in his mind. Why is Chief Yahiko so serious about the mission you lead? Don't you have any idea? Finally, Shiba Kiyokawa patted Kenjiro on the shoulder. I'll leave this matter to you, Kenjiro. This is all for the sake of protecting your lovely sister. Haha, Captain Kinghe, you're joking. Should I thank you? Kenjiro said, gritting his teeth. Shiba Kinghe pretended not to hear the resentment in the other person's words and asked innocently, shouldn't it be? In the end, Kenjiro had nothing to say and could only accept his fate and go about his business, lamenting silently in his heart as he left. Why is this happening? It was not like this a few months ago. A few months ago, Akatsuki was as warm as the sunshine in his eyes. As for the reason, Shiba Kiyokawa might be able to answer him, because a few months ago, the current Shiba Kiyokawa just traveled through time. A few months ago, the Shiba Kiyokawa in this world was just an ordinary orphan in the land of rain. The only thing about him that was his agility was his body movements, and everything else was mediocre. It was not until he was taken in by the Akatsuki organization that he learned how to extract chakra and embarked on the path of becoming a ninja. But now Shiba Kiyokawa's inner core has long since changed into that of a modern Naruto fan who loves to use Kizaru and Purple Dog in the arena. On the first day of traveling to the ninja world, the brand new Shiba Kiyokawa was forced to start his own journey of survival. It is a real struggle for survival. The kind that almost means death. As soon as his mind became clear after the time travel, Shiba Kinghe heard the system in his mind say this to him. System prompt, you have bound to the Destiny Observer system. This system is committed to self-observation, real-time deduction, and accurate prediction of the host's future outcome based on existing intelligence. After a systematic evaluation, the host has the following future prospects. 17.0% chance of death after 153 days, cause of death, revenge by wandering ninjas from the Rain Country. 33.1% chance of death after 402 days, cause of death, killed by the purge of Salamander Hanzo. 35.7% chance of death after 402 days, cause of death, death due to the influence of Nagato's Rinnegan losing control. 7.2% chance of death after 1153 days. Cause of death, abducted from the land of rain by the root of Konoha, and then subjected to a large number of vicious experiments for a long time, the accumulated side effects caused the collapse of physical functions. 4.8% chance of death after 1467 days, cause of death, traded to Orochimaru by the root, then dissolved as consumables. 1.6% chance of death after 3,891 days, cause of death, killed in the crossfire when Orochimaru defected from Konoha. 0.5% chance of death after 6,315 days. Cause of death, following Orochimaru in launching the Konoha collapse plan, and then dying in battle. 0.1% chance of death after 31,330 days, cause of death, natural death. At that time, Shiba Kiyokawa's expression was very similar to the Shiba Inu emoticon he often used in his previous life, numb, completely numb. Fortunately, the system later told him that the host's behavior would change the system's deduction results in real time. And based on the host's efforts, when the destined outcome deviates significantly, the system will have the opportunity to steal the power in the long river of fate, turn it into a reward, and give it to the host. So from that moment on, the renewed Shiba Kiyokawa set his own ninja way. I would rather let myself betray the people of the ninja world than let the people of the ninja world betray me. Anyone who prevents me from dying of old age must die. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, The Road to Survival. Chapter 2, The Road to Survival. Survival is an instinct engraved in the DNA of all intelligent creatures. Driven by this instinct, even a otaku who has never killed a chicken before traveling through time can burst out with terrifying power of action. The brand new Shiba Kiyokawa therefore adapted to life in the ninja world after the time travel at an astonishing speed. Then he began to plan his own way of survival. First of all, according to the system's deduction, he will most likely die in the Rain Country, and the cause of death is highly related to the Akatsuki organization. So a few months ago, the first thing he thought of was naturally to leave the Akatsuki organization. However, on the very night when he left without saying goodbye, the probability of his death in the revenge of wandering ninjas from the Rain Country soared to over 70% on the system interface. Later on, there were many new death endings, including death at the hands of Uegakure ninjas, death at the hands of Konoha ninjas, and death at the hands of Sandagakure ninjas. The entry for the ending of dying of old age kept flashing, and at one point he wondered if it was going to disappear. Ah, what a painful realization, it turns out that you are my everything. He thus realized that leaving Akatsuki would only lead to his death faster. So the next morning, he returned to the Akatsuki base in dejection. In the eyes of outsiders, Shiba Kiyokawa began to turn evil after that night. Since he couldn't escape, he could only choose to change. Instead of worrying about internal friction, it's better to go crazy and kill others. After successfully using words to induce the organization members to go against Yahiko's will and kill a group of wandering ninjas who deserved to die, Shiba Kiyokawa was surprised to find that his chances of dying in the revenge of wandering ninjas in the Rain Country dropped by 4 percentage points compared to the beginning. These decreased probabilities are mainly distributed to several endings of dying in Konoha a few years later, and the probability of dying of old age has also successfully increased to 0.2%. A qualitative breakthrough, the probability of survival has doubled. As a result, he received the first gift from the system. Including a slight enhancement in physical fitness, a slight increase in the total amount of chakra, ninja tool throwing, entry level, 3 body techniques, entry level, physical techniques, entry level, swordsmanship, entry level, he received a total of more than 10 enhancements. Although he did not become as strong as Kizaru and Shigo, he at least got rid of the trouble of being a counterfeit and became a genuine ninja. He even quickly became the captain of the Akatsuki organization, a makeshift team that had only been established for a few years. More importantly, this allowed Shiba Kiyokawa to grasp the direction. According to his own analysis and deduction, the main reason for the future demise of Akatsuki will still be the current leader, Yahiko. The first-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization was a little too kind, so kind that he even seemed a little naive. At the same time, he also has a strong sense of local sentiment. The first thing in Yahiko's dream is definitely peace in the ninja world and mutual understanding between people. The second thing that comes right after that must be to build up one's own hometown, the Rain Country. The original work mentioned many times that he hoped to help the Rain Kingdom escape from the quagmire of suffering. This naivety combined with his nostalgia for his hometown often makes Yahiko appear too indecisive when dealing with the internal situation of the Land of Rain. When facing ninjas from other countries, the Akatsuki organization can still remain sober, rational, and ruthless. But once facing enemies within the Rain Country, Yahiko always tends to think too highly of them. In the future, he will have such an unguarded attitude towards Hanzo of the Salamander, which, in Shiba Kiyokawa's opinion, is completely consistent with the current situation. Yahiko can be said to have truly achieved the goal of not cheating the people of Rain Country. But when others try to cheat him, they are ruthless. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Shiba King he naturally had to make his own changes. As a result, the clash of ideas between him and the leader Yahiko has intensified over the past few months, and the two have had public quarrels many times. Yahiko always wants to give the people of Rain Country a chance, hoping to influence them with his ideals. And Shiba Kiyokawa just wanted to eliminate all the threats that might kill him in the future. Yahiko scolded him for being too extreme, but Shiba Kiyokawa clearly felt that he was still too conservative. You have to know that the second generation of our organization is a madman who believes in the nuclear threat theory. If he wants to make the world feel pain, then he must at least kill hundreds of millions of people to help him, right? Compared with your old successor, I am just nowhere near where I am now. It's a pity that Yahiko didn't know this. Therefore, when the report scroll of this mission was sent to Yahiko, he was unsurprisingly angry again. Damn it! They didn't capture any prisoners, but happened to wipe out a group of Iwagakure spies on the way back, leaving no one alive. This king is he treating me like a fool? Just then, Zionin, who had been staying near the base in charge of logistics, came over and asked softly. What's wrong, Yahiko? Are you angry about King He again? At this time, Zionin is not yet the beautiful mature woman as sad as the lilac in the original book. Zionin is only 14 years old now and looks like a lily bud about to bloom. Her gentleness often serves as a good medicine to heal the rifts within Akatsuki. But this time, even in front of Konan, Yahiko couldn't control his temper. Yes, it's King He again. He found an excuse to kill all the surrendered prisoners. This is the 4th time this month. Why is he always so extreme? Why can't he understand our ideals? People can understand each other. Even if they make mistakes at one time, as long as they understand our philosophy in the future, they still have the opportunity to become our companions. Isn't this how we all got together in the first place? After a long silence, Zionin could only offer comfort. Maybe King He was just being a little rebellious for a while, remember? He wasn't like this before. I think as time goes by, he will understand the teacher's ideals again. Yahiko's ideals, and even the ideals of the entire Akatsuki organization, did not come out of thin air. They all originated from the common teacher of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, Jiraiya. It's a pity that Jiraiya only passed on his ideals to these 3 children, but did not teach them how to realize their ideals. What Jiraiya taught during those years was actually very empty. Because even he himself doesn't know how to achieve peace, he can only pin his hopes on the vague prophecies spoken by the toads. Zionin then advised, give King He some more time. We still need his wisdom, don't we? As the Akatsuki organization currently lacks methodology and guiding principles, they are in great need of a smart strategist to help them plan their direction and come up with ideas. This is also the reason why Shiba Kiyokawa can still be the captain with peace of mind despite so many arguments with the leader Yahiko in the organization. No matter how great the losses during the mission, at least in the past few months, all the missions assigned to Shiba Kiyokawa have never failed. He even supported other teams' missions many times and provided many unnatural but feasible solutions. So even though Yahiko was so angry at the moment, he had to admit that Konan was right. Hey! The room was silent for a while. After a long while, Zionin tentatively asked, how about letting me carry out the next mission together with Shiba Kiyokawa? I'll try to persuade him. Yahiko thought for a moment, and finally nodded, then I'll leave it to you, Konan. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, See the Real World. Chapter 3, See the Real World. The next day, when Konan found Shiba Kiyokawa, the latter was practicing hard in the only training ground in the Akatsuki base. Over the past few months, the instinct for survival has motivated Shiba Kiyokawa's self-discipline and diligence to the maximum extent. Ever since he received the system's first reward and became a real ninja, Shiba King he has never relaxed his training for a single day. When he had no missions, he would often spend the entire day at the training ground in the base. There is no other way. For him, cultivation may be very hard, but if he doesn't practice, he will really die. Hard work pays off. In the past few months, he has made rapid progress. Not only has he quickly mastered the basic physical and sword skills rewarded by the system, he has also learned several water and lightning ninjutsu through exchanges and discussions within the organization. At this moment, looking at Shiba Kiyokawa, who was moving steadily, swinging his sword, retreating and roaming more and more freely, Konan couldn't help feeling complicated. "You've made progress again, King He," she praised sincerely. "Why can't such hard-working, motivated, intelligent and capable members understand our ideals?" She couldn't help sighing in her heart. "Thank you, Sister Zionin, what can I do for you?" Shiba Kiyokawa estimated that he should be about the same age as Konan, but since they were both orphans and neither of them knew their specific birthdays, they couldn't determine the exact relationship between them. Since Shiba Kiyokawa was willing to call her sister, Zionin did not refuse. "King He, Yahiko has arranged other tasks for your team members. I will be your partner in the missions for the next few days." Shiba Kiyokawa laughed immediately. "Is it your turn to be my lobbyist, Sister Zionin?" Zionin, whose purpose was seen through at a glance, turned his head away in embarrassment, and subconsciously reached behind his ear with one hand to touch the paper flower on his temple. This action performed by the 14-year-old Zionin looks very cute and lovely, with a unique charm. Shiba King He deliberately paused for a moment, admiring Konan's slightly blushing profile for a while, before continuing. "Tell me, what is the next task you plan to assign to me?" Zionin tilted his head and said, "Aren't you angry, King He? Your team was transferred away so suddenly. What's there to be angry about? You are much more valuable than them. You don't understand your own importance at all, Sister Zionin." Not only was Shiba Kiyokawa not angry, but he was very satisfied with Yahiko's arrangements. Because he knew very well that whether he planned to change the Akatsuki organization or usurp the throne of the Akatsuki organization in the future, breaking up the iron triangle combination of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato would be a crucial step, the others are just extras. If fate follows the predetermined trajectory, all members of the early Akatsuki organization will die in the purge conspired by Hanzo and Danzo in the future. Only Konan and Nagato have amazing potential and can survive and grow step by step into powerful cage-level warriors. You thought you were here to convince me, but you are my real prey. Sister Zionin, I have long been planning how to take you to see the adult world. It's an honor to be on a mission with you, Sister Zionin. There's no need to flatter me so much, let's talk about the mission first." After Konan's explanation, Shiba Kiyokawa roughly understood it. Their main purpose of this trip was to investigate a Rain Country businessman named Ando. Ando was doing business in a small town not far from the Akatsuki base. Not long ago, Akatsuki repelled the wandering ninjas that came to plunder the town and protected the town. But for some reason, Ando did not appreciate the Akatsuki's kindness, but secretly used his power to steal supplies from Akatsuki several times. Recently, some residents of the town even came to report that Ando secretly hired ninjas from outside to do something bad. After explaining the mission, Zionin sighed and said, "King He, you know, Yahiko has never been good at dealing with this kind of situation that will cause rifts with nearby neighbors, and the residents who came to report this time have no solid evidence, so we have to rely on your wisdom again. But please promise me that you won't use extreme methods to solve it this time, okay?" Shiba King He smiled and said, "I will take this task seriously." Just said it would be taken seriously, but didn't give any guarantees. Zionin opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. Even though she has a gentle and tough heart, she is not very good at talking. Not to mention that she is now facing Shiba Kiyokawa, whose mental age far exceeds his physical age. Afterwards, Shiba Kiyokawa did as he promised and took the task very seriously. That afternoon he set out for the town first, visited everywhere, collected samples, collected evidence, and investigated the details. By the evening, Shiba Kiyokawa had actually already had a basic understanding of the whole incident. If it was just to complete the mission, he could have started to close the net by now. But he obviously wanted more than that. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, he planned to let Zionin open his eyes and take a good look at the truth of this world, so he deliberately concealed the results of his investigation, and in the following days he continued to take Zionin around, pretending to search. Give the mission target enough time to let go of himself. In order not to waste time while acting, and also to distract Konan and prevent the girl from noticing anything unusual, Shiba Kingi has been looking for opportunities to ask Konan questions about ninjutsu in the past few days. Sister Konan, how do you distribute chakra when you use the clone technique? Do you use paper clones? It doesn't matter, even if I can't learn your bloodline, I can still refer to your operating techniques. Sister Zionin, do you have any special techniques for throwing paper shuriken? Hiding explosive charms? That's a good idea, why don't you let me learn it? Too insidious? No, I think it's great, what an artistic technique. Sister Zionin, how do you control the airflow when you fly? Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. Konan never found a chance to convince Shiba Kiyokawa to believe in their dream, not even once. Instead, she found that the distance between herself and Shiba Kiyokawa was getting closer and closer. She had become more and more accustomed to working with Shiba Kiyokawa, accustomed to his diligence, accustomed to his consultations, accustomed to his well-organized analysis during the tasks and his calm thinking. No one can tell who won over whom in this process, and who quietly changed the initial impression of whom. Until this day. Shiba Kiyokawa confirmed through his own secret line that the restless target of the mission finally lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully connected with the Uegakure ninja. In a sense, this behavior can be regarded as a betrayal of the Rain Kingdom. The moment he confirmed the news, Shiba Kiyokawa couldn't help but curl his lips. The time of friendship and bonding is over. Next, it's time to let the naive Zionin feel the reality of this ninja world. End of this chapter. Chapter 4: The Reality of the World. Chapter 4: The Reality of the World. After confirming that the target of the mission, Ando, had actually committed an act of betrayal, Shiba Kiyokawa's overt investigation suddenly made a breakthrough. That afternoon, he took Zionin and tracked them all the way to a secret base hidden in the nearby mountains and forests by Anduo. This stronghold is hidden deep in the dense forest. It is in a very concealed location and a team of wandering ninjas are arranged to patrol and guard the area. The confidentiality work has been done in an excellent manner. But this obviously did not pose any difficulty for the 2 elite members of the Akatsuki organization who came to investigate. After the 2 of them took their positions, Konan quickly grabbed the arm of Shiba Kiyokawa beside her and spoke urgently in a deliberately lowered voice. King He, they are all wandering ninjas from the land of rain. Don't be impulsive. You promised me that you can't use such extreme methods this time. She didn't even worry about the threat from the enemy first. This made Shiba Kingi unable to smile bitterly for a moment. I don't know whether I should thank Zionin for her trust in his ability, or lament that my image has declined to the point where it is irreversible. As for why Zionin could tell at a glance that the few wandering ninjas on guard outside were all locals of the Rain Country, it was naturally because they were very poor. Several wandering ninjas did not have standard ninja vests, and could only wear cold-colored clothes that were similar to the colors of the surrounding environment. Half of them did not even have ninja tool bags. They just carried a knife, wore a rainproof straw hat, and held a straw in their mouths. Free and easy yet poor, it fits the local characteristics very well. Shiba Kiyokawa did not choose to contradict Konan over such a trivial matter. Okay, Sister Zionin, let's bypass them and sneak in to investigate. Zionin was a little surprised for a moment, as if she didn't expect Shiba Kingi to be so easy to talk to this time. Shiba Kiyokawa was in no hurry to explain. Because the real highlight is not on the periphery. Then they bypassed these amateur wandering ninjas and sneaked into the secret base of Merchant Ando. Then, the two were quickly shocked by the goods that filled the entire warehouse. After checking, Zionin said in disbelief, "It's mainly medicine and food, and a small amount of meat. Oh my god! How could this person have so many supplies? Obviously, many people in the surrounding villages have no food to eat because of the war." Shiba Kiyokawa did not answer. He was also a little shocked, but his surprise was different from Zionin's. He just didn't expect the quantity of goods to be so large. As for Endo's stockpiling of goods, he had already guessed it. We should quickly find Endo. He obviously has so many supplies, why has he been unwilling to help the refugees around him? Obviously, if we send these out, our Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, and everyone else won't have to work so hard to help the surrounding villages. Zionin said impatiently. But the next moment she was grabbed by Shiba Kiyokawa. Don't be impulsive, Sister Zionin, calm down first. Are you going to just barge in and look for someone without caring about anything? What if you find them? What will you do if they don't listen to you? It was you who just advised me not to handle the task in an extreme way. Only then did Zionin calm down as if she had just woken up from a dream. She turned around and looked at Shiba King He with a very complicated look. There was surprise, gratitude, and a lot of admiration. Thank you, King He. You are right, I was too impulsive. You are really amazing. You are always so calm, as if nothing can shake you. Because this is the gift I carefully prepared for you. Sister Zionin, I understand how you feel right now, but I want to say that maybe it's time to wake up from your naive dream. What do you mean, King He? I don't know whether people can understand each other, but I think you should at least take a good look at the reality of this world. Konan was caught off guard. She didn't expect to hear Shiba Kiyokawa mention their ideals at this time. But King He was not in a hurry to go deeper. He just planted the seeds lightly and then grabbed Zionin's hand. Come with me. Ander has so much supplies stored up. He probably hired more than just the few people outside. We still need to be cautious with every step we take. This was the first time that Zionin had her hand held by Shiba Kiyokawa, but she was so stunned that she completely forgot to refuse. The two continued to sneak hand in hand and soon came to a hidden room at the back of the warehouse. Shiba Kiyokawa and Konan carefully stuck to the roof, looked down through the gap in the ceiling, and then finally found the target of their mission, the hoarder Endo. At this time, there were several Iwagakure ninjas in the same room with Endo. Even though they are now in the rain country, they still wear the forehead protectors openly, without any intention of hiding it, fully displaying the arrogance of the great ninja village. Seeing this scene, Zionin, who had just calmed down, became furious again. It turns out that this guy not only ignored the war refugees around him, but also colluded with the ninjas of the Iwagakure village. Fortunately, Shiba King He still held her hand, squeezed her soft palm, and soothed her to calm down. Inside the room, Anduo was sitting on a chair, puffing out tobacco, venting his anger with a look on his face. So do you understand? My commission is to eliminate that troublesome organization called Akatsuki. It would be best if they were all killed, or at least driven out of my town and told to go somewhere else to recruit members. The Iwagakure ninja who led the team frowned as he listened. Although as a ninja, he shouldn't comment on the client's motives, but this mission was so bizarre that he still needed to confirm it carefully. According to the information we have learned, the town where you live was saved by this organization called Akatsuki not long ago, so why did you hire us to expel your benefactor? The bottom line of this Ando really shocked the Iwagakure ninja, so much so that he even worried that the employer in front of him was in cahoots with Akatsuki and was trying to trap them. Unexpectedly, this Ando didn't have so many thoughts. He really hated the Akatsuki organization. Who needs their rescue? I have my own hired ninjas, and I'll be fine without them. I didn't ask them to come to the rescue. Besides, it's fine that those naive idiots are saving people everywhere, but they actually want to interfere with me raising the price. Are you kidding me? If I don't make a fortune by raising prices during the Ninja World War, how can I sell these goods at a high price when the war is over? What does the life and death of those lowly people have to do with me? Even the salamander Hanzo doesn't care, but they pretend to be kind-hearted. Bah! Disgusting! If the Rain country is really under the control of these guys, how can I make a lot of money in the future? At that moment, after listening to Anduo's confession, Xionin couldn't help but tremble slightly. Although it was still a warm season, she felt her hands and feet were cold. Only the hand held by Shiba Kiyokawa still had some warmth. Before she came, she never imagined that there would be such people in the land of rain. She looked back at Shiba Kiyokawa, with countless complex emotions surging in her eyes. Is this the reality of the world you are talking about? End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Shiba Kiyokawa Style Efficiency. Chapter 5, Shiba Kiyokawa Style Efficiency. Facing Conan's trembling eyes at this moment, Shiba King he did not rush to take ruthless actions to provoke her, but steadily consolidated his own image first. He mouthed silently, "Don't be impulsive, Sister Xionin, calm down, I'm here." It takes time to persuade Xionin to defect, so he is very patient and tries to gain her favor without making a fuss. What's more, the current situation is far from safe. Rashly provoking Xionin at this time will only put oneself in danger. There is still a team of Iwagakure ninjas below. These were not the Iwagakure spies he had fabricated to take the blame, but real ninjas from the great ninja village. Sometimes good things don't work and bad things do. Just as Shiba Kiyokawa was considering the threat from Iwagakure, the leading ninja of Iwagakure below suddenly looked up at this moment. Who's on the roof? As the captain spoke, another older ninja in the team quickly formed hand seals. Earth release rock pillar spear. A javelin shot towards the ceiling without hesitation. Shiba Kiyokawa and Conan were forced to fall behind and appeared in the warehouse. But the next moment, white paper was flying all over the sky, and Xionin immediately launched his counterattack. Shikaze dance. Her body spread out and floated like a butterfly, turning into a dancing paper butterfly. Then it gathered into several paper javelins in the air and shot towards the captain of the Iwagakure team at a high speed. Anduo, the hoarding merchant who had been so arrogant just now, was so scared that his pipe fell to the ground. What? How could there be someone here? Protect me! Protect me quickly! Kill them all! Upon hearing this, the other Iwagakure ninjas in the warehouse also took action. At this time, Shiba King he, who had just landed, was even more fortunate that he did not rush to use words to shake Sister Xionin's heart. On the contrary, because of the subtle influence he had received over the past few days, Xionin immediately used up some of his paper butterflies to protect him. Perhaps Conan herself did not realize that Shiba Kiyokawa's importance in her heart had been rising steadily, and he had become the most important person in the organization after Yahiko and Nagato. And Shiba Kiyokawa naturally would not waste this preference. He mixed in with the paper butterflies and immediately made full use of the environmental advantage. He raised his hand and threw out a large number of his specially made paper shurikens. There were paper butterflies floating around all around, and the captain of the Iwagakure ninja had just been repelled by the mysterious blue-haired girl with a paper javelin. The remaining Iwagakure ninjas immediately fell into a misconception and subconsciously thought that the paper shuriken thrown by Shiba Kiyokawa were similar things. So he dodged hastily and didn't dare to take it head-on. Even one Iwagakure ninja loudly reminded his teammates. This guy also knows paper ninjutsu. Be careful. Little did he know that what Shiba Kiyokawa threw was just ordinary paper. After using a handful of waste paper to easily break the enemy's encirclement, Shiba Kiyokawa immediately found a direction and quickly pounced on one of the enemies. The man was probably a genin. When he saw Shiba Kiyokawa rushing towards him, a flash of panic appeared in his eyes. He immediately retreated instead of advancing, and quickly formed seals with his hands. There was no desire to attack in his eyes, and the hand seal was most likely not an offensive ninjutsu. His eyes drifted to the side and behind him, but there was clearly nothing there. Combining this information, Shiba Kiyokawa immediately made a deduction. The other party is planning to use the substitution technique, so he threw out a shuriken casually, and the attack was extremely perfunctory. After confirming that the opponent was still forming seals, he immediately stopped, drew his sword, changed direction, and rushed to his side and rear. Boom! The shuriken hit the target, but after a flash of white smoke, the original enemy immediately turned into a wooden stake. Everything happened just as Shiba Kiyokawa expected. The wooden stake with the shuriken stuck in it bounced twice when it fell to the ground, making a crisp dong-dong sound. However, at the same time as the sound was heard, Shiba Kiyokawa had already quickly changed direction and rushed in front of the enemy who had just completed the displacement. Varied. As soon as the man uttered the first syllable of his question, which was a mixture of doubt and horror, Shiba Kiyokawa ended his life with a single knife. The older ninja who had just released the rock pillar gun to pierce the ceiling was horrified when he saw this. Damn it! The other party is at least a chunin. Don't face him alone. He hurriedly stopped the actions of the two remaining young genin in the team, signaling them to join up and not be alone, while he quickly squatted down and began to form hand seals. This time he didn't call out the name of the technique, but that didn't affect Shiba Kiyokawa's quick predictive response. He leaped into the air and continued to throw fistfuls of paper shurikens. The ninjutsu of the Uegakure village has always been based on earth escape techniques, and the opponent has a squatting action as a preparatory action, so it is always a good idea to leave the ground first at this time. The two Uegakure genin were once again forced back by the waste paper shuriken, and Shiba Kiyokawa took the opportunity to jump onto the storage cabinet in the warehouse. Earth release, heart beheading technique. At this time, the older ninja's technique was finally activated, but Shiba Kiyokawa was no longer within his reach. This move was supposed to be a technique that suddenly launched from underground to pull the enemy into the ground, but now the older Uegakure ninja simply used it to move and quickly came to the position where Shiba Kiyokawa had just stood. Apart from that, there has been no progress. At this time, the older ninja's heart was already full of vigilance. Why can the other party always see through our ninjutsu in advance? Just now, Yuda's substitution technique was also like this, and my mental decapitation technique was also like this. Could it be that he has a special eye technique? Just as he was thinking about it in his mind and was extremely alert, a young genin suddenly discovered the blind spot. Damn it! These are just ordinary papers. He's framing us. After using it twice in a row, Shiba Kiyokawa's paper escape was finally exposed. The genin who discovered the secret felt that he had seen through the enemy's trick and was very confident. He immediately abandoned the teachings of the older ninja and jumped onto the storage cabinet, running straight towards Shiba Kiyokawa with a kunao in hand. Shiba Kiyokawa throws the paper kunao again. A boring trick. The young genin neither dodged nor evaded, and at the same time showed a determined look in his eyes. But Shiba Kiyokawa couldn't help but start laughing. Boom! The next moment a violent explosion sounded. The older Uegakure ninja's eyes were bloodshot. Another companion's life is lost. It's a detonating talisman. Shiba Kiyokawa hit an explosive tag in a paper kunao. Previously, when he asked Sister Zionin for advice on throwing paper shuriken, he learned the little trick of hiding detonating talismans in paper props. As long as you draw lines and runes similar to those on detonating talismans on each piece of paper, and then wrap them together and hide the flames, it will be difficult to tell the difference at a glance. Especially since there was nothing in the paper shurikens thrown out by Shiba Kiyokawa in the first two waves, it further weakened the enemy's vigilance. Such a sinister move naturally received high praise from the enemy. Despicable Rain Ninja. But Shibaki Yokawa wouldn't care about such a weak accusation. Insidious? Despicable? Isn't it enough to just win? He would rather call it efficient. After efficiently killing 2 genin, the last Iwagakure genin had temporarily lost his will to fight and retreated far away to the side of the merchant Ando. It seems to be protecting the employer, but in fact it is avoiding war. So Shibaki Yokawa turned his attention to the older Iwagakure who had performed 2 earth escape techniques in a row. This person should be a chunin, right? He can take this opportunity to test his current strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Don't you have any brains? Chapter 6 Don't you have any brains? It has been several months since he traveled through time, but Shibaki Yokawa has still not had the experience of facing off against the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. Therefore, he always lacks an accurate judgment of his own strength. Although he has won wide respect within the Akatsuki organization, it is well known that the ninja levels of small ninja villages are often inflated. If we really want to talk about the value, we have to look at the 5 major ninja villages. Therefore, he was fully prepared for the next battle. What he didn't know was that the older ninja opposite him was not only a chunin, but actually a special jonin. The next moment, Shibaki Yokawa threw the straight knife in his hand up and formed seals with both hands. Thunder Release Lei Yin. This is the ninjutsu that Shibaki Yokawa learned during internal exchanges within the Akatsuki organization. It is a very ordinary sea-level lightning escape, but it fits his fighting style very well. A beam of lightning drawn down from the void just hit the straight knife he threw up. The handle of the knife had an insulating strip of cloth wrapped around it that he had previously wrapped. Then he grabbed the falling thunder sword with his right hand which had just formed a seal, and quickly rushed towards the older Iwagakure special jonin, dragging a bright azure light of lightning. This scene once again made the older Iwagakure ninja look surprised. The technique in front of him was very common. He had seen it before, but he clearly remembered that it was just an ordinary ninjutsu that drew lightning from the void and attacked the enemy. Why can this young man in front of me use this trick to produce the same effect as weapon enchantment? There is indeed something special about this kid. He had previously suspected that Shibaki Yokawa had some special eye technique, and now his suspicions were even more certain. But in reality, Shibaki Yokawa had nothing. He was just squeezing his brain just to survive. The Iwagakure special jonin dodged the first sword, but Shibaki Yokawa had skillful steps, and once he got close to him, he launched a continuous sword attack. Soon the Iwagakure special jonin was forced to use kunao to block. But after just blocking it for a moment, his entire arm felt an intense numbness and tingling sensation. The lightning ability on the sword caused him considerable trouble. Helplessly, the Iwagakure ninja could only throw out the kunao, and then quickly leap back at the risk of his life. Shibaki Yokawa's upward slash of the knife almost ripped him open on the spot. However, with the help of this risky move, the Iwagakure special jonin successfully broke free from the entanglement. While in the air, he quickly formed seals with his free hands. Turong Tolong Spear. This move can be seen as an enhanced version of the rock pillar gun, instantly summoning more sharp rock spears than the rock pillar gun from under the enemy's feet. This is not the end yet. After landing, the Iwagakure ninja kept making hand seals and then slapped the ground again. Earth Escape, split the earth and turn your palms. Violent vibrations began to spread from under his palm to the surroundings. Rows of lockers were knocked down one after another. The warehouse was filled with smoke and dust. A large number of cracks appeared on the nearby wall in an instant. The merchant Ando in the distance was screaming in fear, like a groundhog out of control. Beside Ando, the last Iwagakure genin who was holding a kunao and guarding one side exclaimed in surprise, "Success! We killed that despicable rain ninja." After the ninjutsu combo was released, the older Iwagakure jonin gasped heavily from exhaustion. However, the expression on his face was the same as that of his genin teammate beside him, showing a sense of joy and relief. In the middle of the cracked warehouse floor not far away, the enemy's pierced body was hanging on the rock spear, still holding the straight knife covered with lightning marks in his hand. Humph, he is a ninja from a small country after all. The older Iwagakure special jonin was just feeling a little smug, but the next moment, the corpse hanging on the end of the rock spear exploded into a cloud of white smoke with a bang. Hit him hard in the face. After the clone exploded, the straight knife also fell to the ground. It was precisely because Shiba Kiyokawa handed this straight sword with unique lightning patterns to his clone that it seriously interfered with the enemy's judgment. The next moment, the collapsed locker nearby exploded, and the real Shiba Kiyokawa rushed out from the debris and dust, scaring the older Iwagakure special jonin so much that he almost died. The chakra of the Iwagakure special jonin was almost gone at this moment. Since the earth-style, rock pillar spear at the beginning of the battle, he had released 4 ninjutsu of high level in a row. This consumption is almost catching up with the early 1 card. As a special jonin, he has really worked very hard. Facing Shiba Kiyokawa's renewed attack, he could only throw out a kunao with all his might, and then start to form hand seals again. But this time, Shiba Kiyokawa did not jump into the air to dodge in anticipation. He had clearly seen the enemy's heavy breathing just now, which allowed him to accurately grasp the key information that the opponent was running out of chakra. Combined with the information that he had detected a few seconds ago when he got close to the enemy and found that his physical skills were a bit rough, he made a bold judgment: the enemy would not choose to fight him in close combat at this time. So he threw a few perfunctory shurikens. At the same time, Shiba Kiyokawa changed direction decisively and rushed towards the direction where the enemy's last sight was directed. As expected by Shiba Kiyokawa, the shuriken he shot perfunctorily impaled the enemy, who remained in place, into a wooden stake. The enemy didn't dare to fight him head-on, so the seal he just formed was to perform the substitution technique. While changing direction and turning, Shiba King he also completed his hand seals. Lightning style, thunder cut. Lightning attribute chakra wrapped around his palms and forearms, and his hand knife replaced the discarded weapon. With a classic posture of Kakashi stabbing Rin, he pierced the heart of the Iwagakure special ninja with one blow. Not far away, the Iwagakure genin, who had just opened a bottle of champagne at halftime, opened his mouth in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. The reversal happens in just a moment. At the end of his life, the Iwagakure special jonin stared at Shiba Kiyokawa and asked with his last bit of strength: "Why can you always see through our jutsu? Do you have eye jutsu? Are you a jonin? Such a young jonin." Shiba Kiyokawa first withdrew his hand indifferently. And only after confirming that the other party was dead, he kindly explained: "I don't have pupil skills, I just have a brain." "Who said that only pupil techniques can see through the enemy's movements? You can obviously use your brain. Don't you have any?" The Iwagakure special jonin seemed to understand the sarcasm implied in Shiba Kinghe's words, and his eyes widened with anger. Unfortunately, he couldn't say anything anymore. After dealing with this slightly tricky enemy, Shiba Kiyokawa went on to deal with the last Iwagakure genin, and subdued the hoarder Endo, who had been frightened to the point of incontinence. The continuous deaths of the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas had frightened this black-hearted hoarder, and now he just kept begging for mercy. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Didn't you Akatsuki say that you should understand each other? I understand you. I understand you very well now. So you can't kill me." Upon hearing this, Shiba Kinghe smiled sarcastically, ignored him, and turned to look out the window. As early as the battle began, Sister Zionin, who could fly, took the initiative to drag the captain of the Iwagakure team to fight outside the warehouse. The noise of the battle at this moment also attracted the wandering ninjas from the Rain Country who were patrolling in the outer woods. Seeing this, Ando seemed to feel a little more secure. But the next moment, after leaving the warehouse, Shiba Kinghe easily killed all the stray ninjas in just a few seconds. This scene completely frightened Ando, and the stimulated opponent once again made a sharp roar like a groundhog. "Ah! How could you kill them? They are all natives of Rain Country. Didn't your Akatsuki organization always say that the people of Rain Country should understand each other? They are not Iwagakuer. They are not. But the only response he got was a big slut swung by Shiba Kiyokawa. Sister Konan, who was in a tough fight in the air, had no intention of blaming Shiba Kiyokawa for his cruelty at this time. On the contrary, she heard every word that Anduo said just now, and for a moment she felt mixed emotions in her heart, which were difficult to describe. Why did their ideals, Yahiko's vision, and the teacher's teachings become what they are now? End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Where is the Commission? Chapter 7, Where is the Commission? Although Shiba Kiyokawa slapped Ando mercilessly and turned him into a spinning top, he was actually quite grateful to this idiot in his heart. Thanks to this man's reckless pursuit of death, Zionan's original firm belief in the ideals was trampled into the ground. If people understand each other only to protect assholes like this, is it really necessary to uphold this ideal? It takes years of unwavering perseverance to pursue your ideals, but it often only takes a moment of discouragement to collapse them. From this perspective, today's Anduo has made great contributions, but now is not the time to discipline him. The enemy only has one Iwagakuer captain left. Shiba Kiyokawa first comforted and reminded Konan. Sister Konan, the enemy is a special jonin who is good at taijutsu. Try to keep your distance and don't get close to him. Special jonin are not actually jonin. They just have abilities that rival jonin in certain areas of expertise. Their actual overall abilities are still between Chuunin and jonin. He can be considered a half-step jonin with some specializations. For example, in the original work, Gekao Gale of Konoha is a special jonin with expertise in swordsmanship and lurking. In fact, Shiba Kiyokawa already knew that the captain of the Iwagakuer team this time was a special jonin. He has always been a very steady person. If he had not confirmed that the enemy's threat was still within control, he would have gone back to get help as soon as Ando had any evil intentions. His ninja code is to rather harm the harmony of nature than harm the clear river. If Iwagakuer had really sent a genuine jonin this time, he would have closed the door and released Nagato long ago. The only thing he didn't know was that there were two special jonin in the Iwagakuer team this time. He still thought that the older man he had just killed was just a chunin. So at this moment, he planned carefully and took every step carefully. He and Sister Zionan, one in the air and one on the ground, steadily closed the encirclement of the enemy little by little. Little did they know that the trapped Iwagakuer captain had already lost his will to fight and was so frightened that he only wanted to escape. The captain of the Iwagakuer captain did not see the battle in the warehouse. At this moment, he could not imagine how his old partner and 3 genin teammates were wiped out in such a short time by a boy from the small ninja village who looked no more than 14 or 15 years old. Who is this boy? Is he already a jonin at such a young age? Is he the secret weapon of the Rain Ninja? Is the Rain country planning to go to war with us, the Iwagakuer? Shiba Kiyokawa had never expected that his accidental performance could cause the enemy's thinking to diverge to such an extent. However, with his joining, the enemy's intention to break out gradually became more and more obvious. Shiba Kiyokawa noticed it immediately. Sister Zionan, this person wants to escape. Upon hearing this, Zionan quickly separated more paper butterflies, connected them into a pair of huge white paper wings in the air, and spread them out to block the enemy's way. Zionan is not just a gentle vase. Even in the Akatsuki organization full of powerful people in the original work Shippuden, she has her own place. The 14-year-old Konan may not be able to fight against the genuine jonin of the big ninja village, but she should have no problem stopping a special jonin who has no will to fight. Damn it! Get out of here! Captain Iwagakuer's emotions gradually got out of control when faced with the pair of paper wings that blocked his way, and he couldn't help but let out a roar like a trapped beast. Thunder release Lei Yin. At this time, Shiba Kiyokawa just happened to drag the thunder sword and slash over. You little brat from the Rain country, don't underestimate the ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages. Perhaps realizing that there was no hope of escape, the Iwagakure captain finally mustered up his last bit of fighting spirit. However, Shiba Kiyokawa, who was confronting him, remained calm throughout, and even a hint of disappointment slowly appeared on his face. "The 5 major ninja villages, are these it?" This silent taunt made the opponent even more crazy. But what Shiba King he seized was the moment when his opponent lost control of his emotions and revealed his weakness. He threw up the straight knife and formed seals with both hands. Water release, water, water whip. Just like before, he still used ordinary ninjutsu of low level. It does not have a gorgeous dragon head like the water dragon bomb, nor does it have a terrifying amount of water output like the great waterfall technique. The summoned stream of water simply circles around the enemy and then locks it. The Iwagakure captain spoke arrogantly with confidence, "Kid, who do you think can be trapped by such a weak ninjutsu?" However, the enemy overlooked that, in the process of the water flowing around and then shrinking, it actually stuck many nearby paper butterflies onto itself. The next moment, Shiba King he caught the straight sword he had just thrown up, stroked the blade with his left hand, and rubbed it with chakra to create an arc. Then he threw the straight knife at the enemy without hesitation. Swish! Boom! The flickering arcs of electricity ignited the detonating talisman disguised as a paper butterfly. The captain of the Iwagakure team, who was restrained by the water whip, couldn't cast any hand seals and had nowhere to hide. After the explosion, the seriously injured Iwagakure captain fell to the ground in a miserable state, with shock and fear still lingering on his face. He couldn't understand. Why can a detonating talisman that has been soaked in water still explode? Shiba Kiyokawa first stepped forward steadily to check the enemy's condition. Only after he was sure that the man was dead did he kindly give the answer. "Because I suggested to Zionin that sister grease the paper." This suggestion is just a token of his willingness to pay tribute to Buddha. Because this is what Minami Mirai did in the original work. She was even able to fill the entire trench with explosive tags later, almost igniting the sea and sending Uchiha Obito to death in one go. Captain Iwagakure gave a confused and desperate smile. He did not forget to threaten at the end, "Rain Ninja, are you planning to start a war between the Rain Country and the Hidden Rock Village? You will regret it." Shiba Kiyokawa laughed mockingly. People who actively invaded another country without permission and intended to destroy local official organizations by force, actually had the nerve to threaten war. "We are just here to accept a commission. This is the job of a ninja." The other party was becoming increasingly weaker, and his speech became intermittent. But Shiba Kiyokawa was no longer interested in listening. He casually threw a kunao back, both to refute the captain of the Iwagakure and to test Konan's current feelings. The kunao he shot went straight towards Ando, who was lying on the ground not far away. He didn't throw the kunao very quickly, and he deliberately slowed down the movement. The kunao flew in the air for at least half a second. There were still a large number of paper butterflies flying around the battlefield. If Sister Zionin wanted to stop them, she would be able to do so in time. However, the kunao was not intercepted at all in the end, and it pierced into Ando's forehead very smoothly, hitting the center of his eyebrows. At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa smiled with relief. "Where is the commission? I only saw you colluding with spies and intending to overthrow the Rain Kingdom." Captain Iwagakure's eyes widened in shock, and in the end, like his partner in the warehouse, he died with his eyes open. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Discipline of Ninja Discipline. Chapter 8, Discipline of Ninja Discipline. The battle is over. But the target of Shiba Kiyokawa and Konan's mission also died. "King He, you killed someone again." After folding up the paper wings, Zionin landed gracefully on the ground, muttering absent-mindedly. But compared to the past, Zionin's words at this moment sounded more like a simple statement rather than a reproach. She could no longer utter words of blame. The gifts that Shiba Kiyokawa prepared for her were extremely effective. Compared with empty debates, a real example is more likely to wake people up. What have they gained from insisting on mutual understanding among people over the years? Nothing is more convincing than anger on the ground. Why is this happening? Is the teacher's ideal really wrong? At this moment, the cut lines on Zionan's body caused by the release of paper escape have not yet disappeared, and the whole person looks broken, like a beautiful woman cracked by ice. It's a pity that Shiba Kiyokawa did not soften his heart. After many days, he finally showed his fangs and started the most powerful ninjutsu in the Naruto world, mouth to mouth. Your ideals may be beautiful, but they are too naive after all. Mutual understanding between people can only be established between people with similar positions, experiences, and identities. The reason why Akatsuki has developed so rapidly in the past few years is that most of the people you come into contact with are war victims similar to you. Everyone has similar experiences and demands, so it is natural for them to stick together for warmth. But there has never been only one kind of people in this world. When you are carrying a heavy burden and moving forward, there is someone who is destined to make your life peaceful for you. Shiba Kiyokawa spoke in a clear voice, easily touching Konan's heart. Some people live a peaceful life. Are you referring to those big ninja villages? Shiba King he smiled and said, Sister Zionan, your perspective is still too shallow. You shouldn't limit your horizons to the ninja world. He raised 3 fingers. In my opinion, this world is actually divided into 3 kinds of people, the nobles and wealthy merchants headed by the daimyo, the ninjas, and the ordinary people at the bottom who work like slaves. The nobles and wealthy merchants exploited ordinary people to gain wealth, and then took out a small portion of this wealth and offered it to the ninjas in exchange for the loyalty and service of the ninja village. In the process, they also tirelessly disciplined the ninjas. Sister Zionan, you should have also learned the ninjas' precepts, right? The so-called iron law of the ninja world, everything comes first, and those who cannot complete the mission are waste. As long as the client does not lie about the information, the ninja shall not harm the client in any form or for any reason. Look. This is actually the most outstanding result of the nobles' decades of training ninjas. Under this dog training-like rule system, ninjas can never wield swords against nobles and wealthy businessmen. On the contrary, as long as these nobles and wealthy businessmen still have money, they can enjoy the services of ninjas at any time and any place. This man on earth is the best example. Shiba Kiyokawa took a few steps closer and kicked Ando's body with his toes. Even if he is in a war-torn country like the Rain Country, as long as he has money, he can always hire ninjas to serve him. Even if the local wandering ninjas are recruited by our Akatsuki organization in large numbers, he can still get in touch with Iwagakure. If we don't kill him today, he might be able to contact Sand Village, Konoha, or even Kumagakure in the future. Because that's how the world works, ninjas have to serve wealthy employers like them. Ninjas only need to risk their lives and sacrifice their companions to complete their missions, but employers who issue commissions have many things to consider in order to accumulate wealth. At that moment, even though Zionan didn't understand the value of the formula, she could easily hear the strong sarcasm in Shiba Kiyokawa's tone. She didn't know how to refute these words. What Shiba Kiyokawa said has completely surpassed her past cognition. Compared with the empty ideals that she, Yahiko, and Nagato inherited from teacher Jiraiya, Shiba Kiyokawa's current theory can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. And the output continues. So as long as the old rules of this world don't change, people like Ando will never be able to understand you. The vested interests have no reason to actively empathize with the victims of the rules. The ninjas can only sadly repeat the periodic ninja wars over and over again, because they have been disciplined to the point that they have completely lost the ability to question the rules. When a ninja village is short of money, all they can think of is launching a war to snatch the mission quotas from other ninja villages. However, they never thought that in every commissioned mission in the past, their efforts and gains were actually never equal. Just like these Iwagakure, they traveled thousands of miles to the Rain Country, taking great risks to proactively provide services to the merchant Ando, but in fact the reward they can get for this commission may be less than 1% of Ando's total wealth. Finally, Shiba Kiyokawa looked at Konan and delivered the finishing blow. So Sister Zionin, do you understand? This is the truth of this world. Peace in the entire ninja world is destined to be impossible to achieve by playing house with mutual understanding. If you want to achieve true peace, you have to break the rules and subvert the entire old world. At that moment, in Zionin's eyes, Shiba Kiyokawa's smile looked like a tempting and corrupt devil. She wanted to escape, but found that she couldn't. In fact, Shiba Kiyokawa might not have really had the ambition to overthrow the entire ninja world at that time, but that didn't stop him from drawing the pie as big as possible. Just like Al Yusun once said, human nature is always compromising. If you say you want to open a window, most people will disagree. But if you advocate lifting the roof, they will most likely agree to let you open the window. Now if Shiba Kiyokawa directly said, "I think your ideals are too frivolous," Zionin would probably feel very resistant in her heart. But if he had directly proposed his ambition to overthrow the entire ninja world, then maybe after a while Konan would have figured it out herself and felt that mutual understanding was too naive. It's time to bring a little change to this corrupt ninja world. Besides, most of what he said was not fabricated, but combined with his real feelings in the past few months after the time travel, and basically it was consistent with the facts, especially the fact that ninjas were subjected to long-term discipline. He experienced it firsthand and felt it deeply. And at this moment, what Shiba King he didn't know was that in the border area of the Land of Rain not far from their current location, a white-haired kid who was deeply poisoned by the ninja discipline and training was quietly carrying out his infiltration mission. Behind him, the victim's teammates were complaining angrily. "That Kakashi guy is so infuriating. What do you mean the mission is more important than your companions? Just because he became a chunin a long time ago, he can say such nonsense? It's so hateful. Sooner or later, I will beat him up." End of this chapter. Chapter 9 What would you choose? Chapter 9 What would you choose? At this point in time, the Third Ninja World War had just broken out. The fuse was that the Sand Village lost their third Kazekage, and then they blamed Konoha and launched a war. This round of Ninja World War came extremely suddenly. Compared with the past, the interval and recuperation time before the war was extremely short. There was only a gap of more than 3 years but less than 4 years between the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War. The 5 major ninja villages were all confused. They did not expect the war to come back so soon. Among them, Konoha is the best. Their previous forecasts for peace were too optimistic, so they were caught off guard when a new round of Ninja World War broke out. Now that they were forced into battle, many missions were rushed. For example, the mission that Kakashi, Obito, and Rin have received at this moment is to sneak into the Rain country and confirm the attitude of the Rain village towards this war. Konoha's previous misjudgment of the war situation was reflected in all aspects. For example, they did not stop Tsunade from leaving after the war 3 years ago. For example, no one was alert when White Fang committed suicide 2 years ago. For example, during the more than 3 years of brief peace, their control over the surrounding small countries has weakened to an extremely dangerous level. This directly led to Konoha, which was able to keep the enemy out of the country throughout the Second Ninja World War, being easily invaded into the territory of the Land of Fire at the beginning of this war. And now, the missions that Obito, Rin, Kakashi, and others have received are essentially paying off debts. To pay off the debt they have incurred from living too comfortably over the past few years. Kakashi realized the difficulty of the mission on the first day he received it. All the sentry posts marked on the map in the past have been demolished. The Rain country has changed a lot in the past few years. Why does the village know so little about this? We already fought here in the last war. In the last Ninja World War, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade fought against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain and maintained a balance of power, which earned them the title of 3 ninjas that resounded throughout the ninja world. Although the 3 ninjas combined failed to defeat Hanzo at that time, at least Konoha was in the strategic initiative throughout the whole process. This is also the eternal pain of the Rain country. But who could have thought that in just a few years, the changes here had completely gone beyond Konoha's control. The outdated map has almost lost its reference value, the village layout has completely changed, and the new organization called Akatsuki that I heard about before. We are missing too much intelligence here, we must speed up the mission. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of this. Because he wanted to speed up the mission, but his teammates were still angry with him. Even if he didn't get down from the branch, he could still hear Obito complaining under the tree. Kakashi, that guy, puts on a deadpan expression when he's on a mission, saying that the mission is more important than his companions and that anyone who fails to complete the mission is a waste. Lin, do you think he's being sensible? Nohara Rin, who was following Obito, was also helpless. She could only force a smile and comfort him. Obito, please stop talking. You know what Kakashi went through 2 years ago. He just couldn't get over it for a while. But I still can't forgive his thoughts. How can he say that about his companions? In my opinion, people who abandon their companions are worse than trash. Obito said this with great vigor, both to fight back against Kakashi and to show off in front of Nohara Rin. It's a pity that some people are destined to not be handsome for more than a second. The next moment, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a sudden strong wind pressure coming from his side, as if something flew past at a very fast speed. When he came to his senses, Obito only heard a deep voice. Well said. Then he turned around and was shocked to find that Nohara Rin was gone. He subconsciously took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag at his waist, but then he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. After successfully launching a sneak attack, Shiba King he kicked him hard and sent him flying. At that moment, Shiba King he couldn't help but wonder, is this considered as revenge for the future sister Zionin? It turns out that you should bully the big boss as early as possible. Your companions are in my hands now. Uchiha Obito was extremely angry when he heard what Shiba Kiyokawa said. It was a pity that at this point in time Obito was still just a weakling. Damn it, give Lin back to me. The only thing worth praising is probably his strong cockroach-like will and his obsession with Lin. It's a pity that this time, Shiba King he had planned his attack for a long time and didn't give him any chance at all. The moment he took the hostage, he handed Lin over to Sister Zionin. Sister Zionin, control this girl. Sister Konan also followed Shiba Kyokawa's instructions and immediately used her paper ninjutsu, using the overlapping and curled white paper to form a chain to firmly control the captured Nohara Rin. Ever since completing the mission in Ando not long ago, Zionin has unconsciously developed a serious dependence on Shiba Kiyokawa. Perhaps it was because Shiba Kyokawa's theory sounded so profound and powerful that it deeply shocked Zionin's mind, or perhaps it was because Shiba Kiyokawa had already deeply imprinted his reliable personality in Zionin's heart over the past few days. In short, Konan has now become more and more accustomed to following Shiba Kyokawa's instructions. Just like this time on the way back they accidentally discovered a strange Konoha team, Shiba Kiyokawa proposed to take action, and Konan agreed decisively without asking any questions. During the battle, you must obey orders throughout and do whatever you are told. This is a treatment that even Yahiko has never enjoyed in the past. Shiba Kyokawa's plan to break up the Akatsuki organization's iron triangle now seems to have begun to bear fruit. Returning to the current battle, after safely handing the hostage Lin over to Sister Zionin's control, Shiba King he immediately raised his head and met the lightning that was rapidly striking from the high branches of the trees. Kakashi, who was rushing over, was extremely anxious and regretful at this moment. He shouldn't have stayed in the tree alone just because he disliked Obito's noise, this put Lin in danger. Anger and regret licked his heart. But the enemy seemed to know him well and took advantage of his anxiety. Shiba Kiyokawa throws a homemade paper kunai containing an explosive talisman. He knew very well that Kakashi, who had not yet obtained the Sharingan, would not be able to accurately control his Chidori. Coupled with the negative buffs brought by anger and impatience, Kakashi really ran head-on into the oncoming paper kunao. Boom! A loud bang. Kakashi, who was originally holding the arc light and controlling the lightning, was blown into dust and jumped back in embarrassment, leaping out of the smoke and dust. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Always praised as a genius, this might be the first time that he encountered such a big setback in the first battle. But, even greater torture is coming. Seeing that Kakashi's first wave of attacks had been repelled, Shiba Kyokawa's mouth curled up and his smile gradually became joyful. He said, I just heard a little bit of your conversation. If the mission is really the priority, shouldn't you decisively abandon your companions and retreat first to preserve the intelligence you have obtained to the greatest extent possible? As soon as these heart-touching words were spoken, just as Shiba Kyokawa had expected, Obito, who had just climbed up, immediately exploded. What? Kakashi, if you plan to give up on Lin, we will break up. I will never forgive you in my life. At that moment, Kakashi's pupils contracted violently, while Shiba Kyokawa smiled even more happily. What would you choose, Kakashi? End of this chapter. Chapter 10 All or Nothing. Chapter 10 All or Nothing. In fact, no matter what choice Kakashi makes, Shiba Kyokawa will not lose out. If Kakashi really insisted on putting the mission first, he would be able to take in Nohara-rin without any harm, which would be equivalent to holding a key to control the future big boss, and if Kakashi wakes up in time, he will not lose anything. Simply forcing his opponent to acknowledge the importance of the hostages will be enough to give him the upper hand in subsequent negotiations. He makes money anyway. Not to mention it's a lot of fun. However, while pursuing pleasure, Shiba Kyokawa will not forget to add insurance for himself. It's all part of the plan. He moved calmly, away from all the trees and obstacles around him, and emphasized with his words. My companion can turn into paper at any time. There are no vital points on her body. You can't kill her with one strike, so don't think you can easily take back your companion. He said this not only to Kakashi, but more importantly to Minato Namikaze, who might be hiding in the dark. Kakashi looks to be only about 10 years old and is not yet a jonin, so he probably doesn't have the ability to lead a team independently. In other words, their teacher Minato Namikaze is likely to be nearby. But perhaps it was fate that Minato Namikaze was late again this time. Not long after Shiba Kyokawa finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. As expected, there was no sign of his appearance. This made Shiba Kinghe shrink his pupils and tense his nerves instantly, and he became extremely alert. Fortunately, it seems that his implicit reminder worked. Namikaze Minato took the initiative to fall behind Kakashi, instead of choosing to attack them right away to take back Nohara-rin. Konan, who has no vital points on her body, can to some extent restrain a ninja like Minato Namikaze, who can kill with one strike. Shiba Kyokawa's positioning was also very particular. There were no obstacles within 10 meters around him that could block his vision. If Namikaze Minato wanted to get close, he could only throw kunao and attack him head-on. The moment he landed, Namikaze Minato even had some doubts. Did the young rain ninjas in front of him know his abilities and were on guard against him? Or was this just a coincidence? Suppressing the doubts in his heart for the moment, he reached out and pressed the slightly trembling Kakashi's shoulder, and spoke in a gentle voice. Rain Ninja, we have no intention of starting a war, our mission this time is just to confirm your attitude towards this war. We haven't hurt anyone here on the way here, so please return our companions to us. Minato Namikaze has been as restrained as possible. If he were facing ninjas from other small countries, he would not be so polite. But Shiba Kyokawa did not appreciate it. Instead, he continued to look at Kakashi with a joking look. Oh? You're so easy to tell us the information about the mission you're carrying out? This doesn't seem to be consistent with the mission-first theory that this white-haired kid has always insisted on. Kakashi clenched his fists. Namikaze Minato slightly increased the force of the hand that was pressing on his shoulder, and his expression became more serious. Rain Ninja, please stop saying weird things to my disciples. We have already shown our sincerity, please. Unexpectedly, Shiba Kiyokawa suddenly sneered at this moment, raised his voice and interrupted him harshly. Sincerity? Entering and exiting other countries' borders at will, and coming in with a map to scout other people's territories without saying hello, Lord Namikaze Minato, is this what you call sincerity? Namikaze Minato was slightly surprised. Do you know me? At this time, the Third Ninja World War had just begun, and Namikaze Minato's fame had not yet reached the peak of his career. If he was in the Union War Zone in the northeast, it would not be surprising that others knew him. He had fought against the Union of Combination many times there and became famous. But this is the Rain country to the west of the ninja world. When did the Rain Ninja's intelligence-gathering abilities become so strong? Is this still the Rain Ninja in their traditional impression who is submissive and can only barely protect himself in the confrontation between big powers? Yes, I know you, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, the elite Jonin who currently has the best chance of becoming the Yandame Hokage, Lord Namikaze Minato. Shiba Kiyokawa followed the other party's words and pointed out the identity of Namikaze Minato. This scared Zionin who was standing nearby. We just randomly intercepted a group of Konoha's junior class that was entering the country. How did we run into the Jonin who has the greatest hope of becoming the next Hokage? King He, do you have to play so big every time? But Shiba Kiyokawa kept questioning the future fourth Hokage, which made Konan terrified. The Land of Rain is an independent neutral country after all, and the Rain village is not a vassal of your Konoha. Can you really call it sincerity for you to come in and inspect without even saying hello? Your behavior is arrogant, and your attitude is even more unpleasant. You are even unwilling to call our leader a Lord Demigod until now. You, Konoha, have no respect for our Rain country. Minato Namikaze was speechless for a moment after being refuted. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be deceived by tricks. It is precisely because Shiba Kiyokawa knows that Namikaze Minato is a good guy that he dares to seize the moral high ground so forcefully. All of the above was just a prelude. He was about to reveal his true purpose. So stop talking about sincerity, Mr. Namikaze Minato. You can't use non-existent things as bargaining chips on the negotiation table. Next, let's talk about what you plan to exchange for your companions. She also appears to be a medical ninja, which is a very rare and high-value target in the Rain country. Namikaze Minato's face suddenly became very ugly. Just at this moment, Uchiha Obito, who was also his disciple, was assisting Shiba Kiyokawa. Minato-sensei, you must save Lin. Minato Namikaze suddenly felt a huge headache. He wanted to threaten with force, but the other party made it clear from the beginning that he knew his identity and acted calmly and neither humble nor arrogant, so he could not figure out the other party's true intention for a while. He wanted to appeal to his feelings, but the other party's words were much sharper than his, and he had already taken the moral high ground, leaving him helpless. In the end, even if they wanted to negotiate normally, the initiative was completely in the hands of the other party. Obito had completely exposed how much they cared about the hostages in the hands of the other party. Originally, they could have used Kakashi's attitude as a hedge, but unfortunately, Shiba Kiyokawa's previous words were as effective as spiritual words, which made Kakashi confused. Now they can't be relied on at all. Minato Namikaze, who used to be able to move freely and omnipotent on the battlefield, was now defeated by a 14-year-old boy from the young ninja village. For the first time, he experienced the pain and helplessness of raising a child. "Rainin, what do you want?" he finally asked reluctantly. Shiba Kiyokawa smiled, a smile that came from the heart. His adventure paid off. Provoking Minato Namikaze is a gamble. You may die at any time, and if you lose, you will lose everything. But he won. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, The Key to Changing Destiny. Chapter 11, The Key to Changing Destiny. Minato Namikaze asked him what he wanted. To be honest, Shiba Kiyokawa wanted too many things. The Rain country is in turmoil and poverty, and there is a lack of everything here. Shiba King he couldn't find a way to learn any ninjutsu above level B. However, reason also reminded him, after all, you can't stimulate the other party too much. If the talks really break down, it might turn into a scene like I Hit Watergate. Is that true? If he could have ignored everything, Shiba Kiyokawa would have killed Obito right at the beginning. It's a pity that he can't be killed. How to grasp the balance in between and how to gain the maximum benefit for himself without breaking off relations is also a difficult test for him. A large amount of information quickly flashed through his mind, and after careful consideration, Shiba King he finally spoke. Mr. Namikaze Minato, since you said you are here to confirm the Rain country's attitude, I also need your promise. I need you to draft a formal written statement, acknowledging the Rain country's status as a neutral country in this ninja world war, and promising that Konoha will notify the Rain village in advance of any cross-border missions in the future. As long as you keep your promise, we, the Rain ninja, will not be enemies with Konoha. But if you do not keep your promise and send ninjas into the Rain country without notification, we will have the right to directly kill these Konoha ninjas. And if the killing is caused by this reason, the responsibility will not fall on us, the Rain ninja. After careful consideration, Shiba Kiyokawa finally suppressed his inner greed and did not ask for risky advanced ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God. Instead, he chose to ask Minato Namikaze for a statement. What they took advantage of was the fact that Konoha was in a difficult situation at the moment and did not want to go to war with the Rain country, as well as Minato Namikaze's identity advantage which was very easy to exploit. Shiba Kiyokawa has not forgotten that in the destined ending, the two most crucial people who caused the destruction of him and the Akatsuki organization were Hanzo, the current leader of the Rain country, and Danzo Shimura from the Konohagakure. This is why so many of his endings in the death predictions revealed by the system are related to Konoha. Therefore, what he is doing now is to ambush Danzo in advance. He did not expect that this statement could stop the root from causing trouble, but with this statement, he could take the initiative and kill all the root ninjas who entered the Rain country without permission, and there is no need to worry about bringing trouble to the entire Konoha by secretly fighting with the root. As for Konoha not recognizing him, then let's talk about the identity of Minato Namikaze that he just pointed out. Minato Namikaze is now the candidate for the next Hokage who is unanimously favored by Konoha's top leaders except Danzo, and is also the most favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Shiba Kiyokawa spreads this statement, he will definitely emphasize Namikaze Minato's identity. Maybe he could take the opportunity to sow discord between Danzo and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Killing two birds with one stone, this is the key that can truly break the shackles of fate. For this, Shiba Kiyokawa was willing to give up an opportunity to blackmail ninjutsu. More importantly, this condition will not arouse Minato Namikaze's disgust at all, and can maximize the current safety of him and Konan. Minato Namikaze, who had no vision, obviously could not anticipate the impact of this statement. He even felt like heaving a sigh of relief. Now that Konoha is under attack from all sides, it has no intention of attacking the Rain country. Recognizing the other party's neutral position will not harm Konoha's interests, at least that's what Minato judged. He couldn't have guessed that an elder in his village who loved to stir up trouble all over the world would be so angry about this statement that he would vomit blood in the future. Minato now even felt that the other party was quite easy to talk to. He explained apologetically, "My promise may not represent the final will of the village. Is it really okay for me to issue a statement in my personal name?" Shiba King he affirmed, "I am very optimistic about your future, I believe you will definitely become the next Hokage. Just publish it in your name, this is my bet on you. When you are out and about, your identity can sometimes be completely given by yourself. When I was promoting you, I already knew you would be the next Hokage. So could that old thief Sarutobi really jump out and hit me? Moreover, based on Shiba Kyokawa's judgment of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, when the influence takes effect in the future, the third Hokage will most likely choose to default. After all, for the sake of peace, the Hokage could even tolerate the kidnapping of the Hyuga clan's main princess by the Hidden Cloud clan in Konoha village. Now that the matter is done, he thinks there is a high probability that the third Hokage will suffer a loss and accept the consequences. Namikaze Minato obviously couldn't guess these evil thoughts, and he even began to think that Shiba Kiyokawa was a good person. Do you have paper? If not, I can ask my companions to provide you with white paper to write on. Shiba Kiyokawa said as he turned to look at Konan. Zionin obediently took off a piece of white paper from her body and handed it to him without saying a word. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said politely, "No need, I have a blank scroll with me." After confirming that Shiba Kiyokawa had no intention of blackmailing them, his attitude softened a lot. But Shiba Kiyokawa will not let down his guard and ignore the backup plan. Seeing the other party take out the scroll, Shiba King calmly handed the white paper back to Konan. But the moment Zionin took the paper back, his fingers paused slightly. The paper she handed to Shiba Kiyokawa was pure white. But now there is an extra line of small words on the paper that was returned. Immediately use the paper butterfly to notify Nagato to come to the border woods. Shiba Kiyokawa certainly knew that Namikaze Minato was a good man, but he couldn't possibly bet his entire life and fortune on the other person's kindness and goodness. The two sides are now at peace because Zionin still controls Lin. But once the hostages are released, they will have no ability to protect themselves in front of Minato Namikaze. 14-year-old Konan couldn't be a match for the adult Minato, and neither could he. So we still have to ask for help. Then Minato Namikaze finished writing the scroll and threw it over. After receiving the message, Shiba Kiyokawa confirmed it and said, "Next, please follow us to the border. Once we confirm that you have left the border of the Rain Country, we will immediately release your companions." This was naturally a delaying tactic, in order to delay until Nagato arrived. It is not known whether the 14-year-old Nagato can stop Minato Namikaze, but at least he should be able to use the Rinnegan to intimidate the opponent. "Hey, you bastard, the teacher has already written the things according to your request, why don't you let Lin go immediately?" It was obvious that it was Obito who said this, and Shiba Kiyokawa didn't bother to pay any attention. Giving him a look that said, "I don't want to argue with a fool." Uchiha Obito was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Minato Namikaze glanced at Konan standing beside him. He appeared calm on the surface, but he seemed to have guessed something in his heart. "It seems that you have concerns as well. Well, let's do as you said and return to the border together now." At this moment, Kakashi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. But what he said almost ignited a civil war, forcing Obito to jump up and duel with him on the spot. Kakashi asked, "Teacher, in that case, what about our mission?" "Asshole Kakashi, you're still thinking about the mission at this time. Lin is still in the hands of that paper woman, you are simply a cold-blooded beast." Seeing Kakashi's indifferent expression and Uchiha Osamu jumping up and down in a tacky manner, Shiba King couldn't help but laugh again. "I didn't expect there would be such a good show." By this time he was no longer worried about Kakashi's obsession. Because he knew that the person who really called the shots here was Minato, and Minato had already agreed to their request. However, looking at Kakashi's current paranoid, awkward and unreasonable look, he really couldn't help but reveal the same smile as Kotomine Kaire. This is really, so much fun. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Tribute to the Legend. Chapter 12 Tribute to the Legend. Shiba Kiyokawa looked at Kakashi with a meaningful smile on his face. "This young man from Konoha, your name is Kakashi, right? I would like to ask why you are so obsessed with the mission of a ninja." Shiba Kyokawa's polite question immediately interrupted the imminent battle between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Perhaps they themselves understood that it was a very foolish thing to fight in front of the enemy with whom they had fought not long ago, and they also felt it was shameful. So Kakashi turned his head, deliberately not looking at Obito's gnashing teeth expression, but instead took the initiative to meet Shiba Kyokawa's gaze and answered coldly. Completing the mission is the ninja's duty. The iron rule of the ninja world, those who cannot complete the mission are useless. Shiba King he smiled, and his smile became more and more joyful, as if he saw a seed that had been suppressed for a long time and could explode into brilliant fireworks at any time. Now he just wants to detonate this seed. He doesn't care who it explodes, as long as it doesn't explode him. Do you really believe in this iron rule? Do you really act in this way because you agree with this commandment from the bottom of your heart? Kakashi's jaw opened and closed under his mask, and he looked like he wanted to speak, but Shiba Kyokawa continued to ask before he could open his mouth. If you really wholeheartedly believe that mission comes first, then why did you rashly rush forward to try to rescue your companions before your teacher arrived? Your behavior at that time does not match your current statement. Young man, ask yourself carefully, do you really agree with what you say? Or, are you just avoiding it? Avoid facing the death of your loved ones, avoid facing the darkness of this world, avoid facing the difficulty and almost impossible to seek justice, avoid facing the revenge that you should have accomplished as a son of man. Shiba Kyokawa's words were like a poison that pierced Kakashi's heart unexpectedly. The pain made his eyes bloodshot and his breathing quickened. One hand subconsciously clenched the hilt of the knife and his knuckles trembled uncontrollably. What do you know? Kakashi took a step forward and asked, almost trying to break free from Minato Namikaze's grasp. Uchiha Obito on the side was also startled. It was the first time he saw Kakashi with such a terrifying expression, just like a trapped beast with red eyes in desperate situation. Namikaze Minato also showed an unhappy expression at this time, and said in a deep voice, Ramen Ninja, I told you not to say weird things to my disciples anymore. Shiba Kyokawa quickly raised his hands in front of him to show that he was innocent. Okay, Mr. Minato, no problem. I won't say any more. Provoking Kakashi was not his main goal at the moment, he was doing this just for pleasure, and he said this because he found it interesting. He simply enjoyed seeing rivers of blood. When there is a conflict with the main goal, he will naturally give up this instigation without hesitation. Please don't mind, Lord Minato. Let's go now. But how could the seeds that have already been buried in the soil be blown away so easily by the wind? Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi. The other party's expression was still very strange, and it was obvious that he was in a state of confusion. He tried to comfort, Kakashi, don't think too much. I will explain the mission to the village later. Then he looked up at Shiba Kyokawa, and a strong sense of vigilance rose in his heart again. Fortunately, he just had a moment where he thought the other person was quite nice. This boy is clearly in the land of rain, but why does he know so much about Konoha? Minato Namikaze didn't understand. But it was no longer possible for him to regard Shiba Kyokawa as an ordinary teenager. He always had a premonition, this boy would become a huge headache for Konoha in the future. But now Lin is still in the other party's hands, so he has to act according to the other party's conditions. The kind-hearted Minato Namikaze could not give up his disciple easily. Afterwards, the group came to a forest on the border of the Rain Kingdom. Almost at the same time, Yahiko, Nagato, and nearly half of the current fighters in Akatsuki arrived. As soon as he arrived at the scene, Yahiko asked anxiously, Konan, what happened? In the past, Konan rarely used paper butterfly for rescue. Moreover, the entire Akatsuki organization knew that Nagato was in poor health, so Konan would not easily bother Nagato to help. This time, when Yahiko and Nagato, who stayed in the base, suddenly received the paper butterfly sent back by Konan, they were shocked. They thought that Konan was in some terrible danger. When everyone arrived at the scene, they found that things were not as bad as they had imagined. Zionin even took the initiative to comfort them. "It's okay, Yahiko. The situation is still under the control of Shiba Kiyokawa. Everyone, don't be impulsive." Yahiko first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Shiba Kiyokawa with some suspicion. Why is this guy so well behaved this time? Moreover, after arriving here, Yahiko has always had a vague feeling, isn't the trust that Konan showed when mentioning Shiba Kiyokawa a little too natural? On the other side, when Minato Namikaze saw Yahiko and Nagato who arrived later, he was surprised for a moment. He had made some guesses when he first saw Konan's blue hair, but it was not until now when he saw Konan, Yahiko and Nagato in the same frame that he confirmed his guess. "You three are Jiraiya-sensei's disciples, right?" Yahiko turned around in surprise and looked at Minato Namikaze. "Do you know Sensei Jiraiya?" Namikaze Minato nodded, but ultimately did not reveal that he was also Jiraiya's apprentice. He was already a little frightened by Shiba Kiyokawa's intelligence ability and instinctively didn't want to expose more things related to Konoha. Yahiko thus missed a great opportunity to meet his senior brother, but he himself did not know it. "Then when you return to Konoha, please help us thank Master Jiraiya and tell him that the disciples of the Rain Country have been working hard to practice his ideals." At this time, Yahiko was still grateful to Jiraiya, which was completely different from the future Pain who was controlled by the evil Nagato to kill his master. Minato Namikaze nodded silently and agreed. But there was no additional promise. If there wasn't the dangerous young man Shiba King standing in the way, he thought he might be willing to communicate more with the junior brother in front of him. Unfortunately, there is no if. Because of the presence of Shiba Kiyokawa, the two sides just had a brief chat and then released the prisoners in a formal manner. It was not until Namikaze Minato quickly left with the released Nohara-rin that Yahiko and Nagato found the opportunity to ask Konan. "Who was that person just now? Why did he make you ask for help so urgently?" Konan replied simply, "Shiba Kiyokawa said that was the future Yandame Hokage of Konoha." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet, and for a moment you could hear a pin drop. Many members of the Akatsuki organization who came along showed fearful expressions as if they had survived a disaster and wiped the cold sweat from their sweat. "Did we just confront the Hokage? Oh my god, was I too loud just now? It was a close call. I felt like I was almost going to die." Then they all turned their eyes to Shiba Kiyokawa, the calmest person at the scene, with admiration evident in their eyes. "King are you playing such a big game? You dare to tie up the Hokage's disciple? You actually managed to escape unscathed from the Hokage." At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa couldn't help but think of a talented person in the future Akatsuki organization. He was also the one who once fought with a Hokage and escaped unscathed, thus becoming famous in the ninja world. So, can this be considered as a tribute to Kakuzu's legend? End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Whirlpool Physique. Chapter 13 Whirlpool Physique. On the way back, Yahiko finally learned the whole story from Konan. For a moment, he just wanted to stroke his forehead. "King that guy, is really restless. How did he provoke the next Hokage of Konoha again? Oh! But he never expected that Zionin, who would always gently comfort him at this time in the past, would act out of character this time and hesitated several times to speak, and finally said, "Yahiko, maybe you should give Shiba Kiyokawa a little more trust, he must have his own reasons for doing this. His wisdom is vital to us and to Akatsuki now, and we may not be able to achieve true peace on our own." Yahiko's mouth opened in shock for a moment. Zionin was only out on a 3-day mission, so why did the result change so drastically? Before setting off, didn't Zionin clearly say that she would go and persuade Shiba Kiyokawa to understand their ideals? Why is she now speaking for Shiba Kiyokawa? And the trust revealed in her words is simply extraordinary. At this moment, Yahiko even had the illusion that he had accidentally missed several months of the plot, Why does this happen? But he will soon realize, it's not just Zionin who has changed. At this time, around them, a group of members of the Akatsuki organization were all admiring the miracle that Shiba Kiyokawa had just created. They passed around the special statement written by Minato Namikaze, and for a moment they felt their backs straighten a little. King He, you are amazing. You actually forced the fourth Hokage to write such a statement. That's awesome. From now on we don't have to worry about Konoha's ninjas coming in casually. That's the Hokage. The cage of the first ninja village, Konoha village. You were able to escape unscathed from the hands of the Hokage, and even secured such a guarantee for the entire Rain country. King He, you are amazing. Ever since the late Second Shinobi World War, when the demigod salamander Hanzo of the Rain country gradually lost his enterprising spirit, these Rain ninjas have not been able to raise their heads in front of other ninja villages for a long, long time. Although life was hard in the past, as long as the demigod is mentioned, even the genin of the Rain country who is struggling to make ends meet can proudly puff out their chests. But in recent years, they are almost losing even this last glory. Shiba Kiyokawa said modestly, that Namikaze Minato is not the Hokage yet. Unexpectedly, the people in Akatsuki organization are now even more confident than him. Sooner or later, they held the scroll left by Minato Namikaze as if they were holding up the dignity of the Rain country that had been lost for many years. He will definitely become Hokage. After all, Shiba Kiyokawa, your judgment has never been wrong. Many of them had rejected Shiba Kiyokawa in the past, thinking that he was too vicious, too extreme, and incompatible with the ideals of Akatsuki. But now, with this scroll as endorsement, more and more people remembered the good things about Shiba Kiyokawa. I remember his meticulous planning and his ability to foresee things. They still respect Yahiko very much, but Yahiko's kindness and ideals destined him to become everyone's belief, but it is difficult to support the pride in everyone's hearts. In this regard, Yahiko is ultimately inferior to Nagato, the future second-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization. But at the moment, Yahiko had not yet felt the changes in these people's hearts so quickly. He just felt a headache, afraid that the hard-earned local peace near the base would be broken, so he couldn't help but look at the restless instigator again. But at this time, Shiba Kiyokawa didn't have the energy to look at Yahiko. Because he was currently looking through the system information that he had missed before. Not long ago, at the moment he decided to take action against Kakashi's team, the system had significantly updated his destined ending. At that time, the probability that he would not survive the day reached a terrifying 78%. The cause of death was also unsurprisingly death at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, he managed to turn the tide with his own caution, wisdom, and a little bit of luck. Now his death predictions have returned to their original state, and the endings are still similar to when he first crossed over, except that the probability of the death endings related to Konoha has decreased, while the probability of dying of old age has risen to 0.6% for the first time. This shows that the direction of his efforts is correct, but he has not yet really touched the core event line of the death omen. The increased chance of survival this time also earned him some rewards. The system drew some energy from the river of fate and fished up some good things for him. Gain: slightly enhanced physical fitness. Gain: chakra reserve increased slightly. Obtained: Konoha White Fang Hotaki Sakumo's swordsmanship training experience, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained: the Uchiha clan's experience in fighting illusions, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained: experience in practicing medical ninjutsu in Konoha treatment class, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtain: Uzumaki clan physique, primary. Compared to the last time when the rewards given to him were all equal and laid a comprehensive foundation, the things given by the system this time were obviously more targeted. It can be seen that they were basically things taken from the 4 people in Minato Namikaze's team. What Shiba King he cared about most was naturally the last reward, the primary Uzumaki clan physique. He concentrated his attention, and the system then considerately unfolded the note for him. Uzumaki clan constitution. Primary effects include passively increasing the total amount of chakra, increasing chakra recovery speed, increasing sealing talent, increasing illusion resistance, increasing fairy adaptability, and increasing the probability of Jinkriki adaptation. The effect is very good, but because it is a primary physique, it is also accompanied by certain disadvantages. With this constitution, the host's total chakra amount can easily exceed the upper limit of control, causing excess chakra to float under the skin. If bitten, this part of the chakra can be easily absorbed and will have a certain healing effect. When seeing this comment, Shiba Kiyokawa immediately thought of a girl in the original work, Sasuke's loyal fan, Karin. At the same time, this system comment also answered a long-standing question of his. No wonder among the Uzumaki clan, only Karin and her mother have healing physiques, while Nagato, Kushina and the earlier Uzumaki Mito do not. It must be because Nagato and the others have Uzumaki physiques of more advanced levels. Advanced physiques are able to control all of their own chakras, and thus will no longer let chakra wander meaninglessly on the body surface. He speculated in his mind. At the same time, this conjecture also inspired Shiba Kiyokawa. I must improve my physical condition as soon as possible, he swore secretly in his heart. As a man, he really couldn't accept being bitten at any time. But on the other hand, this system reward also reminded Shiba King he. At this point in time, Karin might not be born yet, but her mother should have already fled to the land of grass, right? He thought about it, and suddenly he felt the urge to make another move. Konan, the original iron triangle of Akatsuki organization, has been shaken by him, so the next person to be shaken is naturally Nagato. Nagato happens to be a member of the Uzumaki clan. Shiba King he thought carefully and had already started planning a new deception plan in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 It's all a plan. Chapter 14 It's all a plinto plan for Karen's mother, you must first go to the land of grass. Fortunately, the reason is ready-made. After the death of the hoarder Endo, his secret warehouse was naturally taken over by the Akatsuki organization. As always, the kind-hearted Yahiko's first thought was to use these supplies for charity and recruit new members. But there were so many supplies that even if Yahiko was overwhelmed with love, he couldn't use them all up in a short time. So Shiba Kiyokawa took the opportunity to propose selling part of the supplies to surrounding areas to recover some funds. He thought the neighboring country of Grassland was a good choice. Most members of Akatsuki agreed with this. A few people laughed and joked, saying that it was rare for Shiba King he to come up with a good suggestion that was not so harmful. Shiba King he smiled and said nothing. I thought to myself that it might be a bit early for you to say this. It is not safe to carry a large amount of valuable materials abroad in this wartime. Shiba Kiyokawa continued to propose and asked Nagato to go with him. Yahiko thought about it, and although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, he couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he had to agree. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you, King He-kun. But then something unexpected happened that no one expected. Zionin took the initiative to step forward and said, I'll go with you this time. It just so happens that I recently made a batch of detonating talismans, and I can take them to the Grass Kingdom to exchange for some money. Yahiko looked at Konan in surprise. Konan, what will happen to the logistics of the base if you leave? Zionin was firm, I will arrange everything before I leave. Yahiko was speechless for a moment. He had a vague feeling that something important was happening quietly somewhere he didn't know about, but he could never grasp the context of the incident. It's only been 3 days since I last talked to Zionin. What exactly happened during these 3 days? Unfortunately, no one here can answer Yahiko's questions. After resting for a few days, Shiba Kiyokawa used a scroll to seal about 1/5 of the high-value materials in the Ando warehouse. Then he carried this part of the scroll and set out for the land of grass. The Grass Kingdom, like the Rain Kingdom, is also a pitiful little country that survives between big countries. Its strategic location is not as important as that of the Rain Kingdom, but its situation is not much better than that of the Rain Kingdom. Because they don't have anyone as strong as Hanzo of the Salamander who once was, who can win the respect of the big ninja village. To the extent that the Kusagakure village could only hide the village in a very remote place to avoid the war. It's ironic that the most prosperous town in the Land of Grass is located on a major transportation route not far from the Grass village, but they dare not build the village near the town, let alone build the village equally prosperous. Because they were afraid that one day Konoha or Iwagakure would come to the town for supplies and beat them up. It can be said that the humbleness of the small ninja village is portrayed vividly. Shibaki Yokawa, Konan, Nagato, and their group traveled for half a day, and with the help of their ninja speed, they arrived at this prosperous town in the Land of Grass before dark. While selling supplies here, Shibaki Yokawa secretly called the Akatsuki ninjas who were accompanying him on this trip. Most of these people were his former team members, including Kenjiro, who he had tricked a few days ago. At this time, Kenjiro seemed to have developed a temperament of giving up everything, and he took the initiative to ask Shibaki Yokawa in a very bachelor manner. "Captain, what are you planning to do this time? Where are we going? Who are we going to kill?" After these days, he has come to realize that Chief Yahiko cannot control the captain at all. Even if he tries his best to resist, he will still degenerate in the end, so it is better for him to just let nature take its course and enjoy it from the beginning. Shiba King he waved his hand and said, "Don't think about fighting and killing all day long. The ideal of our organization is mutual understanding between people." Kenjiro rolled his eyes, his expression clearly saying, "I don't believe you." Sure enough, the next moment, Shiba King he changed the subject, "But some people are still unwilling to understand each other, so we must always give them a little respect." As he spoke, he spread out the map on the table. "This is a rough topographic map of Kusagakure village. I need you to scout it first, and focus on confirming whether their village has recently taken in a foreigner. The target is a woman, about 20 years old, not necessarily a ninja, characterized by red hair and possibly thin. After finding the target, focus on confirming how the target is treated in the Kusagakure village. After confirming, don't rush to take action. Come back and wait for my next instructions." Kenjiro was a little surprised that this time the captain did not ask them to silence the witnesses. "Is this woman the target to be treated respectfully this time?" he asked, following Shiba Kyokawa's line of thought. Unexpectedly, Shiba Kyokawa smiled meaningfully. No, how could that be possible? She didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, she is the kind of person who desperately needs others to understand her. Unfortunately, the ideals proposed by the leader are so fragile and idealistic. I think you will soon see with your own eyes during the reconnaissance, what will happen to those who really need and desire understanding." Kenjiro was a little surprised, "So who is this woman?" Shiba King he was not in a hurry to give the answer, but patiently asked, "The target's most important feature is red hair. Have you ever seen anyone with very bright red hair?" Kenjiro thought of it instantly and his face suddenly changed. But Shiba King he deliberately said at this time, "Don't tell him yet. That woman may be his very important relative. Wait until we confirm it first." Shiba Kyokawa deliberately blurred the word clan members into relatives, which further aroused Kenjiro's anxiety. However, Kenjiro doesn't know yet, these are actually calculations against him. Shiba Kyokawa knew very well that Kenjiro was not completely loyal to him. The other side still has more faith in the leader Yahiko. The last time Shiba Kyokawa tricked him into killing those wandering ninjas, he took advantage of his sister's weakness. Although Kenjiro got the job done that time, I never agreed with him in my heart. Now that he has encountered such important information again, the more Shiba Kyokawa prevents him from saying it, the more he will take the initiative to reveal the news to Nagato. Because in the hearts of these senior members of Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are ultimately more important than Shiba Kiyokawa. Shiba Kiyokawa was not angry about this. On the contrary, he was very glad that there was someone like Kenjiro in the team this time. Because in this way, the news will be conveyed to Nagato with an impeccable reason. It was clearly Shiba Kiyokawa who deliberately revealed the truth to Nagato, but afterwards no one would doubt his motives, everything will happen naturally. Next, it depends on whether the Kusagakure village is willing to cooperate. On this point, Shiba Kiyokawa was not worried at all. Because according to the original work, the crimes committed by that ninja village against Karin and her daughter are so numerous that they are hard to list, there's no need to worry that Nagato will remain calm after seeing this. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Friendship and Bonds, a must-try experience. Chapter 15, Friendship and Bonds, a must-try experience. Things subsequently developed just as Shiba Kiyokawa had expected. Kenjiro did not disappoint him and delivered the message to Nagato that night. Not long after they set out for Kusagakure village, Nagato quietly followed them. It's all going great. Shiba Kiyokawa stayed alone in the room in the town, humming a little song about life while cooking dinner for himself. He planned to deliberately slow down and catch up after dinner to check. However, things are not that simple. Just as he was learning Uncle Ba's recipes and gracefully preparing various types of beef and pork, suddenly, there was a knock on his door. His ninja qualities allowed him to quickly detect the identity of the person outside the door. Is it Sister Zionin? Why did she come here suddenly? This was not in his plan. Shiba King he didn't have time to think about it because Zionin pushed the door open. Sister Zionin, what do you want from me? By the way, have you eaten? Do you want to try my cooking? Shiba Kiyokawa greeted warmly, the smile on his face still as impeccable as ever. He thought his performance was flawless, but the next moment, Zionin exposed his disguise with just one sentence. Nagato just left. He left quietly, even hiding it from me. This must be another one of your plans, King He. The expression on Shiba King He's face froze slightly. I was a little careless. I didn't expect that my companion, Sister Zionin, was so perceptive. Before he could make up a new excuse, Zionin spoke again quickly, completely confirming his suspicion. Before Nagato set out, I used the paper butterfly to see Kenjiro coming to see him. You probably don't know that Kenjiro came to Yahiko to complain many times in the past month, saying that you are very good at manipulating people's hearts and minds, and often use cunning words to coerce others to do things for you, and that you are like a devil who plays with people's hearts. King He, you don't have to lie to me, I'm sure this must be your plan. I haven't told Nagato about this yet, I just wanted to come to you to seek an answer. At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa was rarely able to speak. I was really careless, not long ago, he had repeatedly reminded himself in his heart, Zionin is not a vase. He must pay attention to and win over Zionin. But he didn't expect that in the end he still underestimated the leader of the Akatsuki organization who had left a significant mark in the original work. Perhaps all this stems from the fact that Zionin has been behaving too obediently since that day. She listened to him throughout the battle, was willing to give him unreserved trust, and repeatedly spoke up for him after returning to the Akatsuki base. At one point, Shiba Kiyokawa thought he had successfully conquered the 14-year-old girl. However, I didn't expect that the other party would still maintain the precious clarity at the critical moment. Sister Zionin, what answer do you want to seek from me? At this point, there was no point in being clever, and Shiba King he felt that it would be better to be honest. He no longer denied Sister Zionin's accusation, which was tantamount to implicitly tacitly approving his own plan. And judging from Konan's last sentence, I didn't tell Nagato about this, she should also have her own purposes and ideas. I should still have a chance to defend myself. Sure enough, the next moment, Konan unfolded her paper escape technique in the room. As the paper butterflies fluttered, she stared at Shiba Kiyokawa and asked in a very serious tone. King He, after the mission ended that day, I went back and thought about it for a long time. I must admit that your thinking is indeed more mature than Yahiko, and more mature than all of us. But I need you to answer me truthfully. In order to achieve your goal, for the so-called true peace you talk about, will you one day betray the Akatsuki organization and abandon the Rain country? Or even turn around and use Nagato, use Yahiko? Use me. At that moment, the paper butterflies dancing around were brewing terrible murderous intentions, but Shiba King He's heart unexpectedly calmed down. At this time, he was not worried. Because he finally realized that he understood Sister Zionin, Konan, the girl whose presence has never been high among the original three giants of Akatsuki, is actually the most normal one among the three. Her obsession with her ideals is not as deep as that of Yahiko and Nagato. What she cares about is always the people around her, her friends, partners and the place where she lives. In the future, when Nagato decided to make the world feel pain, she supported him unconditionally. But when Nagato was defeated by Naruto and was persuaded to give up his life, she did not choose to take over Nagato's ideals and inherit the cause of Akatsuki. Instead, she tried her best and desperately tried to take away Obito who had been using Nagato. Ultimately, Konan never really cared that much about Akatsuki's ideals. All she cares about is her companions and the few friends around her. This is a normal person. However, compared with the first generation of Akatsuki organization, who is a saintly woman, the second generation, who is a madman, and the later group of psychopaths, paranoids, and perverted scientists, she, the only normal person, seems so out of place. She often doesn't fit in with her surroundings because she's not perverted enough. JPG After reading this, Shiba King He immediately understood how to break the impasse. You can rest assured, Sister Zionin, I have never thought of betraying the Akatsuki organization. And Sister Zionin, aren't we companions? Why do you look at me like this? He did not lie, because how could usurping the throne be called betrayal? Anyway, Akatsuki must have a leader, so why can't it be me? As for the subsequent sentence aren't we companions, it perfectly hit Zionin's sensitive and lonely heart. A hint of resentment and confusion mixed on her face, which in turn made Zionin feel a little guilty for a moment. Afterwards, Shiba Kiyokawa pursued the victory and pressed forward step by step, using his lifelong acting skills in a very small space. Sister Konan. Although I do not agree with Yahiko and often think that his ideas are too naive, I have never forgotten for a moment, it was you who saved me and it was your helping hand that prevented me from freezing to death in that heavy rain. I have always regarded everyone in the Akatsuki organization as my companions, especially you, Sister Konan. All I did was to prevent Akatsuki from being destroyed by Yahiko's wishful thinking. Sister Zionin, I will never abandon you, never. Don't you believe me? As the saying goes, if you are drunk and imaginative, we will talk about change and peace. If you are lonely and lack love, let's talk about bonds and friendship. In the world of Naruto, there is always one that suits you. The continuous attacks really broke Zionin's defense. She took a step back and took back most of the paper butterflies. The murderous intent in the room disappeared in an instant. I'm sorry, King He, that's not what I meant. I believe you are our companion. I'm just a little scared. Your ideas are far beyond ours, and you are so against Yahiko. I am afraid that one day you will use Nagato, or someone else. Shiba Kiyokawa smiled softly. Konan is very perceptive, and to some extent her judgment is correct. Shiba Kiyokawa does want to use Nagato. But compared with the tragic ending in the original book, who can say that exploitation is not another form of salvation? So the next moment he walked up bravely and touched Zionin's cheek. The touch was warm, and because Konan had already put away her paper escape technique, the touch fed back to Shiba King He's palm was soft, tender, and a little chewy. He was clearly shocked when Zionin just walked in a few seconds ago, but at this moment, Shiba King He suddenly felt that he had not lost today. It was hard to tell whether it was out of guilt or a desire to compensate, but Zionin did not avoid his hand, but let him gently stroke her cheek. Believe me, Sister Konan, this ninja world is very dangerous, and our situation is not as optimistic as you think. Everything I do is to try to save everyone, to save Akatsuki. Because we are each other's most important partners. Friendship and bonds are something you must experience, because this is the ninja world. After these words were spoken, the crisis in the room was completely resolved. Zionin lowered her head, as if to hide her blushing face. After a long while, she raised her head and asked in a low voice, "Do you still want to go to Nagato? I can fly you there." "It is good." Shiba King he nodded decisively and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had finally passed the test. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, No Way to Survive. Chapter 16, No Way to Survive. Then Konan spread his paper wings, picked up Shiba Kiyokawa and flew all the way to Kusagakur village. On the way, Shiba King he was still thinking about the impact of this sudden heart-to-heart talk with Zionin. First of all, the plan to instigate Nagato's rebellion must be slightly modified. Originally, he planned to severely provoke Nagato first, let him see the cruelty of the ninja world, and then use words to persuade him to turn evil. But now this plan must be changed and cannot be so extreme. After all, he had just sung praises of friendship and bonds in front of Sister Zionin, and he couldn't tear off his image as a good guy so quickly. How to change it? On the way here, Shiba Kiyokawa had not yet thought of a new alternative plan, but at the destination over there, the grass ninjas did not leave him any way out. At this time, Nagato had secretly followed Kenjiro and others into the Kusagakur village and was quickly searching for the traces of the Uzumaki clan. Soon, they noticed two Kusanin standing in front of a dilapidated single-family brick building. The two Kusanin were both men, and one of them was smoking a pipe and looked a little hesitant. The person next to him was cursing and looked quite impatient. "I say, have you made up your mind? Is this matter so complicated? If you like that red-haired girl, just go and do it to her. No one in the village will stop you." The man smoking the pipe seemed to still have some conscience left. He said in a dilemma, "I always feel that this is not a good idea. Zionjai doesn't seem to like me that much." The grass ninja next to him sneered, "Why do you care whether she likes you or not? She is just a blood bag raised by the village. Without the protection of our village, she would have died outside. Why do you still need to care about what she thinks? Really, don't worry about it." The grass ninja next to him laughed even louder, "Haha. I think you are really confused. Don't you want to think about what the Uzumaki clan is like in the entire ninja world now? Does she dare to leave our village? Doesn't she have to bear whatever we do?" As he spoke, the man patted his companion on the shoulder. "I advise you to act quickly. I heard that the chief has intended to make this stupid woman pregnant. Firstly, it can trap her and prevent her from escaping. Secondly, it can also continue the bloodline of the tribe. If she dies in the future, the blood supply in the village will not be cut off. If you don't go up, the leader will arrange for someone else to go up. Don't blame me for not reminding you then." These words were all heard by the Akatsuki members who had infiltrated the area, as well as Nagato. Not to mention Nagato, even the unrelated members of the Akatsuki organization were filled with indignation after hearing what he said. Damn it! How dare they treat Nagato-sama's relatives like this? Thanks to Shiba Kiyokawa's misleading, they now all regarded Uzumaki Kaoru as Nagato's long-lost relative. The hatred exploded. This can only be said to be God's will. Originally, Shiba King he was planning to be more gentle and give up instigating, but he never expected that the Kusagakur village was full of talented people and acted so quickly that they didn't leave him any chance to survive. After saying a few words, the grass ninja who still had a little conscience left slammed his pipe, stood up and pulled up his trousers viciously. "Fuck. You're right. We can't let anyone else get away with it," I was the one who fell in love with this Uzumaki girl first. Having said that, he angrily left his companions, walked towards the house in front of him alone, and pushed the door open roughly. Soon, a woman's scream was heard from inside the door. The Kusanagi who stayed outside the house smiled grimly, not caring at all about the tragedy happening before his eyes. He was even feeling smug in his heart that his partner had finally figured it out. He turned around and was about to leave, but he didn't notice that the scream of the woman in the room behind him continued and did not seem to be quickly controlled. On the contrary, his companion had been silent since he entered. When he left, the screams died down. It didn't take much effort for several members of the Akatsuki organization to kill the Kusa ninja who entered the house. But at this moment, they looked at Nagato who had entered the house just before them, and were a little at a loss for what to do. Kenjiro was the only one who went to inform on the secret. The other members of Akatsuki did not know that Nagato had also come at this time, and they did not know how to explain for a moment. Captain Nagato, please listen to our explanation. I did not act on my own will. This woman is actually yours. They were a bit speechless. Because Shiba Kiyokawa only hinted but did not explicitly state what the relationship was between the Uzumaki orphans of Kusagakura and Nagato. Fortunately, Nagato did not make things difficult for them, nor did he care too much about their murder. Instead, he turned to look at the frightened Uzumaki Kaed, pointed at his own red hair, and said awkwardly, "You, don't be afraid, my name is Uzumaki Nagato." When she heard Nagato say her full name, Uzumaki Kaoru was stunned for a moment, and then tears instantly filled her eyes. In fact, Zionjai was just shocked and relieved that she would have the chance to see living tribesmen in this life. It was just that the others present, influenced by Shiba Kiyokawa's preconceived notion, misunderstood it as. Did she really know Chief Nagato, me? She was indeed Chief Nagato, me's relative. A wonderful misunderstanding thus arose. And at this time, no one present suspected Shiba Kiyokawa. They all felt that Shiba Kiyokawa had only said that he would come to investigate, and that this was the truth they had discovered entirely on their own, and they believed in it without a doubt, but after introducing himself, Nagato felt a little stuck. Before he turned evil, Nagato was actually a bit socially anxious and usually didn't talk much. His personality was very different from the big boss who later claimed to be a god and would often carry rice affectionately in front of tens of thousands of people. Facing Uzumaki Zionjai who covered her mouth and cried silently, he felt at a loss for a moment. Finally, it was Kenjiro who spoke up and reminded, "Chief Nagato, let's bring your relatives back first. It's not safe here." Then he looked at Uzumaki Kori and asked on behalf of Nagato, "Ms. Uzumaki, we are ninjas from the Rain Country. Are you willing to come with us? We will definitely protect you." Uzumaki Zionjai was a little confused by what was said. Especially Kenjiro's words "your relatives" made her very confused. Why doesn't she remember that she has a blood relative named Nagato? But seeing how confident the group of people in front of her were, she didn't dare to question them. She could only nod timidly and whispered, "I'm willing to go with you." So they quickly climbed out of the window and took their people away. However, Uzumaki Zionjai did not have any ninja talent after all, and her health had been in poor condition for a long time, so her mobility had declined significantly. Despite being careful and cautious, they inevitably made some noise along the way. A startled Kusanagi shouted, Who's there?" "Uzumaki Kori. Damn it, that Uzumaki bloodbath is trying to escape." With the loud shout of this grass ninja, the entire ninja village was alarmed. "Get ready for battle." Upon seeing this, the Akatsuki members immediately took out their ninja tools and prepared for battle. Nagato reached out his hand several times and touched his eyes, looking very hesitant. His eyes were disguised and would not normally reveal any abnormality. Yahiko had told him more than once not to use the power of his eyes easily. But now, for the first time in his life, he had the idea of disobeying Yahiko. He is very angry. Every time the ninjas from the surrounding Kyuzagaku mentioned blood bags in a disdainful manner, he became so angry that he wanted to tear these people to pieces. As a result, at this moment, two voices came from the air. Shikaze dance. Thunder release Lei Yin. Konan and Shiba Kiyokawa just happened to arrive. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 He convinced himself. Chapter 17 He convinced himself. Konan and Shiba Kiyokawa's timely arrival gave everyone in the Akatsuki organization a sigh of relief. After landing, Shiba King he just glanced back quickly and saw the red-haired sister huddled behind everyone, while the red-haired Nagato had a murderous look on his face. He basically guessed what had happened. It seems that the Kyuzagaku is still as inhumane as ever, and they actually forced out Nagato's murderous intent. But on the surface, he still has to continue playing the role he is supposed to play. In between releasing ninjutsu, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What's going on here? What happened? Didn't I just ask you to come here for reconnaissance? Why is there such a big conflict?" Facing the questioning, Nagato had no idea that this was actually a plan pushed by Shiba Kiyokawa. Instead, he looked guilty and took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry." The Akatsuki members nearby hurried to help explain, "It's not Leader Nagato's fault. We were impulsive. These grass ninjas are inhuman. They actually kept Nagato's relatives as livestock and property." Zionin was very surprised when she heard this. She was probably the only person here and now who didn't understand the situation. "Is this sister a blood relative of Nagato?" The Akatsuki members nodded and said, "Yes." For a moment, Nagato and Zionjai did not object. Nagato believed it, while Zionjai couldn't find a chance to speak. Zionin said, "Oh," and her eyes suddenly became determined. "It's not your fault. Protect her well." Now the misunderstanding is further confirmed. Shiba King he also spoke at the right time, "Then I won't hold you responsible for messing up the mission this time. Protect Nagato's relatives and leave first. Konan, lead the slow ones to evacuate from the air." For a moment, there was a bit more gratitude and shame in Nagato's eyes when he looked at Shiba Kiyokawa. Shiba Kiyokawa saw all of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised without showing any expression. It looked like he didn't even have to think of a backup plan. Nagato's favor was more overwhelming than expected. "Next, we just need to withstand the pressure of the grass ninjas' counterattack, and then tonight's plan will be perfect. The trickery part is over, and what's left is the fighting and fun part." A grass ninja took the lead, passing through the falling thunder and paper dance, and rushed towards Shiba Kiyokawa wielding a large sickle-like weapon. Shiba Kiyokawa dodged the first attack and swung his sword back to cut his opponent's ribs. What was strange was that the enemy facing his attack seemed to have lost his mind, and held the sickle in his hand across his forehead, as if guarding against an oncoming attack that did not exist. It was not until Shiba Kiyokawa's short sword cut into his abdomen without any hindrance that the grass ninja finally woke up from his dream and said, "Illusion." Shiba Kiyokawa did not answer immediately, but just coldly and quickly added another knife, which swept across the throat of the grass ninja. Only after he confirmed that the enemy would not breathe did he reply in a leisurely voice, "Yes, it's an illusion." He would only answer questions after making sure that the enemy was dead, which was the way of the ninja that he always followed. As for illusions, he had just learned them recently, in his dreams, from the Uchiha clan's experience in fighting illusions as a reward from the system. It's a pity that he doesn't have the Sharingan. This kind of illusion can only be used to catch the opponent by surprise if he is prepared in advance at the beginning of the battle. Then the second and third Kusanagi rushed up one after another, and he no longer had time to prepare illusions. 2 Kusanagi rushed towards him, one after the other, and the other threw a large number of throwing tools. Shiba King he jumped back quickly to avoid the first wave of flying needles and shurikens. Then he ran quickly, waving the dagger in front of him, quickly turning it into a fan shape, and with a clang, he deflected several subsequent shurikens. Not until he disappeared into the forest and shook off the shooting range that had been chasing him did he engage in combat with the Kusa ninja that was approaching him. The man who came seemed to have a high status in the Kusagakuer village. After only a few moments of fighting, the Kusagakuer ninja spoke arrogantly. "Boy, you are Rain Ninja, right? That old man Hanzo is almost out of spirit, and you guys dare to come to grass country to cause trouble? Do you really think there is no one in our grass ninja village?" Shiba King he couldn't help but complain in his heart, the Rain country's external intelligence work is really bad. How come everyone around knows that Hanzo has been in a bad state in recent years? He remained silent and swung the knife indifferently. The first blow was blocked by the Kusagakuer ninja with a kunao, a playful smile on his face, as if he was watching the struggle of a trapped beast. The second strike was a little difficult for Kusanagi to block. The tricky angle was beyond his expectation, and his confident expression froze slightly. With the third strike, the length of the kunao began to seem insufficient. Not only could he not defend against the continuous blade flashes, but he also had no chance of counterattacking. Sweat began to seep out of the Kusanaga's forehead. With the fourth strike, the blade light broke through the kunao blockade, leaving the Kusanaga's arm injured. He began to get irritated and anxious, and desperately tried to gain distance and perform ninjutsu. But then the fifth and sixth swords came one after another, and the Kusanagi could not find a chance to break away from the entanglement. Without the ability to form seals with one hand, he could only be suppressed and helpless, with a lot of chakra but no way to use it. With the seventh strike, the Kusanagi tilted his head and the tip of the knife nearly pierced his eyeball, but the blade still left a long and narrow wound on his forehead. Blood blurred one eye, the Kusanagi completely lost the composure he had before the fight. He started to get scared, and started to get angry at his teammates for not catching up. He started to regret why he was so reckless and rushed forward first. However, the knife light in front of him was still slashing steadily and continuously, like a sharp fang, which would never let go of its prey once it bit it, and it would only stop when the prey died or the jaw muscles were broken. With the eighth strike, the Kusanaga's kunao was knocked away, and 3 of his fingers were broken. With the ninth sword, the chest was cut open, and warm blood even spurted onto the Kusanaga's own face. He didn't even last 10 rounds, and died at the hands of a little Rain ninja who was at least 10 years younger than him, without using any ninjutsu. Before his death, Kusanagi was extremely unwilling to give up. It was fine that he lost to the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, but why could the Rain ninja kill him? Why? With red eyes, he used up his last bit of strength to ask, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Since it was confirmed that he was dead, Shiba Kiyokawa was kind enough to answer him this time. "This is the sword technique of Konoha White Fang. Although Shiba King he is not proficient enough in his practice now, this is indeed the sword technique inherited from Baiyi, and it is personally certified and taught by the system." At that moment, the Kusanagi, who had a last burst of energy, actually smiled with relief and quietly sorted out his emotions, just like Cao who had finished making his rice and quietly put the rice back on the table. "That's not surprising. That's not surprising. The one who killed him was the swordsmanship of the once famous Konoha White Fang." Whatever the truth was, at least at this moment, he convinced himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Are you also a whirlpool? Chapter 18 Are you also a whirlpool? 2 people died soon after the battle started, which scared the pursuing grass ninjas. I thought there were just a few thieves sneaking into the house, but I never expected that I was encountering violent bandits. Under this blow, the grass ninja's nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was immediately aroused. Many people have stopped chasing, or are clamoring on the surface but are actually standing still and slacking off. Konan took this opportunity to spread out his paper wings, picked up Uzumaki Zionjai and 2 less agile members of the team, cut through the sky, and evacuated quickly. Shiba Kiyokawa, Nagato, Kenjiro, and another Akatsuki Chunin Masuda Iki stayed behind to delay the Kusagakuer ninja. Shiba King he suggested, retreat to the depths of the mountains and forests, away from the open terrain, use the complex terrain to make their pursuit troops disconnected, and then find an opportunity to kill the group of people chasing them most urgently. Kazuki Masuda was a little timid. He was just a standard chunin from a small ninja village. Can we do it? There are more than 20 people chasing us now. This was the result of Shiba Kiyokawa quickly killing 2 people and scaring off some of the Kyuzagakuer ninjas. Originally there were more people chasing them than there are now. Shiba Kiyokawa said, "Don't be afraid, we still have Nagato to back us up." Kenjiro frowned a little, but Chief Yahiko said that it would be best for Nagato to never use that kind of power. It would be very dangerous if it was exposed. Kenjiro is really loyal to his leader Yahiko, and he would even sacrifice himself to keep Nagato's secret. But Shiba Kinghe interrupted him with disdain, "Why are you so rigid? If you're worried about being exposed, why don't you just kill all the witnesses? If you're still worried, just dispose of the bodies as well." Kenjiro was speechless. I can only say that this proposal is very clear. However, what Kenjiro did not expect this time was that even Nagato spoke up to support Shiba Kiyokawa. "I will contribute when necessary. It's up to you to grasp the timing, Kinghe." Until now, Nagato still feels that everything that happened tonight was caused by him alone. It was he who followed secretly and with his own will, it was he who implicated everyone in order to save his own blood relatives. He never imagined that this was a plot by Shiba Kinghe. Instead, he felt guilty towards Kinghe, as he had caused the other party to risk his life to save him. So he was willing to go against Yahiko's instructions in order to repay his kindness. Shiba Kinghe smiled slightly, then nodded solemnly, "Leave it to me." At the same time, the pursuing ninjas from Kyuzagakuer were also discussing the pursuit plan in great detail. One of them shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and catch that rain ninja brat. If we don't quickly bring back that Uzumaki woman, we'll all be in trouble if things get out of hand." The Kyuzagakuer village ban on Uzumaki Keiru was done secretly, and they were also very afraid that this would be exposed. It's not that they are afraid of humanitarian condemnation, but they are afraid that the big ninja village will use this as an excuse to rob them. When the Whirlpool country was destroyed, except for Konoha and the farthest sand village, the other 3 ninja villages all participated openly or secretly. However, the gains after the war did not satisfy them. This is also the fundamental reason why the Uzumaki clan suffered a miserable fate in the ninja world. The murderer did not get a satisfactory reward, so he has been secretly searching for the surviving Uzumaki orphans. And Konoha, the ally that was supposed to save the clan, just abandoned them after taking away Kushina. The grass ninja couldn't fight against the 3 gangsters, and couldn't ask Konoha for help, so he could only choose to hide Zionjai secretly. This incident posed a huge hidden danger to them, so the clear-headed grass ninja leaders were very anxious. But there was no point in him being anxious. Someone at the side immediately said rudely, "Why are you yelling so loudly? If you can do it, go ahead. Hold off the little rain ninja with the knife, we promise to catch the others." The choked grass ninja high-ranking officer stopped talking immediately, his face flushed red. The Kusanagi who was killed by Shiba Kiyokawa with a set of continuous sword techniques a few seconds ago was a jonin in the village, and his strength was comparable to those he was commanding now. If Shiba Kiyokawa could kill that man, he could kill them too. So no matter how much they quarreled or made a scene, no one was willing to really try Kiyokawa's sword. Several Kyuzagakuer jonin looked at each other during the pursuit, and no one said a word. Finally, someone couldn't stand this spiral of silence anymore and stood up and said, "I'll take care of that kid with the knife. Go and capture the others as soon as possible." The others all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. The few grass ninjas who took the initiative to chase after Nagato walked with vigorous steps, and even looked a little secretly delighted. If Shiba Kiyokawa saw this scene, he would definitely give them a thumbs up for their courage. Soon, in the mountains and forests with complex terrain, Shiba Kiyokawa faced the Jounin from Kusagakura, who took the initiative to find him. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The opponent showed the source of his confidence from the very beginning. This grass ninja is good at wind escape and is very good at controlling distance in combat, which gives him an advantage when dealing with enemies who are good at physical skills and swordsmanship. The violent wind tore off branches, blew up fallen leaves and dust, leaving a mess wherever it passed. Shiba Kiyokawa jumped among the treetops, dodged the first wave of hurricane force winds, and just as he was about to counterattack, another gust of wind blades came towards him. Wind release, wind cut technique. The other party is determined not to give me the chance to get close. Shiba Kiyokawa was not in a hurry either. He pretended to be forced to retreat and continued to jump and move swiftly in the woods, looking for a suitable terrain for battle. What he wants is not to kill one or two Kusanagi ninjas, what he wants is to cooperate with Nagato to bury all the people who catch up with him tonight. Those grass ninjas who were chasing after him with full confidence had no idea what kind of terrifying existence they were chasing. However, Shiba Kiyokawa's caution was misunderstood by his opponent as helplessness and embarrassment. Humph! That's all. The Kusanagi ninja, who was good at wind escape, snorted complacently, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether his sarcasm was directed at Shiba Kiyokawa or at his frightened companions. The ninjas were very fast. And the two sides, one chasing and one fleeing, soon disappeared into the depths of the forest. Just as Shiba Kiyokawa expected, as time went on, the grass ninja pursuit gradually became disconnected in the complex mountainous terrain. The weak young grass ninjas in the rear were left far behind. Not long after that, Shiba Kiyokawa finally found the terrain for the decisive battle he had been looking for. It's right under that waterfall, Nagato. Go there and activate your ability. While giving the instructions, he no longer had any scruples and turned back without hesitation, rushing towards the grass ninja that had been chasing him. Tonight, no one can be spared. The pursuing Kusagakura Jonin had no idea that the enemy in front of him had already decided to kill him, and he still followed his habit, forming hand seals and performing spells. Wind escape, big breakthrough. He thought that Shiba Kiyokawa would jump away and dodge in the same awkward manner as before, and then be ravaged by him repeatedly flying with the kite at a well-controlled distance. But he never expected that this time, Shiba King he did not dodge or evade, but plunged into the wind field without even blinking. What? In horror, he saw Shiba Kiyokawa, with tattered clothes and cuts all over his body, rushing through the wind escape as if nothing had happened, advancing with a knife in one hand, raising the other hand, putting the wrist in front of his mouth and biting it off. This familiar movement made the Kusanagi suddenly clear his mind, and he cried out in horror. How is it possible? You are also a whirlpool. He wanted to ask, are you also from the Uzumaki clan? Unfortunately, he could no longer say the following words. Because Shiba Kiyokawa, who had waded through the storm despite being seriously injured, had already put the blade to his throat. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. Chapter 19. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. Shiba King he did this not only because of his special physique, but also because he now also knows a little about healing ninjutsu. The 4 abilities rewarded to him by the system before came from the 4 people in Minato Namikaze's team, the illusion experience given by Obito, the White Fang sword technique given by Kakashi, the Uzumaki physique given by Minato Namikaze, and finally the kidnapped Nohara Rin also gave her own contribution, the training experience of Konoha's healing class. You must know that due to Tsunade's vigorous promotion, Konoha's medical ninja training system is far ahead in the ninja world. Not to mention the backward rain ninja, even the other 4 major ninja villages cannot keep up with Konoha in this regard. Shiba Kiyokawa had only studied in his dreams for a few nights, and he already felt greatly benefited. For this powerful wind escape, he used chakra to protect his vital heart meridians in advance to ensure that he would only be injured but not die. As for the rest, it depends on luck. In the end, judging from the results, his luck wasn't bad. The cuts on the body surface looked horrific, but considering the physique of a ninja, these were only minor injuries and were far from being fatal. On the other hand, the Kusanagi had his neck cut open by a single blow from him. After he got close to him, the grass ninja jumped back in panic, put his hands to cover his neck, and tried in vain to press the leaking trachea with his palms covered with chakra, but unfortunately the result was counterproductive. His increasingly dizzy mind reminded him that his life was irreversibly leaving him. When he was about to die, the unwilling grass ninja cursed Shiba Kiyokawa viciously. You, the Uzumaki clan, are all trouble. You are seriously injured and can't take everyone with you. I will wait for you in the Pure Land. He was filled with resentment, and even though his throat was leaking air, he still spit out vicious words at Shiba Kiyokawa with blood foam in his eyes. It was a pity that Shiba King he smiled easily and didn't take it to heart at all. He even pointed in the distance, put his hand to his ear, made a listening gesture to him, and said, "Don't talk, just listen." The next moment, the wind from that direction brought the sound from the valley. Spicy Tiansai. Sure enough, it still has the same flavor, Shiba King he thought. It's just a pity that there is no more chanting and rocking without a bag of rice to carry to the floors. It's not sentimental enough. Then there was a huge earthquake, the surrounding mountains were cracked, and the rushing river water upstream of the waterfall pushed large pieces of rubble down like a flood, triggering a series of subsequent loud noises. The favorable terrain carefully selected by Shiba Kiyokawa, combined with Nagato's all-out Shinra Tensei, gave the pursuing grass ninjas an unexpected and luxurious gift. At this moment, the Kusagakuer village jonin who was kneeling in front of Shiba Kiyokawa and covering his neck was stunned by the noise. At the moment when Shiba Kiyokawa counterattacked and killed him, the only consolation left in his heart was, he had held back and seriously injured this terrible Uzumaki orphan, so the other people in the village would definitely be able to successfully capture the others, right? But who would have thought that so soon Shiba Kiyokawa would treat him to a desperate show? With such a terrifying noise, the teammates in the distance would not be able to catch the enemy, and their last chance of survival would probably be cut off. It was not until this moment that the grass ninja finally realized, only their grass ninja village would be in trouble tonight, and the rain ninja in front of him would be fine at all. What is that power? His face was turning purple due to lack of oxygen, and his voice was getting deeper and deeper. But Shiba Kiyokawa didn't explain any further. He was in a hurry, so he made a final gesture to the Kusanagi to keep quiet. "Shh, you ask too many questions. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know." Then he stabbed the opponent's forehead with a knife and then launched a ninjutsu. Thunder Release Lei Yin. This time he was more cautious than usual. Not only did he not have time to answer the dying man's questions, he also had to make a second move to completely destroy the man's brain. Because he had to help Nagato keep the secret of the Rinnegan. After doing all this, Shiba Kiyokawa rested for a while, biting his wrist to recover from the injury a little, then jumped up from the tree branch and rushed towards Nagato. The battle was over when he arrived. The Samsara Eye was still powerful, and even the young Nagato could easily kill the group of Kusagakuer ninjas by using the terrain. All that remained was to clean up the battlefield. The honest Masuda Kazuki came over and asked, "Captain King He, do we need to deal with all these bodies?" Shiba Kiyokawa replied casually, "Yes, to save time, just destroy the brain. If there is no time to burn the body, then don't deal with it. If you don't understand, you can ask Kenjiro." Masuda Kazuki was in awe when he heard this. "Brother Kenjiro, are you really good at this?" Shiba Kiyokawa was about to explain why Kenjiro was so skilled, but when he turned around, he happened to catch a glimpse of the seriously injured Kenjiro standing not far away, looking at him with fear. Excluding himself, who has the ability to heal himself and also masters medical ninjutsu, Kenjiro is the person most seriously injured in tonight's operation. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Shiba Kiyokawa, it was just a coincidence. But now, Noticing the timidity and hidden guilt in Kenjiro's eyes when he looked at him, Shiba Kiyokawa suddenly became thoughtful and simply accepted the other party's suspicion without saying a word. He deliberately told Masuda Kazuki, "Yes, brother Kenjiro is very good at this. He often helped me deal with these trivial matters in the past. If you don't understand something, just ask him more. He is very skilled." Masuda Kazuki was a very honest man. He was surprised and blurted out, "Hey? I didn't expect that brother Kenjiro would be such a person. I used to think that he agreed with the faction of leader Yahiko and usually tried not to kill people. I didn't expect that he would be so skilled in handling corpses." At that moment, Kenjiro, who was seriously injured not far away, couldn't stop shaking, then coughed twice, walked forward and forcefully pulled Masuda Kazuki away. Shiba Kiyokawa did not stop him, but took the opportunity to give Kenjiro a meaningful smile. In today's game, although Shiba Kiyokawa guessed Kenjiro's choice from the beginning and took advantage of his behavior, he earned Nagato's gratitude and trust. But in the eyes of uninformed bystanders, and even in the eyes of Kenjiro himself, there was no doubt that he had betrayed Shiba Kiyokawa today. When arranging the reconnaissance mission, Shiba Kiyokawa clearly instructed, "Don't tell Nagato about this yet." But as a subordinate, Kenjiro disobeyed the orders of his captain. So even though Shiba Kiyokawa had actually guessed that things would develop in this way, he still did not intend to miss the opportunity to warn Kenjiro. As it happened, even luck was on his side this time. Among the members of the team that stayed behind to delay the Kusanagi, Kazuki Masuda was fine, but Kenjiro was seriously injured in the previous chase. Because of his long-standing respect for Shiba Kiyokawa, Kenjiro, feeling guilty, directly regarded this as a warning from Shiba Kiyokawa. And Shiba Kiyokawa simply accepted the trick. Soon, after hastily dealing with all the corpses of the grass ninja, they left quickly and returned via a detour. In the second half of the night, when they returned safely to their destination in the town of Grass Country, Kenjiro took the initiative to quietly come to Shiba Kiyokawa's room before going to bed. As soon as he entered the room, his face turned pale, and he bent down and said, "I'm sorry, Captain. I was the one who told Chief Nagato about today's scouting trip." Shiba King he sat back on the bed, holding a book in his hand, his arms resting on his bent knees, looking at the other person quietly sideways, without speaking for a long time. He knew why Kenjiro came. But at this point he no longer needs to accept the other party's apology. "Kenjiro, you and I have been on a team together for a few months. As your captain, I just want to give you a piece of advice." Kenjiro lowered his head even lower, and his tone became more humble. "You say. Sometimes, loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal." End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Fox Fairy returns gratitude. Chapter 20, Fox Fairy returns gratitude. After saying this, Shiba Kiyokawa sent Kenjiro away. He didn't care that Kenjiro would tell Yahiko about this. He has always disdained to learn from Danzo, who pretends to be a village citizen for his own selfish desires. He has always been open about opposing Yahiko. Everyone in Akatsuki knows what Shiba Kiyokawa is thinking. Besides, his strength is growing, and his bonds with Konan and Nagato are deepening, so he no longer needs to worry about letting others know that he has a rebellious mind. It would be best if Kenjiro could choose himself after he figures it out. If he doesn't, Shiba Kiyokawa doesn't care that much. But this night seemed destined to be restless. Just after seeing Kenjiro off and preparing to put down his book and go to sleep, someone knocked on the door again. He stood up and opened the door, only to find that the person standing outside was the timid Uzumaki Kaoru. Uzumaki Kaoru looks to be around 20 years old, much older than Shiba Kiyokawa and the three members of the Akatsuki organization. Judging from her age alone, she can be considered the older sister of everyone. It's just that she was too soft-hearted. Years of wandering life had made her accustomed to accepting everything. Now standing in front of Shiba Kinghe's door, she didn't dare to look directly into King He's eyes, and her fingers were still stirring the corner of her clothes restlessly. It doesn't look like a sister coming to visit her brother, but rather like an innocent little white rabbit offering itself to the big bad wolf. Shiba King He looked at the dark night outside the window, then looked at the thin clothes on Xianzhai, and couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Sister, it's easy for people to misunderstand you if you do this. What's up, Xianzhai sister? Uzumaki Xianzhai clenched her fists nervously, as if she was mustering up her courage, before she spoke. I asked them, and they all said that you were the first to determine that I was the blood relative of that Nagato brother. I just wanted to come here to ask, what is the relationship between Nagato brother and me? That's what it was for. I almost thought you were here to learn from the fox fairy to repay a favor. Shiba King He invited her in and covered her with a thin blanket to prevent her from catching a cold at night. By the way, I am also thinking about countermeasures while doing these things. Judging from the original work, Karin and her daughter have no connection with Nagato. But now that it has come to this, Shiba King He can only let them have a relationship, and he must let them have a relationship. Then he slowly brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Uzumaki Xianzhai. It was not until the other party became a little impatient that Shiba King He spoke. Sister Xianzhai, do you remember when you and your sister got separated? There is actually a cliché hidden in this sentence. Shiba Kiyokawa didn't ask, do you have a sister? Instead, ask directly, when did you and your sister get separated? Just like the person selling pancakes never asks you whether to add eggs or not, but directly asks you how many eggs to add. Same tune with the same effect. Even if it happened that Uzumaki Kori said that she didn't have a sister, Shiba Kiyokawa could continue to ask ambiguously, who was the person who got separated from you a few years ago, thus getting a specific name. It can be said that this conversation was devoid of emotion from the very beginning and was full of routine. Fortunately, this time, Shiba Kiyokawa didn't even have to trigger the subsequent combo, and just the first hit produced an echo. Uzumaki Xianzhai buried her head in thought for a long time, and then she suddenly realized something. The expression on her face was a mixture of surprise, relief, and emotion. It looked like she was about to cry for joy at the next moment. So he is my eldest sister's child. That's great. That's really great. I thought the child had died long ago. Thank you, King He-kun. Thank you. I'm just so happy. As she spoke, she couldn't help crying, tears falling down in big drops. Shiba Kiyokawa stared at her carefully for several seconds, confirming that such true feelings could not be acting. Besides, Uzumaki Xianzhai, this timid little woman, doesn't look like someone who is scheming and would take advantage of the situation to suit her character. It seems that it was just my good luck. I didn't expect that Xianzhai really had an older sister, and her sister happened to have a child who was about the same age as Nagato. Now Nagato suddenly had a little aunt. If this kid gets crazy and wants to carry rice again, I will let Aunt Xianzhai slap him hard in the face. Shiba King He thought happily in his heart. But jokes aside, the necessary measures and insurance must still be taken. Sister Xianzhai, please don't get excited. Can you tell me more about your eldest sister's situation? I can check the information for you. This is also my responsibility to Nagato. Shiba Kiyokawa has always been a serious person. Make sure the information is checked strictly without any loopholes. Uzumaki Xianzhai had no doubts and immediately started talking, telling her entire experience after escaping from the whirlpool country. Shiba Kiyokawa kept adding details to the story, and did not forget to hint to Uzumaki Kaoru, her sister hid her identity in order to survive after fleeing to the Rain Country, and might have changed her name to avoid any loopholes when she was reconciling accounts with Nagato in the future. After hearing the whole story, Shiba Kiyokawa felt relieved, but couldn't help but feel sympathy for the woman in front of him. The Uzumaki clan has suffered so much. Their homes were destroyed, they were displaced, surrounded by wolves and had no relatives to turn to. Who could have imagined that the powerful ninja clan, which was once so glorious that it could carve its clan emblem on the forehead protectors of the largest ninja village in the ninja world, would now have fallen to such a state? After chatting for a long time, Shiba King he comforted her half sincerely and half out of routine. "Don't be sad, Sister Zionjai, those hardships are in the past. At least you and Nagato are doing well now. He has been longing for his family for a long time. You should stay and accompany him more. I believe that the days to come will get better and better." Uzumaki Kori was so moved that she shed tears while nodding her head vigorously. "Okay, I will. I will. By the way, King He-kun, I heard that they said you were injured? Why don't you bite me? You will recover quickly." As she spoke, Uzumaki Kori stretched out one of her wrists. You can see that it is actually covered with dark red teeth marks, which are half-scabbed scars from being bitten, one circle upon another, which is shocking. This kind-hearted stupid woman. At this moment, there was no routine or calculation. Shiba King he really felt sorry for the silly girl in front of him. She had obviously been rescued, but she was still actively doing this kind of self-torturing sacrifice. Of course Shiba Kiyokawa wouldn't bite, as he didn't need the help to recover. Instead, he held Zionjai's hand back. "Don't worry about me. You should worry more about yourself now. Sister Zionjai, your body has been in poor condition for too long. Come to my place more often when you are free. I will help you with your treatment. It's a good opportunity to practice the medical ninjutsu skills taught by the system, killing two birds with one stone." However, Uzumaki Zionjai, who was caught off guard by her hand, looked like she had misunderstood something, and shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Does the little ninja village really have a medical ninja? Could it be just an excuse? She looked at the night outside the window, then looked at the empty room and the bed not far away. She seemed to be reminded of some bad memories from not long ago, and her face turned pale involuntarily. But then she calmed herself down, looked up and carefully traced Shiba Kiyokawa's handsome features with her eyes, then she recalled his great kindness and the gentleness he had shown her since she entered the house, and her anxious heart suddenly calmed down. She tightened the thin blanket around her body with her other hand and uttered a hum in a mosquito-like voice. Her drooped eyes seemed to show a hint of drunkenness for a moment. Shiba King he, who was concentrating on manipulating chakra to perform basic medical ninjutsu, looked at her strangely, as if he couldn't follow his sister's train of thought. "It's just a little strange, what's going on with this atmosphere? Why did he seem to smell the scent of the fox fairy repaying her gratitude again?" End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Can and number 039, T adapt. Chapter 21 Can't adapt. That night, Shiba Kiyokawa didn't do anything to Uzumaki Kaoru after all. He just practiced some healing ninjutsu on her and then advised her to go back and rest. The next morning, the group woke up early, packed up their things without stopping, and left the town as quickly as possible. Although they still had a lot of supplies that had not been sold, they could no longer take care of them at the moment. At this time, it is more important to evacuate the land of grass as soon as possible and bring Uzumaki Kaoru back to Akatsuki safely. On the way back, Shiba King he yawned several times in a row, which made Zionin beside him feel very guilty. "Thank you for your hard work, King he. You must have a good rest when you return. Shiba Kiyokawa worked so hard for Nagato and us, and I actually doubted him before. Damn me," Zionin secretly blamed herself in her heart. Behind the two of them, Uzumaki Kaoru was being carried on Nagato's back as they hurried along. When she saw Konan caring about Shiba Kiyokawa, her mood was unexpectedly complicated. On the one hand, Konan's words made her even more grateful for Shiba Kiyokawa's kindness. On the other hand, she felt a little disappointed. Was it because she was too old and not young enough in comparison that he was so polite last night? Zionjai thought to herself with self-pity. Shiba Kiyokawa had no idea that the people around him had so many inner thoughts because of his yawns. He really just didn't sleep well. But the next moment, Shiba Kinghee's face suddenly changed while running. What's wrong? Did something happen? Xionan rushed over to him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, asking anxiously. It's okay. Shiba Kinghee shook his head. It has nothing to do with the people around you. He was suddenly surprised because he accidentally checked the system and found that his destined ending had changed again. The probability of dying of old age remains unchanged at 0.6%. However, the probabilities of those endings in which they died in Konoha a few years later have all shrunk to varying degrees. In other words, the probability that he will not survive more than a year and a half has greatly increased. What's going on? Why is this happening? Has he done anything wrong recently? Is it because he saved Xionjai? But that doesn't make sense. In the original work, Uzumaki Karin and even her daughter Uzumaki Karin had no connection with the Akatsuki organization from beginning to end. It doesn't make sense that saving an unrelated person would greatly accelerate the crisis, right? On the way back, Shiba Kinghee kept racking his brains, and finally confirmed that there was no reason why his recent behavior would have such an impact. Then there is only one answer. If it's not his problem, then it can only be an internal problem of the Rain Country. Could it be that Yahiko did something stupid again? So as soon as he returned to the Akatsuki organization's base, Shiba Kiyokawa immediately rushed to see Yahiko. He never thought that the other party was also looking for him at this moment, and as soon as he saw him, he asked for help impatiently. Kinghee? I'm so glad you're back. I've just been dealing with a difficult matter and need your advice. It turns out that there is something wrong with you, kid. After resolving the doubts, Shiba Kinghee calmed down and said, Tell me, what happened? Recently, when we try to gather stray ninjas, we always encounter covert or overt obstruction from other rain ninjas. Some members of our organization also reported that they were robbed and blackmailed by other rain ninjas recently. This has made everyone very uneasy. Other rain ninjas? Shiba Kiyokawa suddenly realized, are they the subordinates of Hanzo Salamander? Yes. Yahiko nodded obediently and admitted. Why are they suddenly targeting us? What have you done recently? Shiba Kinghee continued to ask. Yahiko was also innocent. We didn't do anything extra. We just helped the neighbors, promoted our ideals, and took in wandering orphans and refugees as usual. To be honest, Yahiko is indeed a kind person, and he is the kind of person who practices what he preaches and does everything by himself. He is definitely not the disgusting saintly bitch in later generations. It's a pity that we are living in a turbulent time now, and Shiba Kiyokawa quickly and keenly discovered his mistake. Wait, have you been providing aid recently? How much supplies have you consumed in the past few days? Yahiko couldn't help but show an embarrassed look on his face. Not much, only, a quarter of the warehouse has been used up. Shiba Kinghee's eyes widened instantly. Take less, you have to know that the secret warehouse in Ando is storing a large amount of supplies that is enough to shake up the prices of goods in the Rain Country. Only a few days had passed, and Yahiko had already dispersed a quarter of it. No wonder Hanzo's men came here to extort and rob. If it were him, he would do the same. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a fat sheep? Shiba Kinghee sighed and said, Stop immediately, Yahiko. Stop it, there are rain ninjas everywhere outside. Then Shiba Kiyokawa tapped the tabletop with his fingers, tapping rhythmically, sorting out his thoughts, and asked, Do you usually keep in touch with Hanzo of the Salamander? Yahiko's expression became increasingly awkward. Occasionally, I would write letters to keep in touch. How often is it occasionally? 2 years ago I wrote a. My goodness, it's only been a few years since you founded Akatsuki. Now, Shiba Kinghee began to feel more and more that your death in the original book was not unjust. It is certainly a good thing to have good intentions and the ability to take action, but Yahiko is too ignorant of the ways of the world. The nominal boss of the Rain Country has always been Hanzo the Salamander. In its early days, Akatsuki was a small, grassroots organization, so it didn't need to report to the authorities. Now that they have grown to such a large scale and have recently received such great benefits, they still don't even say hello. Which boss can tolerate this? Thinking back to his mocking words to Minato Namikaze not long ago, he never thought that it would turn into a boomerang so quickly and hit them themselves. You are not even willing to call him Lord Demigod, you have no respect for him at all. After figuring this out, Shiba King he immediately knew what to do. Stop throwing money around right now, Yahiko, you're bringing hatred to the Akatsuki organization. Also take out half of the supplies you have consumed in the past few days, seal them up with a scroll. And send them to be delivered to Salamander Hanzo. And give me the channel you used to write letters, and I will write a letter to Hanzo. As he said this, he also asked a follower ninja of Yahiko who was nearby. How's the matter going with the copying of the statement from Minato Namikaze that I asked you to do? The man glanced at Yahiko and saw that the leader was scolded so badly that he couldn't even lift his head. He had no choice but to answer in detail, I have copied more than 100 copies according to your request. Shiba King he nodded, very good, spread these copied statements to the surrounding towns in the near future. It is important to emphasize that this was a concession made by the next Hokage of Konoha out of respect for Lord Hanzo's strength. It was Lord Hanzo who once again protected the Rain Country, you have to say this, understand? Also, mobilize the refugees who received our aid and have them spread the news. It would be best if it could spread throughout the Rain Country as quickly as possible. Yahiko's follower looked embarrassed and unwilling, and looked at Yahiko several times. But Yahiko was overwhelmed by the recent conflict and could not think of a solution. Even he could only seek help from Shiba Kyokawa's wisdom. How could he support his subordinates? Do as King Hikun tells you. His wisdom is indispensable to us right now. This was the only way Yahiko could comfort his followers. Shiba King he chuckled and said, it's an honor. It's rare to hear you praise me like this. Yahiko's cheeks twitched stiffly twice. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had no way to refute it. What hurt Yahiko even more was that the next moment Nagato and Konan pushed the door open together and congratulated him at the same time. Great, Yahiko, you're finally willing to trust King He's wisdom. Zionin is fine, but how come the company manager has become like this after just one trip? It's hard to describe Yahiko's mood at this moment. Why does it feel like the world around him is changing so fast? He can't adapt to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Someone actually came in. Chapter 22 Someone actually came in. After returning from Yahiko, Shiba Kiyokawa began to write a letter to Salamander Hanzo. He has no intention of surrendering to Hanzo, and even plans to kill this old deng in the future and take away his gold coins, but now, he still has to find a way to stabilize this nominal guardian of the Rain Kingdom. The two main culprits for the demise of Akatsuki in the future are Hanzo and Danzo. Shiba Kyokawa's plan is to stabilize the former first and then concentrate on dealing with the latter. This is not only because Danzo is more hated, but also because Danzo Shimura now represents Konoha. As a Rain ninja, Shiba Kiyokawa has the natural legitimacy to attack Konoha. On the other hand, Hanzo of the Salamander is still the apparent boss of the Rain Kingdom. Openly opposing Hanzo will only plunge the Rain Kingdom into civil strife ahead of time. Shiba Kiyokawa was not afraid of civil war. He didn't care about war and even liked to see rivers of blood. But he cares about timing and whether he can benefit the most from this civil war. Now is obviously not a good time. The Third Ninja World War had just begun not long ago, and those major events that Shiba Kiyokawa was familiar with in his previous life, such as the Battle of Konobe Bridge, the Battle of Mount Kikyo, and the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen being kicked into the 3 auspicious treasures, had not yet happened. This shows that the war has not really entered a white-hot stage, and the big ninja village is still in the stage of strategic exploration and stalemate, and everyone has not yet beaten their brains into dog brains. If the Rain Country suddenly fell into chaos at this point in time, the surrounding large ninja villages would surely be very happy to stop fighting first, divide up the Rain country, and then continue fighting. Just like they once joined forces to destroy the Whirlpool Kingdom, only when the war escalates fully and all the big ninja villages are stuck in the quagmire and unable to extricate themselves, then will Shiba Kiyokawa feel that it will be the best time to deal with Salamander Hanzo. Before this, Shiba Kiyokawa's advice had always been to stabilize the demigod first. Be submissive on the surface to paralyze the opponent. Therefore, he was singing praises throughout the entire letter. A great deal of words were spent praising Hanzo of the Salamander for his outstanding contribution to the development of the Rain country, and he fondly recalled the many glorious achievements of the demigod in the last Ninja World War, and boasted about Hanzo's wisdom and bravery. To sum up, I think Pisces has a good idea. He then hinted that the Rain country is still undercurrent, with Sand Village and Uegakure ninjas often roaming around. The Akatsuki organization has been working hard to protect the people of the Rain country and wipe out these traitors. They are very loyal ministers. Finally, they sincerely hoped that Lord Demigod would trust them more, and at the same time, they offered some supplies as a token of their sincerity, hoping that Lord Demigod would accept them. Although this long letter was so flattering that Shiba Kiyokawa himself got goosebumps after writing it, in fact, apart from a bunch of flattery, Shiba Kiyokawa did not make any substantial concessions. He neither gave up the command of Akatsuki nor promised to stop the expansion of Akatsuki. Instead, he made a subtle request, asking Hanzo for more trust. Once Salamander Hanzo is overwhelmed by this flattery and really makes a promise, he will be fooled by him. Tomorrow he will dare to use chicken feathers as a token of authority and rely on the trust of Hanzo Salamander to capture and kill all the Rain ninjas who have blackmailed members of the Akatsuki organization. This is Shiba Kiyokawa's style of doing things. He doesn't care about surrendering for the sake of appearance, but only cares about real interests. It's a pity that 1/8 of the supplies were wasted. But there was nothing they could do about it, as due to Yahiko's previous behavior of spending lavishly, the fact that they had seized supplies could no longer be concealed. It would be difficult to settle this matter without paying some friendship fee. After writing the letter, he gave the letter and the scroll that sealed the supplies to Konan, who then sent it to Hanzo the Salamander with Konan's paper butterfly. Shiba Kiyokawa has no plans to meet Hanzo in the short term. When the day comes when everything is ready, he hopes to kill the enemy the first time he sees him. After the letter is sent, all that is left is to wait. Everyone in the organization was very nervous. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. During this period, Hanzo of the Salamander still held great weight in the eyes of many ninjas in the land of the Rain. Fortunately, just 2 days later, before the reply came back, many people had already felt the good changes in advance. On this day, a member of the Akatsuki organization returned to the base in surprise, and started shouting excitedly as soon as he opened the door. Good news! Brothers, good news! All the ninjas outside of Loyu village withdrew last night. This morning I went to the woods outside the village to check and found that they had taken all their tents away. It seems that they don't plan to block us anymore. Then throughout the day, more and more members came back to report the good changes. The people in the town to the south told me that the ninjas who had been threatening them the past 2 days finally didn't show up today. The group of Rain ninjas that had a conflict with us 3 days ago sent us a letter with a kunao today, saying that everything before was a misunderstanding. I went out on routine patrol today, and finally I didn't encounter any unexplained attacks again. By the evening, Yahiko finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Master Hanzo finally understands us. Shiba Kiyokawa happened to be staying in Yahiko's room waiting for a reply. He rolled his eyes when he heard this and said bluntly, "This has nothing to do with understanding. It's just that the money is in place." Yahiko wanted to defend his ideals, but before he could open his mouth, everyone started praising Shiba Kiyokawa. "King He-kun, you have a solution. We were so worried when you didn't come back. As expected, I still have to rely on King He-kun." Yahiko was rendered speechless by this scene. Although I was very unhappy, I couldn't find any reason to refute it. Because before Shiba Kiyokawa came back, he really couldn't find a solution himself. This is his failure as a leader. What made him even more upset was that this time even Konan and Nagato didn't come to comfort him. Xionin wasn't even looking at him. Instead, she closed her eyes and looked daydreaming. It seemed that she was controlling the paper butterflies flying outside. After a while, Xionin opened his eyes and said in surprise, "The reply has arrived." Everyone's spirits were lifted. The paper butterfly flew into the room with the letter. Yahiko was about to reach out to catch it, but unexpectedly the paper butterfly flew over him and landed in Shiba Kiyokawa's hand very smoothly and naturally. At that moment, Yahiko's expression froze slightly. Fortunately, everyone in the room was not paying attention to him at the moment. Instead, they were all staring at Shiba Kiyokawa, watching him open the letter and read it. This was a good way to avoid Yahiko from feeling embarrassed. Soon, Shiba King finished reading, and everyone noticed that his expression was not right, and their hearts, which had just calmed down, were all lifted up again. "What's wrong, King He? What did Hanzo say? Could it be that?" Shiba King patted Xionin's hand soothingly, signaling her not to panic. "Don't worry, Hanzo didn't show any hostility towards us in the letter, but instead praised us. The matter has been resolved satisfactorily, and everyone should be able to sleep well today." Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief, and then expressed their gratitude and praise to Shiba Kiyokawa. Only Xionin was still a little worried and asked, "Why did you look so weird just now?" Shiba King handed the letter over and said, "Sister Xionin, take a look at it yourself. I'm afraid we will have an additional mission in the near future." His strange expression was not because the result was bad, but simply because he was a little surprised. In his letter to Hanzo, in order to exaggerate the crisis situation in the Rain Country, he made up a random sentence, saying that the Sand Village and the Awage Village were wreaking havoc in the country recently. The original intention was just to exaggerate the external threat and remind Hanzo Salamander not to start a civil war at this time. Consider the consequences yourself. Who would have thought that Salamander Hanzo actually gave him a task in his reply letter? Go and deal with the Sand Village ninja team roaming in the southwest of Rain Country. It is conceivable how difficult it was for Shiba Kiyokawa to maintain his expression when he saw the letter. "I just made it up, but a Sand Village ninja actually sneaked in, shit. What on earth is this Rain Country? Can anyone come here whenever they want?" End of this chapter. Chapter 23 It's obviously me first. Chapter 23 It's obviously me first. Afterwards, most of the ordinary members of Akatsuki went back to rest contentedly, leaving only a few important core members to discuss follow-up countermeasures. Nagato spoke first and asked, "Are we really going to carry out this mission given by Hanzo?" Shiba King thought for a moment, nodded and said, "From the map, the location where the Sand Village team is roaming is very close to our base. Even if we are not doing anything to help Hanzo, we must deal with this group of Sand Village ninjas just for the safety of our own base." By the way, he also did not forget to further criticize Akatsuki's current organizational structure. In addition, this incident also reveals that our intelligence work is really poor. Even Hanzo got the news that a sand ninja appeared in an area so close to our base, but we knew nothing about it before. This is a serious disqualification. When he mentioned disqualified, his eyes pierced Yahiko without any hesitation. He has always been like this, his rebellious nature is always shown openly. But as the leader, Yahiko could only be completely speechless because of his criticism. Because at this time, the Akatsuki organization is indeed not doing enough in many aspects. It is not without reason that Shiba Kiyokawa described them as a makeshift team. Then Shiba King suggested, "Let Xionin and I lead the team to handle the next mission. Nagato, you should take this opportunity to select a group of perceptive ninjas from the organization to be responsible for intelligence gathering. We can't always be blind and know nothing about our surroundings. This matter is extremely necessary. In the future, he was planning to assassinate Danzo's minions who were sent to the Rain country in advance. How could he talk about countering Danzo in his current state of being completely in the dark? Nagato, who was just called out, was startled and subconsciously let out a socially anxious cry, "Hey! You're actually going to leave this to me?" He looked at his good friend Yahiko, then at Shiba Kiyokawa, with an embarrassment on his face. He's just a little dull, but not stupid. Isn't this clearly a division of brother Yahiko's power? Seeing this, Shiba Kiyokawa smiled gently. Although her smile was gentle, Nagato found it hard to resist. Nagato, you should know the current situation of your Uzumaki clan in the ninja world, right? You have seen what happened to Aunt Zionjai before. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are more than just the Kusagakuer ninja village that want to capture and imprison the Uzumaki orphans. If you don't have good information, what if another ninja from another ninja village covets the blood and heritage of the Uzumaki clan? Do you want to watch your aunt fall into the abyss again? Nagato, if you don't have power, you can't protect anything. Your Aunt Zionjai has suffered so much before, you don't want her to get into trouble again, right? At that moment, Nagato was completely shaken. Originally, Yahiko's position in Nagato's heart was unparalleled, and Shiba Kiyokawa alone could not shake it. But unfortunately, during the previous journey to Kusagakuer village, Shiba Kiyokawa forcibly implanted a new weakness in Nagato, the blood connection, the long-lost family affection, the gentle maternal love, coupled with the pitiful life experience and experiences, made it easy for Uzumaki Kaoru to enter Nagato's closed heart. At that moment, even the childhood friends who grew up together could only lose completely. From another perspective, could this be considered another kind of childhood sweetheart who came from nowhere? Shiba Kiyokawa thought for no reason. Although this has nothing to do with love, Yahiko is still desperate this time, his poetry is defeated, his money is gone, and there is nothing he can do. After struggling for a few seconds, Nagato finally nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll be in charge of the intelligence work, brother Yahiko. I won't take up too much manpower." Given Yahiko's personality, he couldn't say no even though he was sad at this moment. He forced a smile and encouraged, "Don't worry, Nagato. It's okay if you need more manpower. I will take care of other things in the organization." He couldn't blame Nagato for something like this, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why is this happening? It was obviously me first. Konan, Nagato, it was obviously me who knew you first. After arranging this, the party ended that night. Shiba Kiyokawa believed that Nagato could handle the intelligence work well, because in the original work, after he turned evil, he was the only one who took on the intelligence blockade work of the entire Akatsuki organization. Although that was aided by the bug-level ability of Rain Tiger's freedom technique, it at least demonstrated that Nagato had the ability to identify and filter a large amount of complex information. Shiba Kiyokawa is still very optimistic about this. The next morning, he and Konan selected 3 team members and prepared to set off to the intelligence location provided by Hanzo of the Salamander to deal with the Sand Village ninjas who had sneaked in. At the same time, 100 kilometers away, the Sand Village group marked by Hanzo had just finished a night's rest and were packing up their things for camping at night. The leading senior ninja spread out a map, examined it carefully for a moment, and then waved his hand to call everyone over. After a few days of reconnaissance, we can basically confirm that the target that the bandits call a big fat sheep is the organization called Akatsuki in the southern part of the Rain country. The Tsunagakuer captain pointed to a location on the map. They have a good reputation in the local area and often help the poor. However, they recently got a lot of surplus supplies from somewhere, so they were targeted by the surrounding bandits. According to reliable intelligence, their base should be near this area. Someone in the Sand Village ninja team laughed and said, "So, by killing that gang of bandits a few days ago, Didn't that mean we helped the Akatsuki organization? Then it would be reasonable for us to ask them for some reward, right? Another puppeteer from the Sand Village said cruelly, "Are you satisfied with just a little reward? Kanan, you are too kind. I don't know how many small organizations like this are destroyed every day in the ninja world. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them all?" The captain of Tsunagaku nodded, not caring about his teammates' cold-bloodedness at all, and instead affirmed, "The war between the village and Konoha is now in a stalemate. Our foundation is still far behind Konoha. Even with the advantage of a surprise attack, it is difficult to make up for the gap. At this time, every extra supply can help the village recover some of its losses on the front battlefield, so this time we must get all the supplies of the Akatsuki organization and bring them back to the village. If we encounter resistance, let the rain ninjas from these small countries feel the gap between them and the big ninja villages." At this point, every sand ninja around was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Except for one female ninja who had not gathered around the captain from the beginning, and had been standing not far away, leaning against a tree and resting quietly. The captain frowned and raised his head to question. "Did you hear what I just said, Yakang?" Yakang glanced at the man impatiently, and gave a cold and distant hum as a reply. Captain Tsunagaku was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to her. Because if we really talk about strength, Yakang is far above him. The other party was exiled to a small country like the Land of Rain only because he was not liked by the newly appointed 4th Kazekage. The captain can only use the only confidence that can suppress Yakang, identity. "Yakang, I am the captain now." Yakang lazily said "oh" again, and then added, "Okay, you have the final say, I hope you don't regret it." Not only is the sentence structure wrong in this scene, but even the person being angered is the opposite. After saying that, Yakang walked away as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, the captain of Tsunagaku was so angry that he wanted to slam the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Encounter with Sand Village. Chapter 24, Encounter with Sand Village. There are no additional calculations for this operation, and all the team members selected by Shiba Kinghe are truly their own people. 2 of them were from his original squad. One of them was Kazuki Masuda, who had fought alongside them outside the Kusagaku village 2 days ago. Although this man is a little naive, he is absolutely loyal to Shiba Kiyokawa. The other person was called Yeu, and he was the first person to teach Shiba Kiyokawa the lightning release ninjutsu. Later, after Shiba Kiyokawa's strength quickly surpassed his, he became convinced by Shiba Kiyokawa. The last teammate is Zionan's younger sister, named Hydrangea. Shiba Kiyokawa had met this little girl several times before in the organization, but he never remembered who she was. It was not until this trip that Hydrangea used her spiritualism to summon a flock of birds and took the initiative to undertake the team's reconnaissance and pathfinding work. Only then did Shiba Kinghe suddenly remember the other identity of this girl. She is the animal path among the 6 paths of pain in the original work. Or to be more precise, it was the evil Nagato in the future who used her corpse to make the animal path doll. Hydrangea. But now Hydrangea is still just a naive little girl. Because she admires Sister Zionan so much, she often follows Zionan. Because of this, she is often teased by other people in the organization as Zionan's little tail. Thinking of this, Shiba Kinghe couldn't help but sigh. If you think about it carefully, the Konan in the original work actually had a pretty miserable life. Their mutual friend Yahiko was made into a Tendo doll, and one of their few close friends was later made into one of Pain's. As a fan of Naruto in his previous life, Shiba Kiyokawa was also obsessed with the fashion sense of the red clouds and black robes of the Akatsuki organization. But whoever thought that would Konan really not feel suffocated living in such an environment, because he was lost in memories and his thoughts were scattered. Shiba Kiyokawa subconsciously poured a lot of heartache and pity into the look he gave Konan for a moment. Unexpectedly, this fleeting glance was caught by Zionan. "What's wrong, Kinghe? You looked at me with sympathy just now. Being seen through, Shiba Kiyokawa felt embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly covered it up with words. Nothing, I just think about how you were mostly in charge of logistics at the base in the past, but recently you've been out on missions frequently because of me, and I feel a little bad about it. Zionin smiled and deliberately caught up. During the flight, he reached out and touched Shiba King He's head. You think too much, King He, didn't you teach me before that we are companions and should trust each other? You call me sister, so of course I will protect you. It is not a burden to do missions with you. I am willing to do it. The petite hydrangea pouted upon hearing this and said jealously, and me, Sister Zionin, I call you sister too, so you can't forget me. Zionin smiled gently, and turned to comfort Hydrangea, okay, I will protect Hydrangea as well. Only then did Hydrangea smile happily. Masuda Iki, who was following behind, smiled like an auntie and whispered to Yeu beside him, do you think Leader Konan has become more gentle recently? I remember that she didn't like to smile so much before. This must be all thanks to Captain King He. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and said, in order to protect such a beautiful smile, I will definitely follow Captain King He until my death. Yeu, what do you think? Yeu had an indifferent look on his face and didn't even turn his head. I don't know. I'm good at using a knife, but I don't think my knife skills are as valuable as Captain King He's. Soon after, the five of them followed the information given by Hanzo and quickly approached the place where the Sand Village team had camped. Hydrangea was the first to react and raised her hand to signal everyone to stop. Stop first. My spirit beast found some traces by the river ahead. The traces that can be mentioned separately at this time are obviously extraordinary. Everyone immediately became alert, took out their ninja weapons, and prepared for battle. Shiba Kiyokawa asked, have you spotted any ninjas around? Not yet. Hydrangea closed her eyes, as if she was using special means to share the senses of the summoned beast. She is widening her search. But less than 2 seconds later, she opened her eyes with a look of horror, her eyes were irritated and tears flowed uncontrollably, and she screamed at the same time. Oh no! They are coming! Be careful! There is a very scary woman, she evaporated my bird in an instant. Upon hearing this, Zionin immediately spread his paper wings and flew into the sky. Hydrangea, don't sacrifice your summoned beast. I'll do the scouting. Masuda Kazuki and Yeu also quickly dispersed in tacit understanding. Everyone was an experienced ninja. Although the encounter came suddenly, they remained calm and quickly prepared to meet the enemy. And Shiba Kiyokawa stayed with Hydrangea, protecting her while continuing to ask for information. Evaporation? The fire jutsu that woman used? A fire jutsu ninja from Tsunagakuer. In my impression, shouldn't the characteristics of Tsunagakuer be the unique sand-style ninjutsu and puppet mechanism techniques? Hydrangea was still in shock and tightly clenched the kunao in her hand. I don't know either. It's a very special fire escape technique. It looks like a suspended fireball, but it only touched my bird for a split second and it completely evaporated it. That feeling is so scary. This description made Shiba King He's heart skip a beat. He thought of a unique bloodline limit and thought to himself, no way. However, the suspense did not last long. The fact that Hydrangea's summoning bird was killed so easily meant that the enemy had discovered them earlier. Soon, Shiba Kiyokawa and others clearly caught the sight of several Sand Village ninjas. One of them was still laughing wildly, haha. You really don't know how to live or die. We haven't even looked for you yet, and you rain ninjas have come to our door. The other person appeared calm on the surface, but was actually equally arrogant in his heart. He stood on a high tree canopy, looking down at Shiba Kiyokawa and the others, and spoke. You should be the rumored Akatsuki organization, right? Hand over all the wealth and supplies you have recently acquired, and we might consider sparing your lives. However, These two Sand Village ninjas who spoke one after another did not attract Shiba Kyokawa's attention at all. All his attention is now focused on the Sand Village woman who appeared last. The rare mix of brown and orange hair color, the iconic black sexy backless top, the slender and beautiful figure and the smooth and white bare back have become her most impressive labels. Shiba King he smiled bitterly, thinking that his previous guess had come true. The person who came was exactly who he thought he was. The hero of Sand Village, the Bloodline Limit Ninja, the Scorch Release Yakang. For a moment, Shiba King he wanted to grab the other person's ears and question him. For a strong man like you, what's the point of staying in a small country like the Rain Country instead of making a name for yourself on the front battlefield of the Ninja World War? End of this chapter. Chapter 25 1 breaks in 3 seconds. Chapter 25, 3 breaks in 1 second. Shiba Kyokawa quickly scanned the Tsunagakure team. There are 4 enemies in total. In addition to Yakang, there is also a foul-mouthed and arrogant puppeteer, a lonely man standing on the highest tree canopy posing, and a taciturn swordsman ninja who takes the initiative to go around to the side and surround them. Unfortunately, reality is not a game, and the enemy will not mark their ninja level on their forehead. Shiba King he could only make a judgment based on some action details and personal intuition. The man in the tree canopy has a lot of say, and it seems that he is quite powerful. The strength of the sand ninjas surrounding the side cannot be seen, but their emotions seem to be the most stable, and their mentality is probably more calm. Although the puppeteer opposite spoke arrogantly and acted domineeringly, his speed when he appeared just now was the slowest among the people in Sand Village. He was a typical weakling with a bad mouth. With a slight turn of his eyes, Shiba King he immediately selected a breakthrough target. He first deliberately taunted loudly, "Ha! Sand Village, the last of the 5 major ninja villages, the broken-backed dog that was beaten by Konoha in every ninja war, dares to speak nonsense here." At the same time, he put one hand behind his back, avoiding the enemy's sight, and secretly gestured to his teammates. "Keep your distance and focus on taking care of the puppeteer." Shiba King he's taunting hit the pain point directly, and immediately broke the defense of the hot-tempered puppeteer Hong Wen. "What did you say, little devil?" Their captain wanted to stop them. Wait. Although the captain was arrogant, he knew in his heart that their most important mission was to get supplies and money. Fighting and killing were only means, not the end. But the puppeteer was no longer able to listen at this time. "How dare a mere rain ninja look down on us? Are you worthy enough?" The puppeteer immediately waved his hand, pulled the chakra thread, and controlled a humanoid puppet to pounce on Shiba Kyokawa. What a bad mentality! Shiba Kyokawa laughed in his heart, but pretended to be defeated and jumped back. "Don't run!" The puppeteer then started to chase after him, and in a blink of an eye he was at the front of the team. While Shiba Kyokawa was swinging his sword to block the various flying needles, 1,000 kimonos and shurikens shot from the puppets, he was calmly measuring the distance with his eyes. Only when he saw his opponent stepping into the death line did he quickly stop and shouted, "Now!" In an instant, sharp paper javelins fell from the sky, a huge earthworm-summoned beast jumped out from the ground and locked the puppeteer. Crow Feather also cooperated by shooting lightning and drew his sword to rush towards the enemy. All of Akatsuki's men cooperated and fell down in an instant, like a dragnet that made it impossible for the puppeteer to escape. For a moment, he seemed to have a vision of a huge word death coming towards him. "What? Save me, Captain! Kanan! Yakang! Save me!" The puppeteer's screams broke. The captain of the Sand Village team was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He was just about to use the teleportation technique to rush over to the rescue, but suddenly several hidden paper butterflies flew out from the branches beside him and exploded one after another, delaying his movements. This is naturally the work of Kong Kong Zionin. In the end, only Yakang, who was originally at the end of the team, caught up and managed to avoid the interference of several paper butterflies in an instant and passed his 2 useless teammates. He was only one step away from rushing to the puppeteer and saving him. However, just before she took this last step, a man with a knife appeared in front of her. It's Shiba Kiyokawa. From the time they met until now, even though Yekeng didn't say a word, Shiba Kinghe's attention has always been focused on her. He swung his sword and forced Yekeng back. Then, as the opponent did 2 backflips to distance himself from him, Shiba Kiyokawa did not pursue him but chose to continue observing cautiously. Seeing that a fireball next to Yekeng changed its trajectory, he immediately dropped his sword and formed seals without hesitation. Substitution. Sure enough, the next moment, one of the fireballs floating behind Yekeng's head suddenly accelerated and flew in front of Shiba Kiyokawa in an instant. Bah! In an instant, the sound of water vapor evaporating violently was heard from Shiba Kiyokawa's body, and his body turned into a charred corpse in an instant, followed by a bang. Then turned into a wooden stake. After Yekeng distanced himself, he narrowed his eyes and showed a somewhat surprised expression. Very cautious, Rain Ninja. A normal ninja would not give up his substitution technique without hesitation in a situation that seemed to have an advantage. The cautious ninja Shiba Kinghe picked up the sword he had just dropped, and did not answer, but continued to stare at Yekeng with full concentration. Yekeng's famous skill Scorching Release, over-evaporation can evaporate all the water in the target's body in an instant. It has amazing lethality to all carbon-based life forms, so he has to be cautious. What's even more difficult is that the original book does not provide a solution to this problem. Because in the plot, Yekeng was conquered by the mouth-to-mouth technique, and no one could crack his technique, so Shiba Kinghe couldn't even copy his homework. But fortunately, he is not the one who is anxious now. Behind him, the puppeteer's screams suddenly stopped, and it seemed that he was about to die. What followed was the angry question from the Tsunagakure captain, Yakura, why didn't you save people? Hearing the lone sand ninja who was originally standing on a high place scolding Yekeng in this way, Shiba Kinghe vaguely grasped something and showed a mocking smile. I see. Were you banished to the land of rain because you were ostracized? You pathetic hero, Miss Yakura. He deliberately did not lower his voice, and with the ninja's 5 senses, it was loud enough for everyone on both sides to hear. In an instant, the captain of Tsunagakure was shocked and angry, while Yekeng had a gloomy face. After the puppet master, someone in the Sand Village team is starting to lose his temper again. With just 2 sentences, she broke through the 3-person defense. Shiba Kinghe's ability to detect flaws showed that she was an experienced swordsman. That's enough time for your lip service, Rain Ninja. As he spoke, Yekeng pulled out a kunao, suddenly started it, and rushed towards Shiba Kinghe again. The speed is a little faster than before. This time Yekeng was really angry. Shhhhh. Seeing this, Konan quickly threw a row of paper javelins to support Shiba Kiyokawa, but they were easily evaporated by a fireball thrown by Yekeng. Shiba Kiyokawa threw the knife and formed a seal. Clone technique. The clone rushed forward with his head down, while the original body took the knife and retreated. Before he finds a solution to the burning escape, he doesn't dare to approach Yekeng casually. Yekeng waved the 2 kunao in his hands and used sharp attacks to suppress Shiba Kinghe's multiple clones at the same time. At the same time, the remaining 2 fireballs around her surrounded her like floating cannons, operating on their own and automatically searching for enemies, assisting Yekeng in continuously smashing Shiba Kinghe's clones. The scene looks very dangerous, seeing that Yekeng was about to clear out this wave of clones in less than 2 seconds and reach Shiba Kinghe. The solution to the scorch release still seemed far away. Is it really impossible to handle it? Shiba Kinghe's mind was working at high speed. He fought Yekeng cautiously twice with a knife. He did not dare to fight head-on and kept retreating, keeping his attention on the 2 terrible fireballs. Yekeng's anger was still burning. Ha! Your sword is far inferior to your mouth. Is that all you can do, little Rain Ninja? In anger, Yekeng, who had been silent, also began to mock. It's a pity that the lethality is far from Shiba Kiyokawa's previous 3 breaks in 1 second. Shibaki Yokawa remains calm. Impatience solves nothing. Besides, they have already taken advantage of the other side, so it is not them who should be anxious, angry, or defensive now. He is still observing attentively and thinking hard, how can carbon-based life break through the rapid dehydration of burning escape and oversteaming? Until he noticed that the last two fireballs lingering around Yekeng finally became dim after attacking many times, and were about to disappear. At this moment, Yekeng's attack slowed down and he put his hands behind his back. In an instant, Shibaking's eyes lit up and his gaze suddenly became sharp. He realized that the key to cracking the code had finally appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Ultimate Sword Skills. Chapter 26, Ultimate Sword Skills. The key lies in that Yekeng is still a traditional ninja. Traditional ninjas have to make hand seals obediently. Even though the combat power of Naruto expanded terribly in the later period, and those monsters could just clap their hands and whatever they shouted would come true, but at least at this point in time when the Third Ninja World War had just broken out, everyone's style of painting was not so distorted. Although Yekeng's Scorch release is a bloodline limit, she still needs to make hand seals. She needs to make hand seals first to summon a special floating fireball. As for the subsequent manipulation and search for the enemy, they can be controlled through thought, which is why Yekeng can wield kunao in both hands during battle. But now, the furious Yekeng did not save her Scorch release, as she had just used up all the fireballs she had summoned before. However, Shibaking's repeated concessions inevitably made her feel a little contemptuous, and because of her anger, she was eager to kill the enemy in front of her, and finally she boldly chose not to retreat during this critical period of Scorch release. She simply put her hands behind her back and hit her kunao briefly, thinking that this would deceive the little rain ninja in front of her. Little did she know that Shibaki Yokawa had been focusing 120% of his attention on her. With such absolute concentration and close attention, how could Shibaki Yokawa miss such a crucial flaw, still not retreating during the skill gap period? Shibaki kicked his feet and instantly changed from retreating to charging forward. His entire temperament suddenly changed drastically in an instant, just like a sharp blade being drawn from its sheath, its fangs revealed. Yekeng had just formed the first seal with her hands behind her back when Shibaking's sword had already broken through the air and slashed in front of her face. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and Yekeng's pupils dilated in horror. He quickly gave up the seal, and the kunao was hooked up by his fingers again, held in his hand, and raised to block the short knife that was coming like thunder. I thought the crisis was resolved in this way, but I never expected that Shibaki turned his wrist, and the blade deviated at an angle, sticking close to the kunao, and continued to slide towards my neck. Yekeng raised his other hand in a panic, and only then did he manage to push away Shibaki Yokawa's blade at the last moment. But this is not over yet. The blade cut through the air, creating a little distance, and then quickly slashed back, again and again, creating a series of sparks on Yekeng's kunao. The terrifying suppressing force made Yekeng unable to find any chance to form a seal. He could only use kunao to block with difficulty while retreating step by step. In a blink of an eye, 6 or 7 slashes were made, and Yekeng's expression no longer had the murderous intent just now. The anger quickly cooled, and astonishment followed, and later even turned into indescribable shock and panic. Because this endless and suffocating sword technique immediately evoked the most terrifying nightmare deep in her memory, and even in the memory of the entire young generation of Sand Village. How is this possible? Yekeng thought in horror, how could anyone replicate that man's swordsmanship? The swordsmanship of the man nicknamed White Fang, she didn't want to recall it, nor did she want to admit it, but this oppressive feeling as sharp as fangs and blades was so familiar that it was hard for her not to recognize it. The former Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo made his name in the ninja world in the battles with the Sand Village. With one man and one sword, he killed Cho, the highest commander of the Sand Village at that time, in the battle. This became an eternal pain in the hearts of the younger generation of Sand Village. The characteristics of White Fang's swordsmanship are very distinct and direct, which is the suffocating suppressive power. Because White Fang is good at swordsmanship, and almost only good at swordsmanship. Although he also knows some ninjutsu, his attainments in ninjutsu are not even close to his swordsmanship. White Fang knew very well that once he was caught in a situation of competing in ninjutsu with his opponent, he would completely lose his advantage. Therefore, every time he draws his sword, he will never give his opponent the chance to free his hands to perform ninjutsu. Extreme suppression, overwhelming attack, and suffocating rhythm. To put it more nicely, this knife skill can be described as being as precise as the meshing of gears. The Sand Village can also be used to smear this swordsmanship, which is as violent as a mad dog. In short, during the Second Ninja World War, the Sand Village tried countless methods and finally came to the conclusion, when encountering White Fang, you must use ninjutsu as soon as possible. Either stop him from getting close or stop him from drawing his sword, otherwise you won't have another chance to make even one seal. How could Ye King forget such a profound memory that was enough to be written into the textbooks of the Sand Village Ninja School? But she didn't understand, wasn't the man already dead? The spies in their village had spent months repeatedly confirming this news. Besides, this is the rain country, not the fire country. Ye King couldn't understand. But at this moment, panic and fear had eroded her heart, leaving her with no confidence in evacuating the enemy in front of her. Shiba Kiyokawa soon realized this. He cautiously and quickly suppressed the attack with a few more swords, until he was sure that Ye King had completely lost the will to fight back. Then he threw a paper kunao, then quickly withdrew, using the instant body technique to evacuate in 1 second. In fact, he could no longer hold it in. After all, he was not Konoha White Fang, and he had only practiced the swordsmanship given by the system for a few days. It was not a big problem for him to kill the weak jonin from the Kusagakuer village, but he was still unable to kill the elite from the big ninja village like Yekura. Fortunately, he handled the situation calmly enough, and maintained a high level of suppression until he was exhausted. In the first few seconds, he at least displayed 70% of the charm of White Fang back then. Ye King was really frightened. Later, when he had used up all his 3 axes and was almost out of moves, Ye King had been frightened by the shadow in his memory and almost lost his will to fight. This wave was successfully installed by Shiba Kiyokawa. But other people obviously don't know these inside stories. Just now, when he saw Shiba Kiyokawa suppressing Ye King and forcing him to retreat again and again, the captain of the Sand Village team was almost scared. Now seeing the two of them separated and Ye King had no intention or action to pursue, he became extremely angry again. Ye King, what are you doing? During the battle, the captain of the Sand Village couldn't keep his eye on Ye King all the time. Conan's paper butterflies, paper spears, and detonating tags also put a lot of pressure on him, so he naturally didn't notice the strangeness of Shiba Kiyokawa's swordsmanship. Looking at the result now, he naturally thought that Ye King must have been slacking off since he couldn't deal with a mere rain ninja brat. He didn't reflect at all that he was suppressed and unable to move by a mere rain ninja girl. Shiba Kiyokawa took this opportunity to decisively gesture to his teammates again. Zionin, take the hydrangea with you, let's retreat. This time they have already gained a puppeteer from Tsunagakuer, so there is no need to fight to the death here to get a result. He is a steady poison warrior who only seeks to bury his opponents with the most reliable means, and never pursues the passion of battle or fateful duel. It's time to withdraw, go back and get people, and come back next time to deal with this group of people. But before leaving, facing Ye King's pale-faced question. Why do you use that man's swordsmanship? Shiba King he just smiled slightly, and before leaving, he did not forget to plant a poisonous seed. Want to know? When you are alone, find a chance to open the paper shuriken I just threw at you. The answers you want are all inside. Remember not to let your teammates find out, otherwise you might really have no chance of survival, tragic hero lady. If this seed could sprout, Shiba Kiyokawa might be able to bury this team of sand ninjas without even having to mobilize anyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Driving the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Chapter 27, Driving the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Naturally, Shiba King he spoke in a low voice before leaving. Only Yekeng in front of him heard it, and the other two Sand Village ninjas did not notice it. Seizing the moment when Yekeng was distracted, he jumped back decisively, leaped into the air, grabbed a paper ribbon hanging from Zionin with one hand, and then was quickly taken away by the paper-winged angel. The captain of the Tsunagakuer chased to the place where Shiba Kiyokawa had just fought. With a gloomy face, he looked at the puppeteer who had already stopped breathing on the ground, and his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. They were the pride of the great ninja village, but this time they were trampled hard into the ground. Yekeng! The captain was helpless and furious. He could only turn around and glare at Yekeng fiercely. Why didn't you chase him just now? You deliberately let that little rain ninja run away. He didn't even use a question but a declarative sentence. Yekeng ignored him. My heart, which was already touched, was further stabbed by Shiba Kiyokawa's words. Tragic hero before he left, why did that little devil say that? Did he really know something? The moment his curiosity was aroused, Yekeng's heart was already in turmoil. But the captain's noise further deepened her annoyance. She had originally planned to throw away the paper shuriken that Shiba Kiyokawa threw at her. But as the captain kept on criticizing her, she couldn't help but yell, "Shut up!" At that moment, she suddenly clenched her fists at her sides, and in her palm, a paper shuriken was instantly squeezed into a crumpled ball. However, although she was skilled in the burning escape technique, she was still unable to burn the piece of waste paper. Neither side was idle throughout the whole day. The end of a battle does not mean the matter is over. The Sand Village is still trying to find the base of the Akatsuki organization and planning to seize the supplies that make them jealous. Shiba Kiyokawa, Konan, and others steadily used the advantage of fighting at home, constantly setting traps around, harassing the actions of the Tsunagakuer and interfering with their reconnaissance. At the same time, the paper butterfly that asked for help has also been sent back. The two teams of ninjas have been fighting in the woods in this area, and both sides have reasons not to give up. Although Yekeng never had the opportunity to face off against Shiba Kiyokawa again, her heart could not calm down. The crumpled piece of waste paper was never burned. It was not until the evening that the Sand Village team, who had been tortured by endless traps and continuous harassment for a whole day, stopped and finally put down their arrogant pride. That group of rain ninjas are really tenacious. I'm afraid we can't defeat them alone. What should we do? Ask for help from the village? But that would mean our mission has failed. Ninjas take their missions very seriously and are unwilling to give up easily. However, they have been exhausted after a whole day of work and are now exhausted. The Tsunagakuer captain snorted and stabbed Yekeng with a malicious look. Ask for help. I will explain to Master Kazekage why this mission failed. Yekeng didn't say anything, just leaned quietly against the tree branch and began to rest early. But the piece of waste paper in the palm of my hand was finally flattened and unfolded bit by bit. The seeds have sprouted. Yekeng quietly looked towards the center of the paper ball. Although she was prepared, she couldn't help but shrink her pupils the moment she actually saw it. It says, "Do you want to know the real cause of death of your previous Kazekage? This secret has been kept secret by the higher UPS in your village, and only I can give you the answer. After the sun sets, come to coordinates XXX, meet me at XXX, and I will give you the answer you want." Yekeng guessed that Shiba Kiyokawa would leave some misleading words to shake her, but she never expected that Shiba Kiyokawa would actually reveal the secret of the death of the third Kazekage. Is this true? Could a little rain ninja really know the secret behind the death of the Kazekage? Yekeng found it hard to understand, but she had to admit, this secret touched her heart. In fact, many people in the Sand Village guessed that there was something strange about the death of the third Kazekage. By putting the blame on Konoha, they can only deceive the Chunin and Genin below, and almost all the Jonin know that it is an excuse. But to most people this truth no longer mattered, the village now had a new cage, and invading Konoha would suit their wishes and needs. Only to Yekang, this truth is important, because she and the current Kazekage Luosha are at odds with each other, the two are almost incompatible, but now Luosha has been chosen by the elders, and she has been excluded from the truth. In the original novel, she had no chance to resist from beginning to end, and could only repay evil with kindness, trying to redeem the trust of the village with double efforts, but in the end she was still abandoned by the village and became a sacrifice for Kirigakuer. But in this time and space, Shibaki Yokawa personally handed an opportunity that did not exist to Yekang. Is this what you called, the last way to survive? Yekang muttered to himself in his heart, turned his head to look at the setting sun in the sky, the emotions in his eyes were dark and unclear. The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon. Just like Yekang's heart, it slipped into the darkness little by little. She knew it was a devil's temptation, but she still quietly formed a seal of shadow clone technique before the sun completely set. The clone stayed behind to deceive the teammates, while the real body left and went to the coordinates on the paper. After a while, she saw the rain ninja boy who she had not seen for a day in the woods. The other party was indeed waiting for her. Seeing Yekang coming, King smiled with relief, but in Yekang's eyes, this smile was destined to be full of evil charm and bewitchment. Yekang did not completely trust the other party, and began to question him aggressively as soon as he arrived. "Kid, where did you learn the secret of Kazekage's death? Tell me where your information came from, or I will never believe you." She was deceiving him, King smiled, of course he would not be caught by such a straight hook. "I have no obligation to verify my information, let alone give you my channels, Miss Yekang. It is your own responsibility to verify the secrets I told you. Or do you want to ask me to verify it for you? That's not impossible, as long as Miss Yekang is willing to pay." Yekang didn't expect that King not only did not fall into the trap of self-proof, but also fought back so sharply. He was speechless for a moment. After a while, he threatened angrily, "Don't show off your tongue, you little brat, tell me your secret, or I'll go back." King was not angry. He spoke slowly and immediately gave her a heavy information bomb. "The third Kazekage actually died at the hands of your village's genius puppeteer, Scorpion of the Red Sand, and his body was made into a human puppet by Scorpion." "What?" The moment he heard the news, Yekang actually believed it 70%. Because the other party did not frame Luosha based on her current situation of being excluded. Moreover, after the death of the third Kazekage, the reactions of the two village elders, Cho and Ebizo, were already abnormal in many ways. Now that they were in contact, Yekang naturally discovered many flaws and figured out many things. After being shocked, she was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that the kid would tell the secret so easily and didn't have any control over her at all. "Oh, you naive kid, do you think I will be blackmailed by you? Naive. I can get your secrets for free and then go back to confront the elders." Yekang even felt a little smug inside, thinking that he was very smart. She quickly sorted out her expression, then continued to ask greedily, "Then what about your sword skills?" Yokawa didn't seem to be in a hurry, and continued to answer every question slowly and leisurely. "As you can see, Ms. Hakura, that is the sword technique of the White Fang of Konoha, Hitaki Sakumo. Why do you know White Fang's swordsmanship? It's just a chance, not worth mentioning. Hey, kid, you're not a traitor to Konoha, are you? Why do you have to stay in the land of rain? Have you ever considered coming to the sand village?" This woman actually wanted to steal his man. King smiled. On the surface, he remained calm and not anxious at all. He continued to deal with it with a Buddhist spirit. "The rain country is great. I am not very suited to the desert climate. I appreciate Ms. Yekang's kindness." The two chatted for a few more rounds. Yekang wanted to get more information out of him. Until suddenly, Yakang's face changed drastically. The clone she left with her teammates shattered. At that moment, Shiba King he immediately activated the body flickering technique and retreated without hesitation. Yakang was confused and stunned at first, then he gritted his teeth, and finally he was furious. You did it on purpose. You were deliberately delaying me and creating opportunities for that side. At this time, Shiba Kiyokawa finally put away his leisurely Buddhist nature and revealed his devilish true intentions. Ms. Yakang, now that the fact that you were sentenced to death is irreversible, why do you have to stay in the Sand Village? Have you ever considered joining the Akatsuki organization? Shiba King he returned the words that Yakang had just used to recruit him, and instantly Yakang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. I hope you like it. Chapter 28. I hope you like it, please read it later. To be frank, Shiba Kiyokawa's plan was not complicated. It was just a simple trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The strongest person in the Sand Village team is Yakang. As long as Yakang is tricked out, the remaining two people will definitely not be a match for Zionin and the others. Shiba Kiyokawa took advantage of the gaps within the Sand Village team and Yakang's desire to know the truth about the death of the third Kazekage, and successfully lured this woman out without any effort. Afterwards, he used various intelligence and secrets to control the opponent for nearly a minute. By the time Yakang reacted, it was too late. When the shadow clone is broken, all the memories of the clone's experience will be transmitted back. At this time, Yakang already knows that all his teammates are dead. What's even more terrifying is that when the teammates were suddenly attacked and found that Yakang in the team was just a shadow clone, the look in the eyes of the Sand Village captain and another companion made Yakang feel cold all over. Through those poisonous eyes, Yakang had no doubt that they would definitely pass the news of his betrayal back to the village as soon as possible. Although they are already dead, ninjas have many ways to transmit information, the most common one being summoning. Just at this moment, as if to shatter all her hopes, Shiba Kiyokawa spoke at the right time. There is a girl in our team who is good at spiritualism. She has confirmed that your teammates sent a total of 3 spiritual beasts to the border to deliver messages before they died. Miss Yakang, why don't you guess the probability that they concealed the news of your betrayal? Yakang pursed his lips tightly, his hands trembling with anger, his beautiful red eyes raised his head stubbornly, and swore word by word, I, Yakang, have never betrayed the village. Shiba King he laughed with great joy. Okay, then go back and tell Kazekage Raza, and see if he believes you or not. Are you forcing me to death? I'm sorry, I'm Rain Ninja. You bastard! Yakang finally couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly formed hand seals to summon a burning fireball, then rushed forward with a kunao in hand, regardless of everything. But Shiba Kiyokawa remained calm. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The violent explosion caused the surrounding ground to sink by several centimeters. What? Yakang was caught off guard and was instantly engulfed by flames and thick smoke. Shiba King he smiled slightly. As a steady poison master, how could he possibly face a dangerous enemy without any preparation? He chose the coordinates, so everything around him was naturally arranged and modified by him in advance. The benefits of having a good relationship with Zionin were reflected at this moment. There were plenty of detonating talismans. Yakang, who was covered in dust and dirt after being blown up, finally jumped out of the thick smoke and retreated several meters away. At this time, her headband had come loose, and her brown hair was hanging down. Blood was constantly flowing from her forehead, which was covered by her hair, almost covering one of her eyes. Although she was still glaring at Shiba Kiyokawa fiercely with her other eye, most of the rationality in her eyes had returned at this time. She was not sure how many traps and detonating tags this despicable Rain Ninja brat had buried around the place. The explosion made her eyes suddenly clearer. Are you calm now, Ms. Yagura? Don't be so excited. You might as well recall what I said when I threw the paper shuriken at you. Yakang shouted angrily. How long do you want to tease me? You born evil Rain Ninja brat! Shiba King he spread out his hands, with a sincere look on his face. No, 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 this is not a joke, Miss Yakang, I have never lied to you from the beginning to the end, I said at the time, only I can give you the only way out. Going back to the village now will only lead to your death. You should be very clear about Feng Ying's attitude towards you. Even without my instigation, he will abandon you as a sacrifice one day. Now, why don't you listen to my advice first? Yakang refused without thinking, I can't betray the village. I can't join your evil organization. But what Shiba Kiyokawa said next was beyond her expectations. Okay, Miss Yakang, it doesn't matter if you don't want to turn from evil to good for the time being. But you obviously can't just go back to the village like this. At this point, your betrayal is already a foregone conclusion in the eyes of Feng Ying Luosha. Why don't I show you a way out? Go find the scorpion of the red sand. Only by bringing this true traitor back can you recover from your current disadvantage and gain the bargaining chips to have an equal dialogue with the elders. Shiba Kiyokawa's words stunned the angry Yakang. This was a path she had never imagined, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to make sense in every way. Scorpion is a true traitor. No matter what his reasons or background are, he is a sinner who killed the cage of a village and deeply hurt the sand village. If Yakang can get it back, the credit will be enough to offset everything. And because Scorpion is the direct relative of the two elders, this will also give Yakang a huge advantage when talking with the elders. She didn't expect that the young rain ninja in front of her, after having severely tricked her, would actually point out a seemingly reliable way to survive for her. You'd be so kind? Do you know where Scorpion is? I don't know, but I know that there is a ninja from Konoha beside Scorpion. His name is Kabuto Yakushi. This may be an important clue. In fact, Shiba Kiyokawa is not sure whether Kabuto is following Sasori at this point in time, but it doesn't matter. Because what he is going to say next is the real purpose of today's layout. According to our investigation, this ninja named Kabuto Yakushi is from a secret organization in Konoha called Root. As a senior ninja of Tsunagakure and a hero who personally participated in the last Ninja World War, Miss Yekura should be familiar with this organization. The traitor Scorpion from your village is surrounded by members of the Konoha Root. What this information means may require Miss Yekura to find out personally. My request is very simple. As long as Miss Yakang is willing to help deal with the Root of Konoha, we will be good friends forever. The real high-end deception is never about telling lies, but about using the truth to deceive people. So far, none of the information that Shiba King he has told Yakang is false. Yakang was not worried whether it took weeks, months, or even years to verify it. But these truths were cleverly combined together to form a seamless, logically self-consistent scheme that Yakang believed without a doubt. Konoha, Root. Damn it! It turns out they were the ones behind the death of the third Kazekage, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This is really funny, it turns out we really didn't wrongly accuse Konoha. They all deserve to die. At this point, Yakang's hatred has completely turned to the Root of Konoha. And Shiba Kiyokawa smiled slightly, hiding his achievements and fame. His strategic approach has not changed. What he needs to do at this stage is to stabilize Hanzo and inflict heavy damage to Danzo. In this case, let him give a great gift to Comrade Shimura Danzo who is far away in Konoha today. A beautiful big sister who is full of revenge and desperate to survive. I hope Genbu will like her. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 ending updated, death postponed. Chapter 29 ending updated, death postponed. The common enemy brought them closer together. Unconsciously, the look in Yakang's eyes when looking at Shiba King he was no longer so crazy. She was not stupid and could guess Shiba Kiyokawa's purpose. You also have a grudge against the Root of Konoha, right? You are using me to deal with them. But Shiba Kiyokawa didn't care at all that the other party knew his purpose, and responded calmly. Don't use such an ugly word as exploitation, Ms. Yakang. I would rather call it mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. Win-win means I win you twice, that's fine. Yekeng snorted coldly, but he had calmed down and did not refute. Her heart was undoubtedly shaken. As Shiba Kiyokawa said, this is her only way to survive now. Going back to the village directly would be a dead end, and she had no other choice. Kid, do you have any more information about Sasori and the route of Konoha? Not yet, but we can exchange contact information with each other to facilitate the exchange of information in the future. Even if Miss Yekeng kills an important member of the route in the future, she can seal the body and send it to the Rain country. Our Akatsuki organization is willing to pay for it, and the price is negotiable. There are two purposes for doing this. One is to further encourage Yekeng to fight to the death with the roots, and the other is to implicitly support Yekeng and slowly get closer to her. Maybe in the future they will really have a chance to lure Yekeng into the Akatsuki organization? Shiba Kinghe is looking forward to seeing the day in the future when this tall and majestic sister will grit her teeth in hatred while submitting to him and working for him. After a brief exchange, Yekeng left. She promised to leave the Rain country as soon as possible, not to stay, and not to plot against the Akatsuki organization again. Shiba Kinghe was very cautious and did not believe it directly. Instead, he stood in the safety circle he had set up and waited quietly for another 10 minutes. Only after he confirmed repeatedly that Yekeng had really left and had not gone mad to ambush him did he set off and go to meet up with Sister Zionin and the others. After meeting, Sister Zionin immediately came forward and looked Shiba Kinghe up and down with concern, her eyes full of concern that almost overflowed. Are you okay, Kinghe? Are you hurt? Compared to a few weeks ago, Zionin's attitude towards him has changed a lot. I'm fine, Sister Konan. Yekeng is not that kind of reckless ninja. The detonating tag you gave me was also crucial and helped a lot. Zionin breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled gently. The detonating talisman I gave you was just a safety precaution. It was mainly thanks to your own wisdom that Kinghe was able to accomplish all this. Konan's admiration for Shiba Kiyokawa has now grown deeper and deeper. This time, when he encountered the famous Yekeng of Sunagakure, he actually came up with a countermeasure within just one day. Although Zionin didn't know how he did it specifically, the result was obvious. They had just successfully killed the remaining 2 members of the Sand Village team without any casualties. This is simply a miracle in their eyes. Hydrangea pouted and looked unhappily at the angel sister in her mind who was always around Shiba Kinghe and asking about her well-being. But when she thought about how this guy had just single-handedly dealt with Yekeng of Sunagakure, she felt a little hesitant to go up and disturb him. How did he solve Yekeng's problem? The more Hydrangea thought about it, the more curious she became. The more curious she became, the more she imagined. The more she imagined, the more scared she became. So much so that when Shiba Kiyokawa looked over, she subconsciously blurted out what was in her heart. I'm sorry, Brother Kinghe, I spoke too loudly to you before. Please don't use that kind of hypnotic witchcraft on me. Shiba Kiyokawa was speechless. Where did you get the hypnosis magic? Does this little girl think that she can control Yekeng through hypnosis? If I really had that ability, would I have to be like this now? Zionin went up and knocked her little head unhappily to stop her from having any more wild thoughts. Don't talk nonsense, Kinghe Jun doesn't have that kind of evil magic, he relies on his brain and wisdom. Hydrangea muttered, Sister Zionin, why do you believe him so much now? You were obviously not like this before. Hydrangea added the next sentence in her mind. Zionin was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief, because he has never let us down, and because he is our companion. Unconsciously, trust and bonds have been established. Shiba Kiyokawa's recent efforts have not been in vain. Then they packed up and returned. After returning, Shiba Kiyokawa once again took the initiative to write a letter to report to Salamander Hanzo on the process and results of the mission. Of course, the details of his and Yekeng's alliance against the root were concealed. He also generously packed up the 2 bodies of Sand Village ninjas that Konan and the others brought back and gave them to Hanzo. Information could be dug out of a ninja's mind, but Shiba Kiyokawa didn't need it, as he knew more than anyone else. It would be better to do him a favor and give the corpse to Hanzo as a gift, which would also show your loyalty. This time, Hanzo's reply was much faster than the previous one, and it can be seen from his words that he is very satisfied with the recent changes in Akatsuki. For a leader who has lost his enterprising spirit, the loyalty and obedience of his subordinates can please him far more than any ambition or ideal. Shiba Kiyokawa was not surprised by this result. On the contrary, Yahiko seemed to have not yet understood the truth behind this. After receiving the reply, he was still excitedly saying some naive words. "That's great! Master Hanzo has finally accepted and understood us. I will write a letter to Master Hanzo and explain our ideals to him." Mutual understanding between people can definitely be achieved in the land of rain. Shiba Kiyokawa watched from the side and shook his head silently. There's no way Hanzo would understand anything if you told him this. But he didn't stop Yahiko. It would be good to give Yahiko something to do, otherwise how can I sideline him? At that moment he suddenly had an uneasy thought, does the way I am doing now count as following Yahiko's orders? At the same time, these days, Shiba Kiyokawa has been waiting silently. Waiting for the system to update its own deduced conclusion. The last time he went to the land of grass to help Nagato implant a weakness might have been considered a side quest, but this time after he came back he first stabilized Hanzo and then gave a gift to Danzo. No matter how you look at it, it's definitely a main action, right? He was waiting for the system to update the ending to verify whether there was any problem with the path he was taking. Perhaps because the signal of trust from Salamander Hanzo needed to be released bit by bit, the system waited for 2 days before updating the ending for him. This time, after reading it, Shiba King he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the deduced conclusion, there is nothing wrong with the direction of my efforts. The probability of dying of old age further increased to 1.7%, while the overall probability of the outcome shifted backwards. The probability that he would not survive more than a year and a half was now only about 60%, leaving a probability of about 40% that he could live in Konoha for at least 5 or 6 years. His destined death was greatly delayed. His efforts are gradually changing the direction of fate. At the same time, this change also allowed the system to steal the power of destiny again, fishing out new rewards for him. Obtained, experience in practicing fire release ninjutsu, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained, wind-style ninjutsu training experience, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained, experience in practicing spiritualism, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtain, lost scroll of spiritual communication, will be issued in the form of an event later. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 The Lost Spiritual Scroll. Chapter 30 The Lost Spiritual Scroll. The experience of fire and wind escape must have come from Yakang, right? Shiba King he guessed in his heart. If I remember correctly, Scorch release should be a bloodline limit formed by the combination of fire and wind. As for the summoning skill that was rewarded later, he was not sure whether it came from the hydrangea he saved, or from his ability to stabilize Hanzo the salamander. Both of them are quite good at psychic arts. However, Shiba King he was not too concerned about the source of the reward. What made him more curious was, the system said that the lost scroll of spiritualism would be rewarded to him in the form of an event later. How would it be given? His doubts didn't last long. Just 2 days later, the incident happened. That day, a member of the Akatsuki organization came to tell Shiba Kiyokawa. King he, do you know? There's a new member in our organization, several ninjas who fled from the border have joined us. I heard that they all came from a small declining ninja clan. They were inspired by the ideals of leader Yahiko and not only joined us, but also took out all the ninjutsu scrolls treasured by their family and contributed them to the organization. Shiba Kiyokawa asked, what ninjutsu scrolls are there? There are quite a lot of varieties. I heard there is also a collection of spiritual scrolls. They themselves don't have a contract. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Shiba King he immediately realized that the event the system was talking about had happened. It seems that this system of mine probably does not have the ability to directly create physical objects outside its body, otherwise it would not have to go through such a big circle to give itself a reward. How is it that the law of conservation of mass and energy is observed in strange places? Afterwards, Shiba Kiyokawa followed the Akatsuki members to meet the new ninjas. At this moment they were surrounding Yahiko and listening to his speech. As expected, the theme is I have a dream, a world where people understand each other. Shiba Kiyokawa didn't bother him, but instead smiled and sighed. Chief Yahiko does have a unique charm in some aspects. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry to exclude Yahiko. This man was born to be a member of the evidence committee or a charlatan, and could be called a natural orator. If it were Shiba Kiyokawa, he could at most cheat people into losing everything, but he would never have the ability to trick people into willingly giving up everything like Yahiko did. People like Yahiko are not suitable to be leaders, but they are still good at recruiting new members and doing ideological work in the organization. Just don't let him take command. Shiba King he did not continue to pay attention to the brainwashing process of these fallen ninja clans, but asked the person next to him, where are the scrolls they contributed? Here, Captain King he, follow me. Now these scrolls have become the public property of Akatsuki. Soon, Shiba Kiyokawa found the lost summoning scroll in an important material warehouse. Do you know what kind of summoning beast this is? Asked Shiba Kiyokawa. The Akatsuki member next to him shook his head and answered, I'm not sure. I heard from those ninjas that many years ago, an elder of their clan did something very bad to the summoned beasts during their escape, which caused the summoned beasts of this clan to refuse to serve their family anymore. These young ninjas don't even know what the summoned beasts on the scrolls look like. Shiba King he thought, no wonder the system reward is called the Lost Summoning Scroll. It feels like opening a blind box. Out of trust in the system, Shiba Kiyokawa did not hesitate too much. He decisively unfolded the scroll under the surprised gaze of the team members, signed his name at the end, and pressed his fingerprint. Captain King he, will you consider it again? It's okay. I'll just consider this as exploring the way for the organization. Shiba King he smiled carefreely. Then make seals with both hands. Haisuyu Shenwei. Ninjutsu, psychic technique. With the guidance given in the dream, Shiba King he successfully completed the summoning on his first try. There was a bang sound, white smoke exploded, and then what appeared in the Akatsuki warehouse was a cute pure white kitten. Cat. A member of the Akatsuki organization saw that the white cat was beautiful and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. As a result, just when his hand was about to touch the white cat's head, the white cat on the ground's eyes suddenly became sharp. There was a flash of cold light. Ah! The Akatsuki members were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly, almost thinking that their hands were going to be cut off. The cat actually stood up. Oh my god, is it a ninja cat? The other members of Akatsuki also exclaimed at this time, their tone revealing strong envy and excitement. These days, powerful and intelligent summoning beasts are monopolized by the big ninja villages. Even a ninja like Hydrangea who specializes in spiritualism can only summon some unintelligent birds and beasts because he was born in a small country. Even if she becomes the animal path pain in the future, she will still summon some unintelligent beasts, but their size will be greatly enlarged. In the past, ninja cats, ninja dogs, ninja frogs, etc. were all out of reach for ninjas in small ninja villages. Unexpectedly, this time they actually witnessed Captain Shiba Kiyokawa contracting a ninja cat. How enviable! At this time, the pure white ninja cat, which had stood up and no longer disguised, raised its paw and said impatiently, "You are making a fuss, meow. You are such an ignorant human, meow. Who among you summoned me? Come out now, meow. Let me see if you are qualified to be the new employer of Cat Country." Intelligent spirit beasts will choose their own masters, and it is not enough to just sign your name on a scroll. In the original work, Naruto had experienced the test of Gamabuntat, and in the animation they struggled for a whole day. Shiba Kiyokawa looked at the kitten in front of him with interest. The other person's voice was a clear lowly voice, full of energy and quite nice to hear. "I am the one who summoned you. What should I call you?" said Shiba Kiyokawa. The white cat looked Shiba King up and down, and his originally scrutinizing gaze quickly softened as time passed. "Not bad, meow, your chakra is excellent, your body is strong, and you don't have the blood of that treacherous man. Then the contract is established, meow, boy, do you desire power?" Shiba Kiyokawa's eyes suddenly lit up. "You can see a ninja's chakra? And you can tell a human's bloodline. These two abilities alone make this ninja cat a great auxiliary scouting partner." He never thought that the beautiful little white cat would give him more surprises than that. Of course, meow, the ninja cats in our cat village have been working as ninja partners for decades, meow. This kind of business ability is just a basic requirement for us, meow. Then what else do you want? Xiao is very good at physical skills, claw attacks, and throwing. She also knows simple sealing techniques, instant body movements, perception ninjutsu, and a little bit of medical ninjutsu. Oh, and I also know your ninja language, meow. This is really a treasure cat. Shiba King he smiled happily. "So your name is Xiao, and my name is Shiba King he. I'll be in charge of your guidance in the future." Okay, but let's make it clear in advance, from now on, I'll pay at least 1 can of dried fish per hour of work. My fees are very fair in cat country. I definitely won't cheat you." Shiba Kiyokawa smiled, but still agreed, "No problem, what flavor of dried fish do you like?" "Spicy meow." At that moment, Xiao's eyes also lit up. "I feel like I have met a good master, meow." End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Cat Country. Chapter 31 Cat Country. After receiving the life-saving sponsorship from the businessman Ando, the finances of Akatsuki have improved a lot in a short period of time, and Shiba Kiyokawa can still afford the dried fish. At worst he could go fishing, as the rain country had plenty of rain and many rivers and lakes. After a few days of feeding, the bond between the ninja cat Tama and Shiba Kiyokawa deepened quickly. 3 days later, when Shiba King he was handling official business, Xiao was even willing to lie quietly on King he's legs, allowing him to stroke her and enjoy the pleasure of rubbing her cat. This made the other members of Akatsuki organization very envious. After Shiba Kiyokawa, many people tried to sign their names on the cat village summoning scroll, but unfortunately no one has been able to gain the recognition of the ninja cats like Shiba Kiyokawa. Even Hydrangea, who was proficient in spiritualism, failed. After she signed her name, she summoned a big fat orange cat. Unexpectedly, the seemingly chubby big orange was extremely agile in combat, using 2 short wakaizashi to torture Hydrangea to the point that she doubted her life. Finally, he said, "You are weak in physical skills, your ninja tools are not proficient, your steps are loose, your reactions are slow, and none of your moves are decent. A ninja like you wants to be my master? Dream on." Then he disappeared with a bang, erasing the name Hydrangea wrote on the scroll. Hydrangea could only sit down on the training ground, sad and doubting her life. A week later, Shiba Kiyokawa was still the only one in the entire Akatsuki organization who had successfully signed a contract with the ninja cat. It makes everyone envy and admire him. In the end, they could only sigh in unison, "You are worthy of being Captain King he." By the time no one had the courage to try, Xiao suggested to Shiba King he, "Master, why don't you take the scroll and keep it for safekeeping?" Shiba Kiyokawa was a little curious. "I've already signed my name, what else does this scroll have to do?" Xiao explained, "Whether or not you have the scroll does not affect your ability to summon me, but if you want to go to the cat country in the future, the cats there may not be willing to receive you without the contract scroll. Shiba King he suddenly realized and asked, "I've heard you mention the cat village several times. What exactly is that place? Is it also a holy place? But I remember that the original book did not mention any holy places related to ninja cats." The three sacred places that Shiba Kiyokawa remembered were only the Wet Bone Forest, Ryakai Cave, and Miyaboku Mountain. Xiao replied, "The cat village is the hometown of our cats, meow. We have been receiving ninjas we recognize there for many years, meow." Shiba King He's curiosity was aroused. "Can I go and take a look?" "It's okay, meow. You can use the reverse psychic technique to get there, meow." Then Shiba Kiyokawa went to the warehouse to get the summoning scroll. Since almost all members of the organization had tried and failed, Yahiko did not stop him and happily gave the scroll to Shiba Kiyokawa. Afterwards, Shiba Kiyokawa formed the seal of reverse summoning technique. Bang sound. He disappeared. When the white smoke in front of his sight dissipated, he found that he had arrived at a quiet mountain village. This place looks like a beautiful paradise, with green mountains, fertile land, interconnected paths, and small houses. There are two sizes of houses here. One is where the ninja cats live. It is very short and small, and the rooms are next to each other like stacked cardboard boxes. Shiba Kiyokawa even saw some ninja cats simply nestling in a waste cardboard box on a tree branch and taking a nap comfortably. This reminded Shiba King he of his own experience of raising a cat in his previous life. The cat bed he bought at a high price was not popular, but the paper box left over from the express delivery became the cat's favorite happy nest. The other type of house here is obviously used to accommodate humans, and its height and area are no different from those in the outside world. "This is the cat country, meow. We have everything you ninjas need, meow." Following Xiao's introduction, Shiba King he looked around one by one and found that the surrounding shops almost covered most of the needs of ninjas. There are ninja tool shops, drug stores, tailor shops selling ninja vests, and food stores selling military food pills. There is even a commission agency store, which seems to help ninjas introduce mission commissions, but Shiba King he did not go in to take a closer look. "Your business is really extensive," he sighed, then randomly picked the nearest ninja tool store and walked in. The owner was a big grey cat that looked a little ferocious. One of its eyes was covered with a scar, and the remaining eye shot sharply at Shiba Kiyokawa who entered the store. However, after noticing the summoning contract scroll on Shiba Kiyokawa's waist, the shop owner grey cat's expression softened noticeably. "Feel free to look around, sir. The currency and silver notes of the ninja world are accepted here. Can I pay with dried fish?" The grey cat store manager had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" "All right." Only then did Shiba Kiyokawa realize that his greedy Xiao might be a special case in the cat village. Shiba Kiyokawa picked up a few ninja tools and looked at them. To his surprise, the quality of the ninja tools here was very good, not inferior to the trophies they had seized from the ninjas in the big ninja village. Shiba Kiyokawa realized in an instant, he might have discovered treasure again. This place may become an important logistics supply channel for the Rain country in the future. It will become a key booster for the rise of Rain village. He suppressed his excitement and then asked the grey cat store manager, "Excuse me, is there a store selling ninjutsu scrolls around here?" Ninja tools and supplies are important, but they are not what Akatsuki needs most right now. As ninjas from a small country, what they lack most now is actually the reserve of ninjutsu, or the so-called foundation. Nagato and Konan's abilities are innate and cannot be taught to others, and Shiba Kiyokawa's experience is not so easy to pass on. While improving one's own strength is important, when conditions permit, Shiba Kiyokawa is not reluctant to cultivate his own team's strength. The grey cat store manager narrowed his one eye and spoke after a long while. "You are such a bold contractor. The cat country doesn't dare to accept such requests casually. You should know that many ninja families attach great importance to the confidentiality and inheritance of ninjutsu." Shiba Kiyokawa was not in a hurry. Because he could tell from the store manager's tone that there would probably be a twist. Sure enough, the next sentence the Grey Cat store manager changed the subject and said, "However, although we cannot sell you ninjutsu directly, we can help you connect with other contractors in the cat country. You can negotiate the subsequent transactions by yourselves, and we only charge a basic brokerage fee." "No problem, thank you for your help, manager." Shiba Kiyokawa tactfully handed over the dried fish. Unexpectedly, the store manager looked disgusted. "Don't like it?" Shiba Kiyokawa had no choice but to give the dried fish to his own Xiaoyu instead. Even though he had just finished lunch, Xiaoyu still accepted all the food and ate it happily, even meowing with satisfaction. The Grey Cat store manager's whiskers were trembling, and his face was full of helplessness. How could someone's child be so useless? "Come with me." The Grey Cat manager led them to the back of the store. As soon as he turned a corner, Shiba Kiyokawa suddenly noticed that there was someone in the room in front of him. The man also noticed him almost at the same time and said, Manager, are there any other customers here today?" The store manager Grey Cat opened the door and said to the people in the room, "Ah Shui, I have a customer to introduce to you." The moment the door opened, Shiba Kiyokawa was caught off guard and froze in place. Today's surprises come one after another. He recognized the ninja in the room at a glance. That turned out to be Uchiha Shisui. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Have you heard of Akatsuki? Chapter 32. Have you heard of Akatsuki? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui stood up, walked over, stretched out his hand, and greeted Shiba King He with a smile. "Hello, my name is Uchiha Shisui, and as you can see, I'm a Konoha ninja." Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui spoke in a gentle and polite voice, and at first glance he looked like a well-behaved child. He did not put on the airs of a great ninja from a great ninja village or clan, and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Shiba Kiyokawa walked over and shook his hand. "Hello, my name is Aizen, and I'm a rain ninja." Shiba Kiyokawa had a good first impression of Shisui, but that didn't stop him from fluently giving a pseudonym as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiaoyu at the side looked up in surprise, and immediately Shiba King He quickly stuffed a small dried fish into her mouth. "Meow, it tasted spicy." Xiaoyu's eyes curved immediately and she forgot to question it in satisfaction. Uchiha Shisui didn't notice anything unusual and just thought it was an intimate interaction between the cat slave and his cat master. "So you're the rain ninja? Then Aizen-kun must be very powerful to be accepted into the cat village." Shisui praised sincerely. He knew that the cats in the cat country were very picky. Even if they wanted to do business with ninjas, they were not willing to lower themselves to accept those useless ninjas as their masters. This is probably the reason why the cat village has never been well known in the ninja world. This was the first time since Shisui was born that he saw a ninja who was not from the Uchiha clan in the cat village. "Shisui-kun, you are too kind. I am just a chunin." Shiba Kiyokawa is very humble, but at the same time he has made up his mind not to reveal any of his personal information. If he didn't have any foreign protectors from other ninja villages, he wouldn't even want to admit that he was a rain ninja. Later, with the help of the one-eyed Grey Cat store manager, Shiba Kiyokawa and Uchiha Shisui successfully talked about purchasing ninjutsu scrolls. Shisui did not agree immediately, but replied, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and ask our patriarch for instructions." Shiba King He nodded to show his understanding, and asked tentatively, "Is the head of the noble family now Mr. Uchiha Fugaku?" Shisui was slightly surprised, and answered foolishly and honestly, "Yes. I didn't expect that Aizen-kun, who is far away in the land of rain, knows so much about our Uchiha clan." The Uchiha clan is a well-known and powerful ninja clan in the ninja world, and one of the two founding families of Konoha village. Even we, the Rain Ninja, have great respect for a powerful clan like the Uchiha clan, so it's normal for us to pay some attention to them. This one sentence immediately dispelled Shisui's doubts and also won Shisui's favor. He said sincerely, "I understand, Don't worry, Aizen-kun, I will definitely convey your needs to the clan leader. What a good and innocent child, Shiba Kiyokawa sighed in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking quickly in his mind about the benefits that getting in touch with Uchiha Shisui would bring to him. Given Shiba Kiyokawa's personality, he was destined not to simply intend to make friends with Uchiha Shisui, no matter how good the other party's first impression of them was. The first thing that came to mind was naturally that he could use Shisui to find out information about Konoha village, especially about the route and Danzo. Shiba Kiyokawa is still figuring out how to do it specifically. But he didn't expect that a week later, before Shiba Kiyokawa took any action, Uchiha Shisui took the initiative to ask when he asked him for the second time at the cat village. Aizen-kun, I have a question that may be a little abrupt. I would like to ask, since you are a rain ninja, have you heard of the organization Akatsuki? Shiba Kiyokawa's fingertips trembled slightly, but he remained calm on the surface. He continued to smile peacefully and spoke slowly. I've heard that they are mainly active in the southern part of the Rain country. They have recently been recognized by leader Hanzo and are a very dynamic organization. Why do you suddenly ask this, Shisui-kun? Shiba Kiyokawa removed himself from the Akatsuki organization with just a few words, misleading Shisui into believing that he was a subordinate loyal to Hanzo of the Salamander. This is in line with the stereotype of rain ninja that most people have at this point in time. Shisui sighed in embarrassment, and then said, Hey, Aizen-kun, you don't know that many people in our village have been talking about the Akatsuki organization recently. The head of the family agreed to your transaction request, but one of the conditions is that he hopes to get some information about the Akatsuki organization from you. When he first heard this, Shiba Kiyokawa's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, oh no. Could it be that Konoha has been targeting us so long ago? Fortunately, he had excellent acting skills and was able to suppress his shock. He continued to ask as if nothing had happened, oh? Why is this happening? Is there any hidden reason? It was not until Uchiha Shisui explained the reason with a sad face that Shiba King breathed a sigh of relief and even almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Let's go back to more than a week ago. With the outbreak of the Ninja World War, the foreign intelligence organizations of the major ninja villages began to work at full capacity. In Konoha village, Danzo Shimura, who controlled the huge intelligence organization, Root, also regained a lot of power and his life was going smoothly. But on this day, a piece of information sent back by his subordinates completely destroyed the good mood he had accumulated over the past few days. What was recorded on it was the commitment statement made by Minato Namikaze, which was deliberately spread by Shiba Kiyokawa a while ago. At the same time, the identity of Minato Namikaze was emphasized, as if to let the entire ninja world know that the next Hokage has been chosen. The Shimura Dan hid in the root base and roared furiously, damn it! How dare he? That Minato guy, how dare he? Why does he dare to represent the village without permission? And can he just casually appoint himself as the next Hokage? Did I approve of it? Did the elders agree? Does he take the village seriously? The root ninja who delivered the information was a little confused. At first, he thought that Lord Danzo was angry because the Rain country's organization called Akatsuki was so ignorant that they dared to spread such a statement without informing Konoha, which angered Lord Danzo. But I didn't expect that the reason why Lord Danzo got angry was because of this. This seems outrageous yet with a hint of rationality. But the next moment, the young root ninja quickly buried his head deeply. Forcing himself to immediately drive out this disrespectful thought towards Lord Danzo from his mind. No one agreed, and the more Danzo endured it alone, the angrier he became. The more he took a step back, the more he felt at a loss. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately rushed to the Hokage's office and slammed the intelligence scroll onto the desk of the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, what are you doing again? Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and looked at him impatiently. Hiruzen, look at what Minato Namikaze has done? He is selling out the interests of the village. How can we in Konoha so easily bow down to a small ninja village like the Rain Ninja? In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would never admit that he was broken down because Namikaze Minato was given the title of the next Hokage. Danzo always tacks on the other party by first accusing them of something that is unfavorable to the village. It's a pity that this time, the upset Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't have the energy to deal with him. Danzo, we are now dealing with both Sand Village and Kumagakure at the same time, and Kirigakure and Uegakure have also been making a lot of moves near the border recently. They may join the war at any time. At this time, we don't have the energy to conquer the Rain country. What's more, Minato has already explained the situation to me. His main purpose was to save his disciples. I think he did nothing wrong in this matter. But how could Danzo care about all this? Minato did nothing wrong? Does that mean you also tacitly agree that he will be the next Hokage? Hiruzen, you're too indulgent with Minato. You're going to regret it. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and shouted angrily, Danzo, I am the Hokage now. As expected, the conversation ended with Danzo slamming the door and leaving. Just like that, Danzo remembered the name of Akatsuki of the Rain country forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Who are you? Chapter 33 Who are you? After hearing Uchiha Shisui's retelling that Danzo was so angry for such a reason, and later even went to find Orochimaru, and the incident became known to all the high-ranking officials and even the Uchiha clan heard the news, Shiba Kiyokawa almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It took a lot of effort to suppress the corner of his mouth so that Shisui wouldn't notice anything unusual. Thinking back to the time when he forced Minato Namikaze to write that statement, he had done it with the intention of betraying the Genbu and Danzo. Now that Danzo is unhappy, he is naturally happy too. As for the impact of making Danzo aware of the Akatsuki organization in advance, Shiba Kiyokawa didn't care at all. Because this is destined, it doesn't matter if it happens earlier or later. He never thought of reconciling with Danzo. Because from the original work, Danzo Shimura has no such big picture thinking as forming alliances in his mind. He always regards all ninja villages outside Konoha as enemies equally, and never helps Konoha to gain any allies in his entire life. Even if we put aside the influence of personal preferences, Shiba Kiyokawa would never cooperate with such a person. If that's the case, why should he care about Danzo's defense being broken and his hatred? However, another detail in Shisui's story caught Shiba Kiyokawa's attention. Shisui-kun, do the top leaders of Konoha also sense that the war is about to escalate? The naive Shisui had no idea that he was being tricked, and foolishly told out all the information that the village intelligence agency had worked so hard to gather. Yes, Aizen-kun, do you also have such judgment in the Rain country? The Hokage estimates that by early spring next year at the latest, Uegakure and Kirigakure will be unable to hold back. By then, Konoha will probably face a truly difficult time. The weather has started to turn wintry recently. It looks like there are only a few months left before the Third Ninja World War reaches its climax. Shiba King he lowered his eyes, and at that moment many complex emotions flashed through his eyes. I also need to speed up, time is running out. He couldn't possibly wait until the date of death calculated by the system before taking action. Chaos is the latter. The climax of the Ninja World War is also the best time for him to subvert the Rain Kingdom. He must hurry and prepare himself. The two of them were silent for a while, and then Uchiha Shisui embarrassedly changed the subject. So, Aizen-kun, do you know anything about this organization called Akatsuki? Shiba King he chuckled, of course, I have dealt with them several times and know some important figures in their organization. That's great. Could you please provide me with some more information about them? But Akatsuki has now been recognized by the leader, Hanzo-sama, and they are all members of our Rain country. They are all my beloved relatives, friends, brothers, and sisters. Uchiha Shisui had an innocent look on his face, and said disappointedly, is that so? I'm sorry to embarrass you, Aizen-kun. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Shiba King he leaned forward slightly and said righteously, "No, I mean, you have to pay more." The young Uchiha Shisui had never seen this routine before. He was stunned for a second, then hurriedly said that he had to go back and ask the clan leader for instructions. Shiba Kiyokawa acted very easygoing and let him go. After returning, Uchiha Shisui immediately found the clan leader Fugaku and explained what happened to him in the cat village today. Shisui originally thought that Fugaku would refuse decisively or even get furious. After all, when had the proud Uchiha ever been manipulated like this? Shisui started thinking about how to explain for Aizen-kun, because after several contacts he felt that Aizen-kun was a pretty good person. But Fugaku was not angry at all. Instead, he asked him, "Did that rain ninja really say that he knows all the important figures of Akatsuki? If that's the case, then it's not a bad idea to agree to their deal. The so-called extra money is probably to get more ninjutsu, so just give them the low-level ninjutsu scrolls. We Uchiha don't lack this collection." Uchiha Shisui was very surprised and couldn't help but look up at the head of the Fugaku clan. Meeting his gaze, Fugaku saw the confusion in Shisui's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "There is something you may not know. Kakashi, the most outstanding disciple of Minato Namikaze, has recently been suspected of murdering his companions, and he may face trial next." Uchiha Shisui exclaimed when he heard this, and then naturally made an association and asked, "Was this done by someone from the root? Danzo has been looking for trouble with Minato Namikaze recently, so the root went after Kakashi. It's a very reasonable guess. Even someone as simple as Shisui can think of it. Naturally, there are many similar suspicions in the village." The clan leader Fugaku sighed. The specific cause of the incident is still unclear, but from the existing evidence, Kakashi is very likely not innocent. Kakashi, what did he do? In the past week, several active and retired ninjas have committed suicide in the village. The common point among them is that they all publicly accused Hitaki Sakumo of abandoning the mission to save their companions 3 years ago. Just a few days before these people died, Kakashi went to see them. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui's eyes couldn't help but darken. Although he was a staunch pro-Konoha faction who always defended the village, even having had many quarrels with many radical members of the family, he was still dissatisfied with the village's handling of the suicide of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo 3 years ago. How could it be wrong to protect a companion? Moreover, the person White Fang was protecting was a younger junior than him. Doesn't the will of fire teach us that the elders must sacrifice for the younger ones? Isn't this the right thing to do? Shisui didn't understand. So at this moment he really had no way to blame Kakashi for his behavior. But he couldn't say it, but someone else could. Even though there are always so many people in this family criticizing Shisui for being extreme, there is always one person who, on the contrary, often dislikes him for being too conservative. That person was Uchiha Itachi, who was only 5 years old at the time. No matter what the reason is, harming a fellow villager is an unforgivable crime. Even if he is a disciple of Minato Namikaze, Kakashi must be tried. Uchiha Itachi said righteously. Although he was still young, Uchiha Itachi had already formed the established position in his mind that the village could never make a mistake at any time. The village will never be wrong, it can only be others, this is Itachi's logic. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and angrily scolded, "Itachi! What are you doing in here? I'm discussing important matters with Shisui, get out." Uchiha Itachi looked at his father deeply, and finally said nothing and quietly retreated. Uchiha Shisui felt a little helpless. To be honest, even an outsider like him would feel suffocated in such a family atmosphere. But this is the clan leader's home, and as an ordinary clan member, it is not convenient for him to express his opinion. Finally, he could only sigh and avoid the topic, returning to the original question, "Master, does this have anything to do with our deal with Aizen-kun?" Uchiha Fugaku knelt back on the tatami cushion, rubbed his eyebrows in distress, then looked up and continued to answer Uchiha Shisui's questions. I also got this information through asking around. It is said that the beginning of all these changes in Kakashi originated from the day when Minato Namikaze wrote the statement in the Land of Rain. It was someone in the Akatsuki organization who completely changed Kakashi, so Shisui, you must find that Aizen-kun from the Land of Rain and ask him clearly, who is the mysterious man in the Akatsuki organization. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 I am a substitute. Chapter 34 I am a substitute. When they met again in the cat village, when Shiba King he was asked by Uchiha Shisui who is the mysterious man in the Akatsuki organization who bewitched Kakashi, he almost laughed again. You ask me who I am? This is so much fun. He also didn't expect that the seed he sowed casually at that time would bloom into a gorgeous flower so soon. Kakashi's ability to act is stronger than he thought. Has his revenge already begun? And through Uchiha Shisui's honest narration, Shiba Kiyokawa quickly captured the gap that could be exploited. You said that many people in Konoha suspected that the trial of Kakashi was led by the root. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a while before saying, Aizen-kun, I can't say more about this. Shiba King he smiled and said, your attitude is worth 1,000 words, silly child. So he thought of it. I do know something about that Akatsuki member. His name is Shimura Taiga. He is a wandering ninja who fled from the east to the Land of Rain. He is quite powerful, but he is a bit cruel. Shiba Kiyokawa casually made up a new identity for himself. Although the name is fake, it only has a few syllables different. This way, even if it is exposed in the future, I can make an excuse by saying that I heard it from somewhere else and remembered it wrong. The most interesting thing is that his surname and the surname of the leader of the Konoha root are just one syllable apart. After he said this, Uchiha Shisui's expression changed immediately. Aizen-kun, you said that the evil Akatsuki member's last name is Shimura. And isn't the Fire Kingdom to the east of the Rain Kingdom? Uchiha Shisui felt like a blind student who had discovered the bright spot. Shiba Kiyokawa pretended to be confused and asked, yes, is there anything wrong with this surname? Uchiha Shisui didn't say anything. He thought that the Shimura family was not a big ninja clan, and Danzo rarely took the initiative to publicize his surname and family, so it seemed normal that the people of the Rain Country did not know about it. But doesn't this seem even more suspicious? Uchiha Shisui didn't want to think so darkly of the village's senior elders, but the recent series of events didn't allow him to think too much. First, there was a conflict between Minato and Elder Danzo, then Kakashi was suddenly accused, and now he discovered that the person who bewitched Kakashi was suspected to be from the Shimura family. This is a closed loop. The more Uchiha Shisui thought about it, the more frightened he became. And Shiba King he only needed to look at Uchiha Shisui's expression for a while and he knew that the seeds he had planted had sprouted again. He smiled slightly, with infinite expectations for the subsequent changes in Konoha, and said, are you satisfied with this information, Shisui-kun? If you want to know more about Akatsuki in the future, you can come to me. As a friend, I will give Shisui-kun a discount. Uchiha Shisui nodded in confusion, a little bewildered. Didn't you say not long ago that they were your beloved relatives, friends, brothers? However, the good-tempered Shisui did not have the courage to ask directly, and instead readily pushed the copied ninjutsu scroll over. Aizen-kun, this is the ninjutsu I promised you before. It's not of high level, I hope you don't mind. Shiba Kiyokawa happily accepted it. He could earn money by cheating people, so why would he mind this business? Happy business, Shisui-kun. I hope we have opportunities to cooperate again in the future. Then Shiba Kiyokawa paid the brokerage fee to the Grey Cat store manager and ordered a high-end ninja sword mixed with chakram metal from the store. Then he made a hand seal and left the cat town. After returning, he quickly gathered the Akatsuki members in the base. Everyone, I have gained some knowledge recently and acquired some ninjutsu. I will first teach them to my teammates. As for the others, as long as you work hard to contribute to the Akatsuki organization, I will teach you one by one in the future. I hope everyone will continue to work hard and contribute to the construction of Akatsuki." Although Shiba Kyokawa's words were righteous, the smart members quickly understood the true meaning behind them. Captain King he was fortunate to have obtained a batch of ninjutsu that he could teach, and he would decide for himself who to teach it to. It is said that you can be taught if you make contributions to the organization, but the question is, can the contribution of listening to Yahiko and listening to Captain King he really be counted the same? Soon this matter reached Yahiko's ears. He was so angry that he had a headache and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Yahiko is just naive, but he is not stupid. How can he not see that Shiba Kiyokawa is trying to win over people's hearts and minds and undermine him, but his personality determined that he couldn't be tough enough to find Shiba Kiyokawa and order him to hand over his ninjutsu. In desperation, he thought of his two good friends again. But at this moment, Nagato pushed the door open and said to him with a happy face, "Brother Yahiko, that's great. King Hikun helped me select a few people today, taught me a lot of tricks, and gave me a lot of information about Konoha. Now I can finally set up my intelligence agency." As luck would have it, not long after that, Zionin also pushed the door open and said with a happy face, "Yahiko, good news. King he helped us find a channel to dump supplies from the cat village. Next, we can sell some of the food and medicine left by the Ando merchants to the cat town, and then exchange them for ninja tools and weapons and bring them back to arm our members. Now everyone no longer has to worry about not having ninja tools to use when on duty." Yahiko looked at the happy expressions of his two friends and for a moment he forgot what he was going to say. As expected, Shiba Kiyokawa came prepared again this time, and once again, he made his two good friends stand on his side. Yahiko said stiffly, "Congratulations." After that, he never mentioned his own affairs again. Because he had already guessed his friends' answers without asking, and being a kind-hearted person, he didn't want to embarrass his good friends anymore. However, today's events are not over yet. After a while, another subordinate came in to report, "Captain Yahiko, the few shinobi who joined us a few days ago have also applied to join Captain King He's team today." Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? Weren't they listening to me expound on my vision and ideals of peace yesterday?" I didn't know how to respond to this for a moment. Those ninjas who applied to follow Shiba Kiyokawa were the refugees from the small ninja clan who had contributed their entire family assets and the cat village summoning contract. They believed in themselves so much and identified so well with their ideals before. Why did it turn out like this? Yahiko didn't understand. But Shiba Kiyokawa understood it very well, because after all, no matter how infected they were by ideals, when it came to actually doing things, ninjas would inevitably be more inclined to follow a strong and reliable leader. What's more, since Shiba Kiyokawa has always followed Boss Cao's example and obeyed the Son of Heaven to command the princes, no matter how much he quarreled with Yahiko, he never openly launched a rebellion. Therefore, in the eyes of the new members, following Shiba Kiyokawa does not seem to conflict with following Akatsuki's ideals. Under such a series of blows, Yahiko finally sat back in his chair dejectedly, with only one thought in his mind. "Oh no, now I'm a substitute. Could it be that from now on I will only be responsible for recruiting new people and giving inspiring speeches?" End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Idiot vs. Master. Chapter 35, Idiot vs. Master. When Shiba Kiyokawa used the ninjutsu obtained from the transaction to consolidate his position and cultivate his own team. Far away in the land of fire, Uchiha Shisui immediately handed over the information obtained from the transaction to the clan leader Fugaku. After learning the news, Fugaku pondered in his study all night but still could not make a decision. Fugaku has always lacked courage in his life. Otherwise he would not have allowed the Uchiha clan to continue to fight among themselves for the past few years and even in the next few years. He realized the lethality of this information, but he did not have the courage to directly intervene in the fight among Konoha's high-level officials. For a while, he was indecisive and hesitant. But sometimes this world is always full of drama. Fugaku doesn't have the courage to break the rules, but some young people do. On this day, Obito and Rin returned to the village after finishing their mission and came to visit Kakashi. Kakashi was on vacation during this period, but in fact he was under house arrest in the village, awaiting trial. Lin's eyes started to turn red as soon as they met. "Kakashi, you've lost a lot of weight." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't been caught, so many things wouldn't have happened." Kakashi shook his head, and his answer was surprisingly more humane than before. "Don't blame you, Lin, this is my own choice." Obito was extremely surprised. This was the first time in more than 3 years that Kakashi faced them so gently. It was so gentle that Obito couldn't get used to it. "Kakashi, you..." Kakashi then took the initiative to look at Obito. "Obito, I'm sorry for saying that to you before. I've figured it out now. You're actually right. If a ninja who can't complete a mission is a waste, then someone who abandons his companions is even worse than a waste." At that moment, Obito was so shocked that he even jumped up with a scream. "Ah! You! Are you really Kakashi? Are you someone else pretending to be Kakashi using a transformation technique?" Lin patted him lightly. "Obito, what are you talking about?" Faced with his surprise and questioning, Kakashi did not say anything, but just lowered his head, with a dark look in his eyes, as if he was talking to Obito, or as if he was questioning himself. "You obviously understand this truth, so why am I still confused? Why didn't I stand firmly beside my father and support him at that time?" Kakashi said the latter sentence very quietly, so Obito didn't hear it. The first half of the sentence he heard made Obito feel both proud and sad. The cocky Kakashi who was so proud of himself finally admitted that he was not as good as him. But he couldn't help but feel sad that Kakashi had become what he was now. "Come on, Kakashi. You are a genius. You can only lose to a greater genius like me. What is the point of your current state? How come you have become more troublesome than before?" Obito grabbed Kakashi by the collar and shook him violently. However, the light in the empty dead fish's eyes could never be brought back. After leaving Kakashi's house, Uchiha Obito kept punching the air in annoyance. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could it turn out like this? Kakashi is such a worry." Lin smiled gently at the side, seeing through his arrogance at a glance. Even though Obito-kun keeps complaining, he actually cares about Kakashi. "Are you kidding me? Who cares about that arrogant guy? I hope he never recovers from this, so that I can defeat him quickly." Obito said things that didn't mean what he meant, but his anxiety was so obvious on his face. Lin smiled and didn't expose her. After returning to the family, by chance, Obito heard the news. "What? The man who bewitched Kakashi is from the Shimura family? He is from the same clan as the elder who is trying Kakashi now." At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn because of a small accident. What Fugaku dared not say, what he dared not spread, Obito dared. In the high-level war that Fugaku didn't dare to intervene in, Obito didn't even know what high-level fighting was. He only had eyes for Kakashi. Then Obito acted with full force and immediately found the monster in green tights who was running around the village. Kakashi is in danger now. Someone wants to harm him. The trial he is about to face is unfair. Are you willing to help me save him?" "Of course." Kai agreed without hesitation, his teeth sparkling white in the sunlight. Saving a friend in trouble is the meaning of youth. "Oh! Obito-kun, my youth is about to burst into flames." So the two young boys hit it off and started running around to save Kakashi. In a blink of an eye, all the major ninja clans in Konoha got the news. The one who framed Kakashi was the Shimura clan, and the one who bewitched Kakashi was also the Shimura clan. At the Nara family, the head of the Nara family looked at his son Shikaku in confusion. Where did you get this news? Why didn't Konoha's serious external intelligence agencies receive any news, but their own son got the melon first? Is it in this river? Shikaku also drooped his eyelids and spread his hands helplessly. Dad, you may not believe it, but I heard this from a group of children in the ninja school. Since Obito and his friends couldn't reach any big shots, they simply took the mass route and started spreading the news among their peers or even younger children. At that moment, the head of the Nara family couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It is always difficult for smart people to predict the behavior of hot-blooded fools. At this moment, the current head of the Nara family thought a lot and guessed countless possibilities, but he couldn't figure out what this signal reflected about the top management's thoughts. For the first time, the head of the Nara family felt that his brain was not enough, so he grabbed his son who wanted to escape without hesitation. Shikaku, come back here. Don't try to sneak away and be lazy. Help me figure out what's going on. Nara Shikaku looked like he had lost all hope in life. As the saying goes, a fool is better than an expert. That night, the father and son of the Nara family discussed the matter all night but could not come up with any conclusion. They just thought at the same time, the reputation of Danzo and the Shimura family is likely to be ruined again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Jonin meeting to discuss Kakashi's punishment was held as scheduled. That day, Danzo came to the meeting room full of confidence, walking with brisk steps and a sense of the wind. In his opinion, I have the advantage in this game. So much so that when he looked at the conference room in front of him, he seemed to feel a vibrant atmosphere with all things competing to flourish. The Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was the last to enter the room. He immediately put down his pipe and announced, "Bring Kakashi up." The ANBU then brought Kakashi into the meeting room. This matter had been dragging on for a long time, and there was no need to read out the crimes over and over again, so Sarutobi Hiruzen announced directly. "Well, let's vote. Those who agree that Kakashi is not guilty raise your hands. Those who disagree do not raise your hands." Danzo on the side was very proud. He had even thought about how he would handle the situation, how he would make requests, and how he would vent his anger if Minato Namikaze came to him for help. As a result, what he never expected was. After a brief silence and pause, more and more Jonin and ninja representatives raised their hands in the conference room. Even the way everyone looked at Danzo was filled with mockery, disgust, and contempt. Danzo was confused. Why is that? Wasn't it Kakashi who killed his companions? What do you mean by looking at me like that? End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Butterfly Effect. Chapter 36 The Butterfly Effect. At the Jonin meeting, Danzo looked ridiculous with a look of disbelief and doubt about life. He had thought Kakashi would be okay, but he had never thought it would be in this way. He thought that the final result would be that Minato Namikaze would pay a huge price to save his disciple. He had already made up his mind that today he must severely crush Namikaze Minato in the name of justice in the village, and it would be best if he could completely eliminate him from the competition for the next Hokage, but what he never expected was that before Minato Namikaze said anything, the other Jonins all supported Kakashi's innocence. Then, a Jonin who had been unhappy with Danzo for a long time sneered rudely at the meeting, "Elder Danzo, what, are you disappointed that Kakashi was not doomed?" Danzo immediately stood up angrily. "How dare you? Everything I did was for Konoha. Who do you think I am?" Years of experience in internal strife made Danzo quickly realize that he was being plotted against. He was anxious to cover up his panic and loss of composure with anger, and finally said, "You will regret it." So he left the table early. After returning to his root base, Danzo immediately summoned his men and asked them to thoroughly investigate the recent changes in the village. Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were just 2 kids after all. They had no plans and didn't think about keeping things secret, so the root ninjas took less than an hour to find out the source of the information. When he received the information summarized by his subordinates, Dan Zhang was so angry that he crushed the recording scroll on the spot. Uchiha. It turned out that this group of naturally evil Uchiha were spreading rumors about me. I have already said that this naturally evil clan would be a disaster if they stayed in the village. This result made him even crazier than when Minato Namikaze was tacitly allowed by everyone to declare himself the next Hokage not long ago. Because the two things that Danzo was most obsessed with in the first half of his life were becoming Hokage and suppressing the Uchiha, he had been scheming against the Uchiha for his entire life, but he never thought that in his later years he would be severely cheated by an Uchiha kid who was only in his early teens. How can he do this? He was so angry that he went crazy. I originally wanted to endure for a few more years and try not to attack Uchiha during the war, but now it seems that I can't endure it anymore. Uchiha, Namikaze Minato. Danzo kept repeating these two names in his mind, and the madness in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Perhaps Shiba Kiyokawa himself would not have thought that he had only casually ignited a flame in Kakashi's heart for fun, but accidentally added fuel to the cloud of civil strife in Konoha village. However, this time, Shiba Kiyokawa was not able to completely stay out of it. Danzo soon came to his senses and asked his men in detail, also, what about the Shimura people from the Rain country they mentioned? Why did the evil Uchiha brat think of using this method to frame me? The subordinate looked back at Danzo in surprise, and his eyes seemed to be asking, "Sir, are you asking me about this?" Danzo was so angry that he almost died. How could it be possible that I really have relatives in the land of rain? Did you idiots also believe the Uchiha slander? The subordinates around him lowered their heads, not daring to meet Danzo's eyes. The main thing is that this matter really fits Danzo's usual insidious routine, and it's no wonder that even the members of the root believed the rumors. Danzo vented his anger for a while, then gave the order, "Go check it for me. Within a week, I want all the information about this Akatsuki organization." The subordinate asked tremblingly, "Master Danzo, who should take care of this matter? The root department is also very short of people now." The war broke out, and although the root expanded several times and gained enormous power, the burden they shouldered also became heavier. It is a situation of intermittent high ambition and persistent shortage of staff. The two battlefields that had already erupted needed spies and intelligence personnel, and the Uegakure and Kirigakure that had not yet entered the battlefield also needed a large number of people to monitor. They even had to leave some ninjas in the village, on standby at all times to meet Danzo's occasional requests. There is no idle person at the root. Danzo realized this shortly afterwards, and paced around the base in annoyance. He slapped his forehead and said, "Then let's transfer Abarame Ryoma to be in charge of this matter, and have him get it done as soon as possible. But how do we explain this to Lord Orochimaru? I will write to him personally to explain it." Abarame Ryoma is an important commander in the route after Danzo. At present, he is working with Orochimaru in the Sand Village War Zone, responsible for the intelligence infiltration work there. Orochimaru and Danzo have always been working together, and Orochimaru even briefly joined the route organization, so the route is very supportive of Orochimaru's work most of the time. Also as a frontline commander, Orochimaru had the full support of the route in his fight against the Sand Village, but Namikaze Minato, who was fighting against the Kumigakure in the north, was not so lucky. But on this day, a scroll was suddenly delivered to the front line, requiring Abarame Ryoma, who had stayed in the Sand Village War Zone for several months, to go to the Rain country. At this moment, even Ryoma Abarame, a die-hard fan of Danzo and the second-in-command of the route, couldn't help but want to curse. Damn it! What is Danzo-sama doing? Didn't he receive the message I sent a few days ago? We have suffered heavy losses in the Sand Village recently. That crazy bitch Yekeng is always targeting our intelligence personnel for some reason. I asked him for support, and he told me to go to the Rain country to check on his people. Am I crazy or is he crazy? Abarame Ryoma couldn't imagine how angry Orochimaru, the supreme commander on the front line, would be if he abandoned the mess and left at this time. Oh, okay, the venomous snake wouldn't show his intense emotions on his face, but he would definitely hold a grudge against the upper root because of this. Abarame Ryoma was very sure of this. As one of the few serious intelligence personnel in the organization, Abarame Ryoma sighed tiredly and asked the root ninja who delivered the message. Did Lord Danzo tell me how to explain this to Orochimaru? The root ninja lowered his head and said, Danzo-sama only said that he would write a letter to Orochimaru himself. What's the use of writing letters? Does the missing information support you to supply Orochimaru? What can you use to supply him? No matter how useless the Sand Village is, they still came out in full force, but Konoha could only allocate less than 1/3 of its ninjas to Orochimaru's battle zone. There may be even less in the future. In this situation and without intelligence support, can we really rely on Orochimaru to cheat and explode? All we can say is that every victory that Konoha achieved in the Third Ninja World War in the original work was worthy of the name of a miracle. But Abarame Ryoma had no choice but to obey orders. At the same time, in the temporary command post, Orochimaru's face was as gloomy as water. He let a snake open its mouth and swallow Danzo's letter. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face, which was cold and strange. I'm afraid his fate with Danzo has come to an end now. All of this originated from Shiba Kiyokawa, a little butterfly that came from beyond fate. The breeze that he created by flapping his wings several times was finally about to gather into a hurricane that would wake up Konoha. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Changes Beyond the Timeline. Chapter 37, Changes Beyond the Timeline. One day later, Abarame Ryoma came to the Rain Country with a heart full of resentment. However, as a relatively pure Konoha intelligence expert, Abarame Ryoma was still worried about the situation on the front battlefield even after coming to the Rain Country. After building the new base, he instructed his men, the Rain Country borders the Wind Country. Even after arriving here, do not relax your focus on the movements of Sand Village. If you have any important intelligence, notify me immediately. As for the Rain Ninja, just investigate casually. There is nothing worth watching here except Salamander Hanzo. This is arrogance, but also experience. Abarame Ryoma has been in charge of Konoha's external intelligence work for many years, and his understanding of the major ninja villages in the ninja world may sometimes be deeper than that of those villages' own Anbu. But this time, variables beyond fate are destined to bring him a little surprise beyond the timeline. In the original world line, until Nagato turned evil, the entire Rain Country was in a state of openness and unguardedness. But now, the intelligence part of the Akatsuki organization, proposed by Shiba Kiyokawa and led by Nagato, has been set up a year in advance, building an intelligence defense line for the Rain Country. On the third day after Abarame Ryoma entered the land of Rain, Shiba Kiyokawa received the news. Captain King He, a group of Konoha ninjas came to Anru village a few days ago without any notification, and they camped in the woods outside the village. As soon as he heard the word Konoha, Shiba King He became alert, and at the same time, he felt a little excited. Is it finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. He immediately notified the important members of Akatsuki to come over for discussion and gave instructions at the same time. Write to Hanzo of the Salamander to inform him of the news, and ask him if he has received any notification from Konoha. Then he quickly called a few loyal subordinates, Masuda Iki, Crowfeather, Hydrangea, get ready, and follow me to scout and try to bring back 1 or 2 Konoha ninjas, dead or alive. Yahiko had already arrived at this time, and was surprised when he heard this. Since you want to write a letter to ask Hanzo, why don't you wait for Hanzo's reply before taking action? Shiba Kiyokawa smiled. Yahiko is still as naive as ever. I wrote the letter to show my respect for him, but of course we have to make the actual decision ourselves. Do you really think that our Akatsuki organization is a vassal of Hanzo of the Salamander? My respect for you doesn't mean I really intend to listen to you. The inequality is instantly broken. Yahiko opened his mouth halfway, obviously not following Shiba Kiyokawa's train of thought. But seeing the approving expressions on the faces of the people around him, he belatedly realized that he had been outdone by Shiba Kiyokawa again. Every comparison like this one was invisibly eroding the prestige as a leader that Yahiko had worked so hard to build up in the past. Yahiko can see it and feel it, but he is always powerless and doesn't know how to make amends. Character determines fate. Yahiko's kindness and perseverance contributed to the rapid rise of Akatsuki in the early days, but his naive fantasies also doomed him to be no match for the current Shiba Kiyokawa. The next moment, more intuitive changes appeared before our eyes. Kenjiro stood up and said, "Captain King He, please take me with you on this operation." This time, without Yahiko's instructions or anyone else's arrangements, Kenjiro, the once staunch member of the Yahiko faction, actually took the initiative to propose to follow Shiba Kiyokawa. Shiba King He smiled slightly and said something meaningful to Kenjiro. "Kenjiro, do you remember the sentence I taught you?" In the eyes of others, Kenjiro has always been a member of Shiba Kiyokawa's team. The words taught probably refer to some operational experience or tactical guidance, right? Only Kenjiro's fingers trembled slightly, and he clearly understood what Shiba King He said. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. That was the teaching that Shiba Kiyokawa gave him the night before he returned from the land of grass. Now Kenjiro raised his head firmly and finally made his choice. "Yes, I remember, Captain King He." "Okay, then you'll be included in this operation." Yahiko looked on with dismay. Although he didn't know the inside story, he instinctively felt as if he had lost some important support again. Then Zionin and Nagato asked with concern, "King He, do you need our support?" Shiba King He shook his head. "Not this time. I will lead the team to conduct reconnaissance first. After finding out the situation, we will decide on the next move." Although he had already made up his mind to kill all the enemies and leave no one alive, Shiba Kiyokawa still adhered to his cautious style in actual actions. After gathering all the personnel, the 5-member team led by Shiba Kiyokawa set out that day to conduct field reconnaissance near Enru village. Hydrangea used her spiritualism to summon many birds to fly into the forest to investigate, and Shiba Kiyokawa also summoned Xiao to search. While others were asking around in the village for news. Thanks to Akatsuki's good reputation and word of mouth in the area, the villagers were happy to share news with them. 3 days ago, a few strangers dressed as ninjas did come to the village. They paid to stay in the village at first, but they packed up and left the day before yesterday. They asked us about Hanzo, the latest ninja fight, and that damn sand village. Oh, by the way, they also asked about you. I think these ninjas are probably not good people. They left the village in a hurry after hearing that you, Akatsuki, were nearby. The uncles and aunts in the village talked at once and soon revealed all the news about the Konoha ninja who had visited a few days ago. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. This group of Konoha ninjas might really be coming for us. Hydrangea said worriedly. Ninjas are not masochists. Unless they are carrying out a secret mission, they will not normally camp in the wild all the time. If they encounter a village or town, they will stay there. However, after hearing that the Akatsuki organization was nearby, this group of Konoha ninjas immediately and decisively withdrew from the village. Instead of going far away, they chose to camp in the nearby woods. This was suspicious no matter how you looked at it. However, the root could not have expected that the civilians of the Rain Country would be so friendly towards the Akatsuki. Even though they withdrew so decisively, they were still completely exposed. Shiba Kiyokawa was the only one in the team who was not surprised by the result. Maybe this is fate. Don't alert the enemy yet. The people of Konoha may not realize that they have been exposed. Iki, go and tell those villagers not to say anything when you meet Konoha ninjas again. Hydrangea, do you have Asuka? At this moment, before Shiba King he could finish his words, the white cat Xiao suddenly jumped out from the ground and interrupted his question. Found it meow great harvest meow. Now both Hydrangea and Shiba Kiyokawa were stunned. Just when Hydrangea was about to answer that her bird had not found anything yet, the next moment Captain King He's ninja cat reported that he had found someone. They are both psychic beasts. Is the difference really that big? Is it really true that nothing can be achieved without wisdom? Hydrangea was so jealous that she couldn't help but want to eat her fingers again. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 One Must Beat. Chapter 38 Must Beat. Before Shiba Kiyokawa contracted Tama, Hydrangea was a skilled scout in the Akatsuki organization. The flock of birds she summoned had high-altitude vision in a large cruising range. At that time, her reconnaissance efficiency was often equivalent to that of a ninja team of 4 or 5 people. This is also the specialty that Hydrangea has always been proud of. Only this time, her flock of birds was outnumbered by a ninja cat. Xiaohu not only discovered the enemy, but also obtained a fairly complete piece of intelligence. That group of people are hiding on the hillside 5 kilometers southwest. Meow, there are quite a lot of them. Meow, at least 10 or more ninjas. Meow, they have ninjas who are good at earth escape. They hollowed out the hillside and hid their homes underground. Meow. Shiba Kiyokawa nodded. This also explains why the flocks of birds sent by Hydrangea for high-altitude reconnaissance have not yielded any results. Because the enemy chose to dig a hole. Hiding the base underground is really in line with the root's style. Is there any other information? He asked Xiaohu. Xiaohu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, in the woods nearby, there are an unusually large number of insects. They're really annoying. Meow. Bugs. Shiba Kiyokawa repeated, suddenly alert, the Abarame clan of Konoha. Unexpectedly, Xiaohu is also a well-informed cat. She immediately followed Shiba Kinghe's train of thought. Master, it seems possible now that you put it that way. But I didn't find the ninja who controls the bugs. Either he is not within my perception range, or this Abarame is very powerful. Meow. Shiba Kinghe nodded, his expression slightly solemn. After these days of running in, he has a very good understanding of his cat's abilities. Xiaohu's perception range is not small at all. To be honest, the possibility that the Abarame who controls the insects is not within the perception range is a little small. What's more, you shouldn't have such a fluke mentality when making decisions. So to summarize the current intelligence, the enemy is a team of more than 10 people, and there is at least one outstanding Abarame clan jonin. Shiba Kiyokawa judged. At this moment, his attitude has been expressed very clearly. He directly defines this group of people as enemies. None of the players present objected. You asked directly, Captain, what should we do? Shiba Kinghe tapped the table lightly, thought for a moment, and arranged, the enemy's number and strength cannot be underestimated. Don't rush to act. Keep surveillance first and monitor the main roads up and down the mountain at all times to see if the enemy has other support or reinforcements. Hydrangea, don't waste your role. Let your flock of birds continue to patrol the entire forest, but remember not to land in the forest at any time to avoid being discovered by insects. Seeing that her role had not been completely replaced, Hydrangea nodded vigorously and said, Okay, I promise to complete the task. For the next few days, Shiba Kiyokawa closely monitored the movements of Abarame Ryoma's team. During this period, the reply from Salamander Hanzo also arrived. In the letter, Hanzo first synchronized information with Akatsuki, saying that no one in Konoha informed him of the entry, but the content of the reply afterwards was more interesting. Masuda Iki in the team scratched his head stupidly and asked in confusion, what does that demigod-sama mean? On the one hand, he praised us for doing a good job and not bringing down his reputation, and on the other hand, he said that Konoha is powerful and that the 3 ninjas and Namikaze Minato are not easy to mess with. Does he want us to fight or not fight? Shiba Kinghe chuckled and seemed very calm about it, as if he had expected it. It's normal, Hanzo is old, and old people tend to be indecisive and hesitant. He didn't want to lose his face and reputation as a demigod, but he also didn't have the courage and responsibility to withstand the pressure of the big ninja village when he was young. He himself was conflicted, so how could he possibly write a clear answer in the letter? Shiba Kiyokawa said this deliberately. He deliberately used such harsh comments to gradually shatter the filters that the teammates around him used when looking at the demigod of the rain country. Anyway, no matter what Hanzo wrote in his reply, it would not shake his determination to take action this time. He must beat the root. The only value of this reply to him was that it removed a layer of his worries. Hanzo was still willing to reply to them normally, which at least showed that he should not have colluded with Danzo at this time. Shiba Kiyokawa no longer has to worry about being attacked from two sides. Their surveillance operations were not interrupted by this letter. Over the past few days, they have accurately detected the specific number of people in the root team. There are a total of 12 root people this time. The whereabouts of one of them was also captured by Xiao and Hydrangea's flock of birds, so that night, the first trial operation began. The root ninja who was targeted at this time was still unaware of the hidden surveillance around him. He spent the entire day gathering information in the Land of Rain, collecting intelligence about the Akatsuki organization and inquiring about the mysterious Shimura Taiga. At the end of the day, he thought he had gained a lot. Under the moonlight, there was a faint smile on the face hidden behind the white mask. I don't know if I dreamed about getting a promotion and a raise, or about taking an early vacation. As I was walking, suddenly, a group of birds were startled on the left side of the road. The root ninja who was walking alone at night was startled. He subconsciously clenched a kunao, turned to the left as if facing a great enemy, and hunched his body. Hey, it turns out it's just a flock of birds. Finding that nothing was wrong, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought it was a false alarm and was most relaxed, a strong wind suddenly came from the right side of the road behind him. Wind escaped, the air currents are dancing. The person who used the wind jutsu was Kazuki Masuda, and the ninjutsu he was using now was the one that Shiba Kiyokawa had traded from the Uchiha clan. The root ninja turned back in horror, but the moment he turned around, a blazing orange-red flame ignited in the wind. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Since it is a deal with the Uchiha clan, this classic fire-style ninjutsu is naturally indispensable. Crow Feather blew out a fireball, which coordinated with the wind jutsu that Masuda Kazuki had performed in advance. In an instant, the wind helped the fire, and the scorching heat instantly blew onto the face of the root ninja. The mask shattered immediately, and the hair was blown up by the strong wind and turned into a slicked back hair. The young root ninja did not care at this moment that his face was completely exposed. In the sudden burst of fire, he seemed to vaguely see a pair of scarlet eyes, full of malice and murderous intent, locking onto him. It's Uchiha. At that moment, fear, panic, hatred, and many emotions surged like a tide, making the young root ninja unable to control himself and roaring and snarling. Uchiha! You are a family born with evil in mind. It turns out that you are the ones who framed Danzo-sama again. You are the scourge of Konoha. At the same time, Hydrangea, who was standing on a tree branch not far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the man who didn't move at the side but directed all this in front of her. She couldn't help but murmured in a voice full of admiration and fear. King He, your illusion technique has improved again. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Hertian He, but not King He. Chapter 39, Hertian He, but not King He. Although Shiba Kiyokawa has been stirring up trouble in the cat village and provoking internal strife in Konoha these days, he has never neglected his personal practice. With continuous practice, he quickly digested and integrated the insights given by the system and transformed them into his own strength. During this process, Shiba Kiyokawa gradually discovered that he was quite talented in the field of illusion. Moreover, his ideas on using illusions are different from those of most ninjas. He never insisted on using illusions to kill or weaken the enemy. In his opinion, deception itself was the goal. There are many ways to kill the enemy, and there is no need to resort to illusions. However, illusions are the best way to deceive the enemy and manipulate their emotions. He is particularly good at combining illusion with reality, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. For example, now, Yeu and Masuda Kazuki are really using the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu, and Shiba King he also specifically told them not to use the ninjutsu they knew in the past. This layer of reality foundation became the best assist, crushing the root ninja's defenses bit by bit. The increasingly urgent Great Fireball technique, the familiar flames, the scorching temperature, and the faint red eyes finally completely broke the nerves of the root ninja. He roared with the determination to die. "You evil Uchiha! You will never be able to defeat Danzo-sama. Lord Longma will use insects to eat your bodies. Wuho's fire escape is far superior to yours, they will burn you to death. Lord Luo will dig out your eyes and pour your bodies into the rock pillars." This root ninja felt that he had no chance of survival, as the Uchiha's Sharingan had the reputation of being invincible in one-on-one combat. Therefore, under the catalysis of the illusion, he went completely crazy and shouted out all the vicious curses that he had not dared to say in the past. Just as he was about to continue yelling and cursing, and trace the source of the incident and hit the Uchiha's household registration book hard, a stinging pain started from his tongue and quickly spread to his entire chin. The severe pain made him sober, and everything in front of him finally returned to normal. There was silence under the moon. Where was the red-eyed Uchiha? Varied. He wanted to speak again, but the stinging pain had quickly turned into numbness and nothingness. He felt that his tongue and even his entire throat were rapidly festering and disappearing. In terms of appearance, a large number of black tadpole-like sealing runes overflowed from his mouth and quickly spread towards his neck. Shiba King he raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little regretful. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated, and used a flash body technique to directly appear in front of the root ninja and stabbed him in the heart. But death did not stop the tadpole-like runes. They continued to spread on the corpse, but the direction of spread turned upwards, and soon covered the entire face and head of the root ninja. Hydrangea and the others followed at this time, and they all gasped when they saw this. "What on earth is this? It looks so weird and scary." Hydrangea asked with lingering fear. Shiba King he drew out his sword and explained calmly, "This is the seal of the tongue to eliminate evil, a secret technique of the root of Konoha. So they are the roots you were talking about before." It was not until then that Hydrangea and the others confirmed the identity of the enemy. Masuda Kazuki said with some regret, "What a pity, if it weren't for this strange secret technique being triggered, he should have been able to reveal more information." Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Shiba Kiyokawa with a bit of awe in their eyes. Compared to the seal of the tongue to eradicate evil, Shiba Kiyokawa's illusion is just as weird and terrifying. He easily manipulated the enemy's emotions, played around with an experienced Anbu ninja, and extracted a lot of information. Shiba Kiyokawa didn't have much thought about this. He had long known that the root had measures to keep secrets. Moreover, the triggering of the seal of the root of tongues proved that the information the enemy had said before his death was true. This thing actually helped him and provided a strong guarantee for the authenticity of the information. It doesn't matter. We have gained a lot from this trip. We have confirmed that the enemy leader is Aberame Ryoma, and that there are 2 masters of fire jutsu and a brutal ninja who is proficient in earth jutsu in the team. After a pause, Shiba Kiyokawa continued, and based on the enemy's desperate performance and the surveillance over the past few days, this root team should not have any follow-up reinforcements. Although this information was indeed very useful, everyone still did not look optimistic. Even so, they are still very strong. I seem to have heard of Ryoma Aberame years ago. He became famous in the Second Ninja World War. Masuda Kazuki said angrily. As the highest level commander of the root, Aberame Ryoma is usually entitled to use his real name instead of a code name, so he is somewhat famous in the ninja world. Hearing this name, everyone's morale dropped even further. Although they were full of confidence before setting off, it was only after actual reconnaissance that they truly felt the gap in foundation between the Great Ninja Village and the Rain Ninja Village. Each of these 12 people from the route has quite outstanding qualities. The lone cannon fodder in front of them was a soft target that they had been eyeing for 3 days before finally catching. Now that they suddenly learned that the enemy had a powerful commander with a good reputation, everyone's morale suddenly became even lower. But Shiba Kiyokawa smiled slightly, and his smile looked cold and weird under the moonlight. The next moment, he said something earth-shattering, "No, I have already thought of a way to deal with them." Everyone turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with shock. "Captain King He, do you have a solution? So quickly? What should we do?" Shiba King He still maintained his gentle smile and uttered a few words lightly. At that moment, everyone unconsciously felt that the moonlight was a bit cold. The chill penetrated into their bodies and made them shiver in unison. Shiba Kiyokawa said, "Let's set fire to the mountain." At the end, Shiba Kiyokawa kindly explained the subtlety of this tactic. Based on the current intelligence, the enemy team lacks water-style ninjas this time. The Aberame clan's insects have a great advantage in the woods, but mountain fire can completely break this advantage of the enemy. But this is not what everyone is paying attention to. Kenjiro stammered, "Captain King He, isn't this too cruel? There are villages at the foot of the mountain. Even if no one is burned, the villagers rely on the prey in the mountains to survive the winter. Moreover, if the wildfire cannot be controlled, the consequences will be disastrous." Hydrangea curled her lips and murmured succinctly, "It's against the harmony of nature." But Shiba Kiyokawa just spread his hands lightly and defeated everyone with just one sentence. "Is this your first day knowing me? When have I, Shiba Kiyokawa, ever cared about hurting Tian He? It doesn't matter if it hurts the harmony of nature or people, as long as it doesn't hurt King He." Finally, he said firmly, "I don't want to lose numbers, I just want the root to die." End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Father and Son Game. Chapter 40 Father and Son Game. At that moment, everyone clearly felt Shiba Kiyokawa's determination. Although they didn't understand why the captain hated Konoha so much, their long-term trust and obedience made them choose to obey. Kenjiro volunteered to go to the foot of the mountain to set up a fire break and be responsible for evacuating the villagers. Hydrangea continued to monitor the situation in the mountains. Masuda Kazuki and Yehu followed Shiba Kiyokawa around to the top of the hill to set fire. At this time, the moonlight was cool, and Aberame Ryoma, who was in a temporary base underground in the mountains, had no idea about the impending fire. He was reading by lamplight at night, summarizing the intelligence he had obtained during the day. From left to right, Orochimaru, Danzo, and Aberame Ryoma, when he first came to the Land of Rain, his focus was still on the battlefield between Konoha and Tsunagakure. However, as local intelligence work gradually progressed in the past few days, his original resistance to the task given by Danzo turned into a certain degree of concern. This organization called Akatsuki is really threatening. Especially the boy who seems to be a member of the Shimura clan. His methods are cruel and his wisdom is extraordinary. I can't believe that he is just a teenager. Aberame Ryoma muttered to himself as he looked at the information. The root ninja code-named Wu laughed and said, "Could this child really be a relative of Danzo-sama? Could he want to become the Dark of the Rain? Danzo has a title called Dark of Shinobi. Although it seems like he is self-proclaimed, he is still highly recognized within the root." Aberame Ryoma smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. As the supreme commander of the organization, he usually has more contact with Danzo than the root ninjas under him, so his filter is naturally shallower. If he were to say, compared to people of the same age, Danzo-sama would probably be beaten to ashes by this young man in the intelligence. What was Tuanzang doing when he was 15 or 16 years old? He followed the Nidame on a mission to the Hidden Cloud Village, but then he backed down at the critical moment and made a choice that he regrets to this day. As an old employee of the root, Aberame Ryoma didn't want to criticize his boss sharply, so he simply didn't respond. However, the witch next to him didn't understand the atmosphere at all and kept talking. If you ask me, if that child is really a member of the Shimura clan who is stranded outside, why don't you come here in person and adopt him as your adopted son? I think that child is born to be a member of our clan, and he may become your successor in the future. Abarame Ryoma pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled reluctantly. As a result, at this moment, Abarame Ryoma, who was sitting in front of the table, suddenly raised his head, and his movement was so big that he even knocked a pile of scrolls on the table off, scaring the witch next to him. "What's wrong with you?" Wu asked. Abarame Ryoma's face changed drastically. "Quickly notify everyone to get up. My bug found that there is a fire outside." Wu's face changed color, and he quickly left to wake up the sleeping team members one by one. But when they woke up, put on their equipment and masks, and arrived at the entrance of the base, all they saw was a blazing sea of fire. Although fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu was ridiculed as a mercy technique in the original work, and no one has ever been burned to death throughout the entire comic, it is still the signature skill of the Uchiha clan, and it is very efficient in burning mountains. In just a short while, the entire hillside was completely engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Abarame Ryoma's expression looked extremely ugly. His insect manipulation skills were severely suppressed in this environment. The insects' fear of fire makes them unwilling to work under such conditions. If they are driven forcefully, they may even retaliate. Leave here immediately. Retreat outside the fire circle first. Be careful, my bugs can't help with reconnaissance in this situation. Abarame Ryoma ordered hurriedly. He was originally a perception-type ninja in the team, but in this situation, his perception range is even worse than that of an ordinary ninja. As a result, the next moment, this flaw was immediately caught by the enemy in the dark. A root ninja jumped high, ready to rush out of the sea of fire, but just as he stepped on the treetops that were not on fire, he was swallowed up by a violent explosion. Boom! Ah! The explosion mixed with screams fell from the high school, causing the hearts of everyone in the route to fall into the abyss. Be careful! There are traps around. There are a lot of detonating charms on the trees. Cold sweat rolled down Abarame Ryoma's forehead. The wildfire restricted his insects and suppressed his perception range, resulting in hidden traps immediately appearing around him. The enemy was clearly well prepared with these interlocking killing moves. Had the location of their underground base been exposed long ago? He hadn't noticed it in the past few days. This explosion seemed to have triggered a fuse, and then more and more explosions sounded around them. The fire grew more and more intense. As far as the eye could see, under the moonlight, there were billowing smoke and raging flames everywhere. Damn it! Where did the enemy come from? Who is plotting against us? Why are there so many detonating talismans? The witch's eyes were bloodshot with anger, but he was powerless to do anything. He is a ninja who is good at fire escape, but he can't use his strength in this environment, and his moves will only make things worse. But his unintentional words suddenly woke up Abarame Ryoma. Detonating talisman? Oh, right, detonating talisman. The intelligence said that there is a girl in the Akatsuki organization who is very good at making detonating talismans. At that moment, Wu was stunned. How is that possible? Ryoma, are you saying that this fire is caused by the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Country plotting against us? A few seconds ago, he was still planning to ask Lord Danzo to come and adopt him as his son. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. The other party rejected your adoption invitation and sent you an invitation for a father-son match. The two root ninjas codenamed Po and Luo also looked incredulous when they heard this. How is it possible? Can a few rain ninjas do this? These days, it has been Abarame Ryoma who has been sorting out the intelligence. Most of the time, the two of them are only responsible for being on standby at the base, so their understanding of Akatsuki is still at the level before they set out. They still thought that this was just a makeshift group from the Rain country who had been angered by Lord Danzo because of Uchiha's frame-up. Abarame Ryoma's face was solemn. At this moment, he was the only one who paid enough attention to the young man who was ruthless in intelligence. Now is not the time to talk about this. Take the scroll, abandon all the burdensome supplies, and break out immediately. Luo was still grinning. Humph. When we get to a place where the fire is less intense, I will definitely twist off those people's heads with my own hands. Just as time goes by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Luo's smile gradually froze, his cheeks beneath the mask were completely wet with sweat, the accumulated sweat beads almost formed a small stream at the end of the mask. Why can't you get out? For a full 10 minutes, they tried to break out in every direction. But no matter whether you go left, right, forward, backward, up the mountain or down the mountain, there is always a sea of fire and endless explosive traps around you. At this point, Abarame Ryoma finally realized that he had underestimated the madness and cruelty of the young man in the intelligence. That guy set the whole mountain on fire? How dare he? Is he crazy? As if in response to Abarame Ryoma's whispers, screams suddenly rang out behind him, further stressing the nerves of the root members who were about to collapse. Seizing the perfect opportunity when the root ninjas are exhausted and about to collapse, Shiba Kiyokawa and his group, who have been hiding in the dark, finally show up and take action. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 White Fang asked me to greet you all. Chapter 41 White Fang asked me to greet you all. The members of the Akatsuki organization who showed up were not in a good condition at the moment. They had been chasing the wildfire all the way, and their faces were also blackened by the smoke. However, compared with the embarrassed people in the root group, they are undoubtedly the ones who are well rested and waiting for the opportunity. It was so hot that Yehu took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined pectoral and abdominal muscles. He quickly made 4 seals and then pulled out the sword from behind. The knife comes out and the fire starts, flames attached to the blade of his sword, and as he slashed with the sword, the arc-shaped flame was like an extended blade light, surging and slashing towards the root ninja wizard in front of him. Yehu was the first member of the Akatsuki organization to recognize and follow Shiba Kiyokawa, so Shiba Kiyokawa never hesitated to share with him the sword skills he had learned. Later, after obtaining the ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan in exchange, Shiba Kiyokawa taught him many fire escape techniques. Once, Shiba King he saw that he was very talented in swordsmanship and fire escape, so he casually suggested that he try to attach flames to the blade, so that every time he swung his sword, it would be flaming and explode, which might have a miraculous effect. At that time, Shiba King he just mentioned it casually on impulse, but he didn't expect that after a few days, Yehu would actually come up with some insights. Now that he had unleashed his own fiery sword technique, even the experienced root ninjas in Konoha were dumbfounded. But at the same time, the roots who were at the end of their rope also launched their own counterattack. Luo, the most brutal member of the team, was the first to target Shiba Kiyokawa. You are the one who is plotting against us. He tore off the mask on his face, shook off the sweat, and rushed towards Shiba Kiyokawa with a roar. Root members are not allowed to take off their masks when performing normal tasks, so as not to reveal their true identities. Luo's move was tantamount to burning his boats. He was determined to kill the young man in front of him. He has had enough of tonight's frustration. As he rushed forward, he quickly formed seals, thinking in his mind what cruel method he should use to tear the boy in front of him into pieces. As a result, when the ninjutsu in his hand was only 1 seal away from completion, the young man who was calm and composed in the firelight in the distance suddenly appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. It's an illusion. Shiba Kiyokawa added an illusion. He used illusion to blur the opponent's control of distance. Although it has no actual killing effect, it catches the opponent by surprise and makes him feel extremely uncomfortable. This is Shiba Kiyokawa's understanding of illusion. Not only illusions that kill people with eyes are good illusions. Inadvertent deception and misleading are sometimes more practical than pure killing. At this time, Shiba Kiyokawa slashed at him with his sword. Luo misjudged the distance and completely miscalculated the time of engagement, and was immediately caught in a dilemma. Continuing to complete the hand seals was a gamble on whether the sword or the ninjutsu was faster within one step. After all, he still didn't dare to gamble. Because within one step, Shiba Kiyokawa's knife was fierce and fast. Helplessly, he could only give up the seal, stop and retreat. At the same time, he took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag at his waist and held it in his hand. Dang! 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 Then a series of crisp blacksmithing sounds broke out in the woods. Luo retreated step by step, constantly blocking Shiba Kinghe's attacks with kunai. At first, he didn't take the little rain ninja in front of him seriously at all. While blocking, he did not forget to provoke. Could it be that you are the wandering kid from the Shimura family that Danzo-sama is looking for? After just a few moves, his expression gradually became solemn. He had no choice but to raise a kunai with his other hand and started blocking with both hands alternately. There was also some doubt and uncertainty in his words. Kid, what kind of swordsmanship are you using? You are not from the Shimura family. After a few more moves, the sweat on Luo's face and the back of his head became more dense, and the sweat drops dripping from his forehead forced him to squint his eyes. He kept changing his pace in an attempt to create distance, but was always unsuccessful. The tone of his voice also changed from suspicion to fear. Damn you little brat! Do you really want to kill me? Stop! Ryoma, save me! Abarame Ryoma could only release a ninjutsu from a distance to provide support. Wind release vacuum jade. However, as a member of the Abarame clan, most of Abarame Ryoma's strength is in insects, and the level of his conventional ninjutsu is really not enough to be of much use. Shiba Kiyokawa simply ignored the flying wind-style bullets. The vacuum jade pierced through his left shoulder, but he didn't even blink, and his right hand continued to swing the sword smoothly. Pfft! The knife also landed on Luo's left shoulder. The two were injured in the same place, but the severity of the injuries was completely different. The vacuum ball only pierced through Shiba Kiyokawa's shoulder, but his knife slashed into Luo's shoulder blade and went straight into his chest. Luo's pupils immediately dilated to their maximum size. In a trance, he finally remembered where he had seen such a sword technique before. This is White Fangs. Why would you? Even though Shiba Kiyokawa had never actually had any contact with Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, at this moment he still raised the corners of his mouth and showed a bright smile to the person in front of him, and while drawing his sword he did not forget to kill the person and destroy his heart. White Fang, who is far away in the Pure Land, asked me to say hello to everyone in the route. When you used rumors to force him to death, did you ever think that this day would come? Blood gushed out of the torn chest, but it still couldn't hide the shock in Luo's eyes. In the last moment before he fell on his back, he weakly asked, "How do you know? Who are you?" Root Jonin, codenamed Luo, confirmed dead. At that moment, the morale of the Root members, which was already low, dropped further to freezing point. At the critical moment of life and death, Abarame Ryoma completely exploded, forcibly controlling the insects to cover all the Akatsuki organization who appeared. But the next moment, he was greeted by 3 uniform shouts. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball! Abarame Ryoma swore that he had never hated the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu as much as he did now. He quickly operated to pull back the swarm of insects. Actually not many insects were burned to death, but I still felt severe pain all over my body. The bugs he raised are rioting. Even though they dodged the oncoming fireball, there was fire everywhere around them, and the curling fire snakes made it difficult for even the ninjas to deal with, let alone the bugs. They are protesting against themselves frantically and are unwilling to work in such an environment. It even forced him to run away quickly and away from the sea of fire, otherwise it would turn against him, its owner. It can be said that the battle environment chosen by Shiba Kiyokawa was very correct. If there were no Sea of Fire, they might not be a match for Konoha's elite Jonin and the supreme commander of the route. Damn it! At least, we have to eliminate those with weaker strength first, the boy who looks like Shimura and the one with the fire sword as a final blow. Even though he was in an extremely unfavorable situation, Abarame Ryoma was still trying his best to think of countermeasures. But the next moment, a scene that made him even more desperate happened. Shiba Kiyokawa first placed his right hand on his injured left shoulder to heal himself, then extended his left hand to Masuda Kazuki, who was injured after trying his best to hold back the other members of the route, and spoke in a stern voice. "Bite my hand, quick!" Although Kazuki Masuda was puzzled, he did not dare to ask more questions. He closed his eyes and started biting. So the next moment, both parties present were shocked at the same time, watching the injuries on Kazuki Masuda's body improve rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, Abarame Ryoma's heart sank even deeper. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Good evening. Chapter 42 Good evening. Abarame Ryoma looked around, his thin cheeks couldn't help but twitch slightly, his throat rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The current situation is already very bad. There were 12 of them in total this time. One person went out today and has not returned since. It is very likely that he has met with an accident. 4 people were injured not long ago because they stepped on an explosive trap in the forest and were trapped in a forest fire. I'm afraid they are all dead now. There were 2 other people who got separated from them during the previous breakout and their whereabouts were unknown. Abarame Ryoma did not dare to have any hope of their survival. Finally, just a few seconds ago, Luo, who was also a Jonin, was killed by the Rain Ninja Boy on the opposite side with a single sword strike right under his nose. At this point, only 4 people are left in the 12-person route expedition team. Everyone was injured, their faces were blackened, and their breathing was particularly heavy. Before setting off, Abarame Ryoma would never have thought that even though he was leading the team himself, they would suffer such heavy losses in a small country like the Land of Rain. Even though he thought he had taken him seriously enough before, he now realized that he still underestimated the young Rain Ninja Boy in the intelligence. Lord Danzo, you should be glad that he is not a real member of the Shimura clan. This kid is more cruel and capable than you. But no matter how regretful he is, Abarame Ryoma must shoulder the responsibility of a commander. I'll hold them back, and you guys find a chance to break out and get down the mountain. Someone must get out alive and deliver the information here back to the village and give it to Lord Danzo. Abarame Ryoma originally intended to sacrifice himself alone, but he never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, the witch next to him tore off his mask and threw it away, then quickly formed a seal. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. By abandoning the mask and actively breaking the rules of the routes, Wu responded with practical actions. He didn't want to go back either. Although the route ninjas were blindly loyal, they never lacked the courage to sacrifice. Their only mistake was following a leader who was ambitious but incompetent and was always calculating. But this is not an option available to ordinary route members. For a moment, Abarame Ryoma's eyes under his sunglasses became slightly moist. He could only turn around and yell at the code-named Jounin, "Go!" Po did not dare to hesitate, pulled the last Chunin aside, turned around and left. At the same time, Wu Kuanggai and Yata fought again, and Abarame Ryoma also looked at Shiba Kiyokawa. Wind Escape Vacuum Jade. He knew that he had to stop this mysterious Rain Ninja Boy now. Because the opponent not only has strength and brains, but also has extremely effective treatment methods. Shiba King he jumped up, dodged the wind-style bullet, formed seals with both hands, and at the same time returned a ninjutsu to the opponent. Wind Escape. The air currents are dancing. Originally, this move only stirred up a whirlwind and did not have any significant killing power. But now there were burning dead branches everywhere around, and Shiba Kiyokawa chose this trick to make the most of the environment. In an instant, the whirlwind swept up countless burning grass and wood ashes, covering Abarame Ryoma. Damn it! Abarame Ryoma cursed inwardly and was forced to give up attacking and choose defense. Tudun Talao Tang Guyu. An earthen prison shaped like an inverted sea bowl rose from the ground, enveloping Abarame Ryoma, while also isolating the fire tornado raging around him. After forcing the opponent to use defensive ninjutsu, Shiba King he was not proud, but alerted instantly. Dorodo blocked his sight, and he almost immediately predicted that the opponent would take the opportunity to cause trouble. He immediately formed hand seals and performed the teleportation technique, and came to Hydrangea, who had the worst self-protection ability in the team, hugged her and jumped up quickly. The next moment, Abarame Ryoma really crawled out of the soil, performed the earth escape, heart beheading technique and teleported to the feet of Hydrangea. His arms stretched upwards were surrounded by dense black flying insects. If it weren't for Shiba Kyokawa's quick reaction and accurate prediction, and if he hadn't come to the rescue in time, Hydrangea would have been eaten by insects by now without any preparation. The hydrangeas in the sky are still lingering. She didn't expect that these elite jonin from the big ninja villages could launch such a fierce counterattack under such extremely unfavorable circumstances. Fortunately, with Shiba King here, we can fight these people on equal terms and even force them into a desperate situation. But before she could feel the emotion brewing in her heart for a few more seconds, the next moment, Shiba King hurriedly said, "Be careful." Then he threw her out of his arms. He threw it too quickly and the hydrangea fell on its butt, with his pants getting burned by the flames on the ground. This wave of operations deeply reflects what it means that women can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Helplessly, Hydrangea could only pout, make a fierce and cute face at Shiba King then stood up and quickly backed away. Seeing that his sneak attack failed and his target had already left, Abarame Ryoma had no choice but to retreat and continue to deal with Shiba Kyokawa. Shiba King was not in a hurry. He made full use of the surrounding environment and fought with ease. The two sides fought fiercely for several rounds, and suddenly, Shiba Kyokawa gave Abarame Ryoma a gentle smile without any warning. "Did you think your companions had managed to escape?" This one sentence immediately disturbed the calm heart of Abarame Ryoma again, causing the heart, which had stopped twitching because of its fearlessness of death, to start beating violently again. He found out? He knew all along that we were stalling? He did it on purpose. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a root ninja codenamed Po and another Chunin, despite severe burns on their bodies, rolled and ran down the mountain and finally escaped from the sea of fire. Po did not dare to rest for a moment. He immediately took out the scroll he carried with him and hurriedly recorded his experiences and the information he obtained during this trip. He then used ninjutsu to copy the scroll into 3 copies, one for himself, one for his companion, and the last one for a big yellow dog he summoned. What he summoned was not a ninja dog, but it was also a big dog that understood human nature very well. After feeding 2 ration pills, Po placed the scroll in the small bag on the big dog's waist and pointed in the direction of the border. "Run in that direction. Go back to Konoha and give the things to Lord Danzo." Seeing the psychic dog run away, Po breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the ground and said to his companions, "Alternate alert, let's take a break first." The root Chunin next to him was injured more seriously than him. He felt relieved when he heard this and fell to the ground. Even though they were in tattered clothes and were still smoking, they couldn't help but feel relieved at this moment, thinking that they had finally escaped death. But he never expected that the next second, Po's face changed, because he felt that his spirit beast had died, just now, without any warning. He turned his head and looked towards the border. Then, under the moonlight, a cute little kitten with pure white fur appeared slowly and gracefully from the end of a branch. A kunao was wrapped around its tail, and its claws, tail, and kunao were all stained with fresh blood. Ninja cat Xiaohu turned her back to the moonlight and greeted them both playfully, "Good evening, meow." End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Worth it. Chapter 43 Worth It. Po and the other root ninja were stunned when they heard Xiao's greeting. They didn't understand where this ninja cat came from, let alone how it found them. Could it be that this cat has been following them all along? Just when they were stunned for a moment, Xiao had already stood up swiftly, took out a flare from the small bag on her waist and launched it into the air. It was not until he saw the bright flare exploded in the night sky that he woke up from his dream. There was not even a moment to mourn their dead psychic dog, and the next thing they had to think about was how to escape. Go! Po pulled up his Chunin teammate on the ground and prepared to run away. But before they could take any action, a rain of paper javelins and flying needles poured down from the sky. He dodged by quickly jumping back and pulling out his kunao in time to block, and only then did he manage to save his life. Just looking sideways, he saw that his teammates had been pierced into a sieve by paper javelins. Then the initiator of this wave of baptism slowly emerged from the night. Po's pupils shrank slightly, and his tone was mixed with shock and unwillingness. It's you. You're the girl named Konan in the Akatsuki organization listed in the information. Xionan frowned, somewhat displeased with the other party's tone, so he did not respond, but continued to summon more paper as javelins in silence. He was panting, and the expression under the mask was extremely bitter. If he was in good condition, he could still ignore the teenage girl in the air, but now he had been tortured all night, his body was covered with scalds and burns, and he had very little physical strength and chakra left. It's all over now. Po whispered to himself in pain. He wrote 3 pieces of intelligence in total, 1 for the summoned beast, 1 for his teammates and 1 for himself. But now it seems that I can't send any of them back. It's just a small organization from the Rain country. Who could have imagined that this would be the result? The girl in the air ignored his despair, and the next moment, paper javelins rained down again. Boom! 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 This time, there was a detonating talisman mixed in with the curled-up paper. After spending a long time together, Xionan has also learned caution and decisiveness from Shiba King He. After bombing repeatedly until they were sure that the enemy had been reduced to pieces, Xionan landed and asked Xiao, "Are you sure this is the only one that escaped?" "Yes, meow, there are only these 2 people who escaped from the mountain, meow." Xionan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and muttered softly, "That guy, he made it so thrilling again this time." But there wasn't actually much complaint in her tone, instead it showed a bit of tenderness, like an older sister's doting on her naughty younger brother. It was precisely because of Sister Konan's unconditional support that Shiba King He dared to implement such a bold and unconventional strategy. But at this moment, in the sea of fire on the mountain, Abarame Ryoma obviously didn't know this. He was just shocked by Shiba Kyokawa's calmness, so much so that he began to doubt the meaning of continuing to fight. Seizing the moment when the opponent's mind was shaken, Shiba Kyokawa decisively pressed forward to attack. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. The fireballs that spewed out of the mouth were like the seeds of impatience, scattered like stars in the sky, covering an area of several meters around Abarama. Abarame Ryoma came to his senses and dodged hastily, but his robe was still caught on fire in his haste. He threw away the loose robe that was on fire, and his exposed body was covered with black parasites, which was a blessing for people with trypophobia. As a member of the Abarame clan, he was usually very reluctant to take off his robe to show himself to others, but now he was forced to show this ugly appearance in front of others. "It's really ugly." He laughed at himself. I don't know if he was talking about the appearance of himself, or commenting on the fact that he was forced into this situation by a Rain ninja boy who was several years younger than him. However, this humiliation also aroused the final fighting spirit of Abarame Ryoma. He no longer worried about the life and death of his teammates down the mountain, no longer worried about whether the intelligence could be sent back to Konoha, and no longer anxious about the meaning of staying to fight. There was only one thing left in his mind now: at least before I die, I must help Lord Danzo get rid of this dangerous young man in front of him. To this end, he did not hesitate to consume his essence and blood, forcibly driving away the striking insects on his body, raised his hands, and summoned a buzzing black cloud in front of him. He has made up his mind to fight to the death, he is ready to do whatever it takes. He opened his mouth and let out a roar, and a hideous and distorted expression rarely appeared on his usually gentle and easy-going face. He had clearly given up everything, but the next moment, all his fighting spirit and determination flew away with a sound of breaking through the air. He only heard a voice behind him. Spicy Tiansai. Abarame Ryoma's body was immediately blown away like a rag doll, and along with the swarm of insects he summoned with a fearless attitude, it smashed into the sea of fire at an unexpected speed, splashing sparks. All of this, when viewed in context, somehow reveals a certain black humor. After all, reality is not a cartoon. The will of those who are at the end of their rope seems too pale in the face of the strength of those who are well rested and waiting for the opportunity. The appearance of this voice naturally meant that Nagato and the Akatsuki members who received the news came to support. As a steady poison master, Shiba King never hesitates to use the method of shaking people up. Since Konan is here, Nagato is of course not absent. After arriving at the scene, Nagato also helped Crowfeather and Masuda Kazuki, who were fighting on the other side, to quickly eliminate the last root Jonin shaman. At this point, all the 12 root ninjas who entered the Rain Country were wiped out. Several members of the Akatsuki organization who followed Nagato used water-style ninjutsu to control the surrounding fire while anxiously urging, "Captain King He, and everyone else, hurry up. The fire on the road we came from was just put out, and if we delay any longer, it will start again." Upon hearing this, Shiba Kiyokawa did not leave immediately, but instead instantly appeared in the sea of fire. Stabbed a knife into Abarame Ryoma's chest, then cut his neck with another knife, and finally opened the sealing scroll he had prepared in advance and sealed the body in it. Then he retreated to the team members who came to support him and used their water escape technique to put out the fire on his body. For an elite like Abarame Ryoma, no amount of caution is too much. He would rather empty the ninja tool bag on his waist and not even carry shuriken, but must bring a scroll that can seal the corpse. This is called professionalism. Then, before leaving, Crowfeather used fire style to deal with the bodies of other root ninjas. Then everyone quickly evacuated and quickly went down the mountain with several water-style ninjas brought by Nagato. When they got down the mountain and looked back, the whole mountain was still shrouded in flames. Shiba Kiyokawa asked Kenjiro, who had come running, "What's the situation at the foot of the mountain? Are there any casualties?" Kenjiro replied, "Fortunately, the 2 leaders, Nagato and Konan, arrived in time, and the villagers were evacuated. No one was injured." But even so, Nagato still looked distressed. Looking at the burning mountain in front of him, he said sadly, "When the day breaks, Brother Yahiko will definitely scold you again. Is it really worth it, King He?" Shiba Kiyokawa subconsciously raised his hand and gently stroked the sealed scroll at his waist, smiled lightly, and answered with great certainty, "Of course, it's worth it." End of this chapter. Chapter 44. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Chapter 44. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Being able to destroy the 12 elite members of the root, including the Supreme Commander, by just setting a mountain on fire, this deal seems too good to be true to Shiba Kiyokawa, and is absolutely worth it. Not to mention that they were the complete winners tonight. Complete victory means, the dead can no longer speak. So the next moment, he turned to Kenjiro and asked, "Kenjiro, what was the mood of the villagers at the foot of the mountain when you evacuated them? Did anyone complain?" Kenjiro hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, "Yes, many people are very angry, and some are very sad." Very good. When Shiba Kiyokawa said this very good sentence, everyone was stunned. How could this be applauded? Until his next words instantly made everyone present open their eyes wide. "Tomorrow during the day, go tell the villagers that the evil Konoha ninjas who set the mountain on fire have been killed by us, and our Akatsuki organization has once again protected the peace of the Rain country. Some were surprised, some stared, and some couldn't help but gasp. But Shiba Kyokawa's operation continued, and he then turned to Konan. Sister Konan, you were the one who dealt with the 2 root ninjas who finally escaped to the foot of the mountain, right? Yes. Is the body still there? Yes, but one of them is a little broken. Shiba King he was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the usually gentle Zionin sister could be so cruel. There was no reaction at all. This was entirely due to his own words and deeds. Cough. He coughed and continued as if nothing had happened. It doesn't matter if it's a little broken. Pick out the most recognizable part and bring it back to the village so that the villagers can see that this is the culprit that burned down their mountain. At that time, we will arrange for a few of our members to use transformation techniques to blend into the crowd, actively mobilize emotions, and cooperate with each other to ignite and vent the anger of the villagers. The more everyone listened, the more frightened they became, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Shiba Kyokawa changed from initial shock to awe, and finally to numbness. In the end, all the words were condensed into one sentence: "You are worthy of being the Captain King He." No one asked stupid questions like "Didn't we set the fire?" If even such basic questions require special answers, then Shiba Kyokawa has wasted all this time guiding them. Before leaving, Shiba Kyokawa patted the shoulder of a water-style ninja who followed Nagato. "It will be hard for you to put out the fire from now on. Remember to tell anyone who asks that this is the sin of the Konoha ninja." The man gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm afraid Chief Yahiko won't accept such an explanation." Shiba Kyokawa just smiled and didn't respond. The present him has been completely transformed compared to when he first crossed over. With the overall improvement of his strength, prestige, subordinates, and even his voice within the organization, he no longer needs to care about Yahiko's attitude as much as he did before. Especially now that Konan and Nagato are gradually leaning towards his side, Yahiko's opinion is no longer that important in his eyes. So what if you don't accept it? Anyway, he has killed the people, set the fire, and burned the mountain. He didn't believe that Yahiko really intended to fight him to the death and explode tonight. After explaining everything, he planned to go back and rest. Before they parted, Zionin suddenly approached him and said, "Let me take you home." Thinking that Konan could fly, Shiba King he did not refuse. This place is quite far from the nearest mountain village, so there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position, right? While flying in the air, Shiba King he could clearly sense that Sister Konan had something to say, but she just didn't know how to start. He was still sincere to Zionin, so he took the initiative to say, "Just say whatever you want to say, Sister Zionin, don't worry, we are companions, aren't we?" Zionin finally put aside his hesitation and asked in a low voice, "King He, isn't it too despicable for us to do this? Is this really the ideal we are pursuing?" Shiba King he was not discouraged when he heard this, but was very happy because Zionin said we do this instead of you do this. This shows that Zionin has already regarded himself as an accomplice tonight. This alone made Shiba Kyokawa feel extremely gratified. He said calmly, "Sister Zionin, do you still remember the lesson I taught you more than a month ago?" More than a month ago was the time when Shiba Kyokawa and Konan went together to investigate the hoarding merchant Ando. This was also the starting point for Sister Zionin's 3 views to be reshaped. Remember? Then this is the second lesson I'm going to teach you today, Sister Zionin. In many cases only the winner is qualified to right justice, while the loser is only fit to eat dust. No matter how beautiful the ideal is, without victory to support it, it is just an illusory mirage. There is no point in insisting on being kind in vain. Think about the last Ninja World War. After Konoha invaded the Rain country, even if a few people, such as your teacher Jiraiya, upheld the moral principles, what would happen? The sufferings suffered by the Rain country did not decrease much. On the contrary, we won this time. Even if we burned down the entire mountain, we still have the opportunity to actively compensate those villagers afterwards. At any time, only when you are alive can you have the qualifications to stick to your ideals. Of course, these words may be suspected of sophistry, but that doesn't matter. Shiba Kiyokawa doesn't need to really convince anyone, he just needs to calm Konan down. Because he knew that Sister Konan's heart was always towards him and the Akatsuki organization. She just needed an anchor of firm belief. So in the end, he told Zionin. If you feel lost, think more about your friends around you, think about everyone's smiling faces, and then tell yourself firmly. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Zionin didn't reply for a long time. She always felt that something was wrong, and that it was particularly inappropriate for Shiba Kiyokawa to say this. But after repeating this sentence several times, her heart miraculously calmed down. She couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that although Shiba King he was full of nonsense, he did have this kind of magical power. After returning, Shiba King he, who had been busy all night, fell asleep immediately. His sleep quality was not affected at all by the flames rising into the sky from several kilometers away. Good things come in pairs. He got good news. The system's observation results were updated again. This time there is no need to wait for the subsequent impacts to ferment. The fact that Aberame Ryoma died in battle and the route suffered heavy losses is enough to change the direction of the long river of fate. This time, the probability of Shiba Kiyokawa dying of natural causes has reached an unprecedented 7.9%. The probability of not surviving the next year has dropped to below 55%. At the same time, because the route suffered a huge weakening, the probability of him walking out of Konoha alive in the destined ending also increased significantly. Before he died of old age, he escaped from Konoha in the future and wandered around the ninja world until he died in the Fourth Ninja World War more than 10 years later. This outcome also has a probability of nearly 10%. He couldn't help but sigh at that moment. The ninja world is truly a place where people eat each other. Killing the enemy is indeed always the fastest way to increase your survival rate. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Isn't this right? Chapter 45. Isn't this right? The probability of survival in this round increased greatly, and the system naturally stole a lot of power of destiny and sent new rewards to Shiba King he. Obtained, Wind-style ninjutsu training experience, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained, experience in practicing earth escape ninjutsu, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained, sealing technique practice experience, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Obtained, experience in developing secret techniques and human body transformation, will be distributed in the form of dreams later. Gain, intelligence identification, lurking, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance related experience, subsequently distributed in the form of dreams. As expected, this time the rewards are basically all related to Ryoma Aberame. Wind style and earth style were both used by Aberame Ryoma during the battle. The sealing technique should be related to the seal of the tongue that all root people have. As for the development of secret techniques and human body modification, there is no doubt that it is related to the insect manipulation secret technique. As for the final skill experience, it is the main business of an intelligence officer. This was the first time that Shiba King he saw the system get so much out of one person. I don't know whether it's because his chances of survival increased a lot this time, or because he successfully killed someone. This is the second time I have gained experience in practicing wind escape. I wonder how it will be different from the last time, he murmured in his heart. Not long ago, after he fooled Yekang, the system rewarded him with experience in practicing wind-style ninjutsu. It's just a pity that he only has some experience so far, and hasn't learned many proper wind-style ninjutsu. I don't know how the second experience will be different this time. If I can combine these two experiences, can I try to create my own ninjutsu? He pondered in his mind. After planning for a while, he temporarily put this wish aside. There is no point in thinking too much. I will have to wait until I have another sleep and learn something from my dream before I can know the details. Then he would start to deal with the follow-up impact brought about by the root group. I was busy until the afternoon, when the door of Shiba Kinghe's temporary residence was roughly pushed open. What is meant to come will come, and what is destined cannot be avoided. Yahiko came to ask for accountability. Yahiko came in looking dusty, with traces of smoke and fire on his face, and steam still coming out of his head. He had just returned from the wildfire rescue site. To be honest, even Shiba Kiyokawa has to admit, Yahiko is truly kind and proactive, and is definitely not pretending to be hypocritical. This can be seen from the fact that he did not come to question Shiba Kiyokawa early in the morning today, but chose to go and put out the fire first. He truly possesses a noble and kind soul, which Shiba Kiyokawa admires. But admiration does not mean approval. In this world of ninja where people eat each other, kindness alone is useless. As expected, Yahiko slammed the table and demanded as soon as he entered the room, "Kinghe, you caused such a big incident, the whole mountain was set on fire by you, and the fire has not been put out yet. Do you think you can get away with it as long as you deceive the villagers?" Shiba Kiyokawa replied slowly, "I killed the enemy who invaded the rain country with ill intentions and prevented a tragedy much greater than the fire in the future. Why can't I feel at peace?" Yahiko became even angrier. You are just making up stories. You didn't negotiate with those Konoha ninjas at all, so why do you just assume they are enemies? People can understand each other, we can sit down and talk first." Shiba Kiyokawa interrupted Yahiko directly. "Since you believe that people can understand each other, then let me ask you, Yahiko, why don't you dare to expose Nagato's samsara eye?" This sentence stopped Yahiko in his tracks. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. That. Didn't you say that people can understand each other? Then why didn't you dare to let the great ninja village know about Nagato's eyes? Why? Are you afraid that they won't understand now? You keep saying that you can sit down and talk to reach a mutual understanding with Konoha, but have you ever understood the people who came here this time? They are the root. They are Konoha's most notorious intelligence assassination organization. They are completely different from your teacher Jiraiya. This time they came for our Akatsuki organization. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain can testify that they were asking about us on the first day they arrived. If I hadn't taken action, they would have almost traced back to Nagato this time. When the Rinnegan is exposed, what will you use to make them understand you? Yahiko, do you really want everyone to be buried with your ideals? Although the middle part may seem alarmist, the last sentence from Shiba Kiyokawa was really heartfelt. In his opinion, the first generation of Akatsuki in the original work was really used by Yahiko to bury his ideals. Kindness and gentleness are indeed very good qualities, and they are an excellent combination when paired with courage, wisdom, and strength. But when this card is played alone, it is nothing in the chaotic world. Yahiko was speechless after being yelled at by Shiba Kiyokawa. He is very angry. I don't understand why, although I was the one who came here to question him angrily. After just 3 sentences, the other party started scolding me like a grandson? Isn't this right? He clearly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find any reason to refute it. In the end, he could only pound the table angrily. Table, HP 10. After causing significant damage to the table, Yahiko finally regained some clarity of thought and continued to ask. So what have you been doing all day? Why didn't you even put out the fire after deceiving those villagers? Shiba Kiyokawa smiled. I'm certainly dealing with the aftermath of this. I wrote a letter to Hanzo, informing him of this and praising him highly. Next, I plan to kidnap him so that we could face the pressure from Konoha together. In addition, I also arranged for people to spread half-true and half-false news near the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, emphasizing the weakness of Konoha. If the situation develops in a favorable way, I also plan to instigate Iwagakure to declare war on Konoha before the end of the year and muddy the waters completely. At the end, Shiba King spread his hands and said, "Look, I still have a lot to do. Who made some people unqualified as leaders, have no plans for the future development direction of the organization, and have no warning of the current crisis situation they are facing." Yahiko was so irritated by his words that he couldn't say a word. His hands were still a little numb, otherwise he would have wanted to pound the table again. Recently, in front of Shiba Kiyokawa, he felt more and more like a child, and his IQ was completely crushed. But he didn't understand, they were obviously about the same age. Until the end, when Shiba Kiyokawa stood up to leave, Yahiko asked again unwillingly. "King He, if you do this and cause strife in the Rain country, how will you be held responsible if war breaks out here again?" Shiba King walked to the door, turned around and gave him a faint smile. "It doesn't matter, I will take action." End of this chapter. Chapter 46. The value is still rising. Chapter 46. The value is still rising. Although he said some very domineering words in front of Yahiko before leaving, in fact, Shiba Kiyokawa did not dare to relax at all in the following days. Be confident strategically, but always be cautious tactically. These days, whenever he has time besides training, he will go to the cat village with Xiaoyu, and use the Uchiha line to keep an eye on Konoha village's attitude towards this incident. After a week, not only Uchiha Shisui, but many members of the Uchiha clan knew that there was a new contractor from the Rain country in the cat village. Moreover, Mr. Aizen has a gentle personality and is polite to others. Even the most arrogant and bad-tempered Uchiha is willing to chat with him. Now, Shiba Kiyokawa can be said to be worthy of the pseudonym he made up. Hard work pays off. One day, Uchiha Shisui found him again and brought him the good news he had been waiting for a long time. "Aizen-kun, has anything big happened in your Rain country recently? Why do you ask?" Originally, this shouldn't be told to people outside the village, but if it's Aizen-kun, I think it should be okay. The clan leader said that our village elder Danzo has been behaving strangely recently. The day before yesterday he had a big fight with the subordinates of the frontline commander Orochimaru. The clan leader suspected that he might be hiding something, so he wanted to collect more information from various places around the village. "Did you find anything from Aizen-kun?" At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa smiled gently. He finally confirmed what he wanted to know. As expected, Danzo chose to conceal the death of Ryoma Aberame and did not report it to the village. Maybe you feel ashamed? Or maybe sending Ryoma Aberame to the Land of Rain was Danzo's own decision and a legal operation. Now, Shiba King's anxious heart suddenly relaxed a lot. As long as Danzo doesn't kidnap the entire Konoha village and simply intervenes in the Rain country alone according to the original story, Shiba Kiyokawa is not afraid of him. There was even an unexpected surprise in the news brought by Uchiha Shisui. "Why did your elder Danzo quarrel with the commander at the front line?" "Oh, sorry, if it involves Konoha's secrets, you don't have to answer me." He pretended to look apologetic, but Uchiha Shisui didn't care. Thanks to Shiba Kiyokawa's excellent disguise, Uchiha Shisui is now very willing to believe the wise Aizen-kun in front of him. "If it's Aizen-kun, I think it's okay to know. It's said that it was because Elder Danzo and Senior Orochimaru had a dispute over personnel scheduling." Shiba King thought about it carefully for a moment and soon figured it out. "I see. No wonder Aberame Ryama's infiltration intensity was so low during the first few days of his arrival in the Land of Rain. It was as if he was just slacking off. He must have been forcibly transferred from Orochimaru, right? At this moment, Orochimaru is probably asking Danzo for someone. But Danzo concealed the news of the death and was unable to return the man to Orochimaru, so the two of them fell out. This is like good news from heaven for Shiba Kiyokawa. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. The value of this wave of kills is still rising." Hearing that Danzo was in so much pain at the moment, he immediately felt relieved. "You've come to this day, Lord Guoying, then, in order to play the role of an ordinary rain ninja well, he returned the favor and revealed some simple information to Uchiha Shisui. Your words do remind me of one thing. Our leader Hanzo received a letter a while ago. He didn't tell us the contents of the letter, but he told us to be careful of Konoha going crazy. I heard some colleagues discussing privately that a Konoha elder made decisions on his own, causing several of his subordinates to die near the rain country, which made our leader very nervous. Shiba Kyokawa's few light words immediately changed the nature of the entire incident. Originally, this was a premeditated ambush by the rain ninjas to attack the root ninjas, and it was Akatsuki who took the initiative. But now that he had blurred the matter, it became the fault of Konoha. Someone was foolish and made secret arrangements, killing the ninjas of the village. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up, as if he was moved that he had finally found useful information. Thank you, Aizen-kun. Your information is very important. I will go back and tell the clan leader. Shiba Kiyokawa nodded with a smile. That was exactly his purpose. As for what Uchiha Fugaku would do after getting the news, whether he would publicly impeach Danzo or secretly spread the news and ruin Danzo's reputation, Shiba Kiyokawa was too lazy to care. He has already handed over the sword. As for what kind of bloody scene the Uchiha can create with this sword, that is all up to them. What does it have to do with the kind and friendly Aizen-kun from the rain country? After receiving the good news, Shiba Kiyokawa left the cat village in a happy mood. After that, he would still secretly be on guard against changes in Konoha, but he no longer needed to be as anxious as before. After finally having some free time, he began to expand on an idea he had before. Create your own ninjutsu. He has now gained a lot of experience in ninjutsu, including fire jutsu, wind jutsu, and earth jutsu. In addition to the lightning and water styles that he had learned without the help of the system, Shiba King he has now confirmed that his body has all 5 attributes. As long as he had another pair of Sharingan, he could also be a copy ninja. It's a pity that he had such excellent innate conditions but was born in a small country and could not learn ninjutsu. In this case, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. He decided to develop his own ninjutsu. Through the multiple insights provided by the comprehensive system, he has gained a lot of high-level understanding of ninjutsu, especially wind escape. The 2 insights almost cover all aspects of wind escape. Developing ninjutsu doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore. First, clarify the needs. My main fighting method now is to deceive with illusions at the beginning, and then suppress with close-range swordsmanship. Therefore, when developing ninjutsu, we should strengthen this process as much as possible, at least not to conflict with the existing combat system. He was muttering to himself while writing and drawing on the ground with a twig. According to this requirement, large-scale storm summoning is useless to me. On the contrary, the cutting attribute in the chakra nature change is very valuable to me. When using chakra test paper to test the chakra attribute, if it shows wind attribute, the test paper will be cut. This shows that cutting is one of the core attributes of wind escape, and this attribute is also what Shiba Kiyokawa needs. The core requirement is clear, followed by the secondary requirement: the newly developed ninjutsu cannot affect my swordsmanship. Therefore, single-shot offensive ninjutsu is of little significance to me. If I have that much time, I might as well just go up and chop a few times. A manipulative ninjutsu similar to the Yekang Shuodun, which can be used multiple times after one seal, would be more suitable for my needs. Yekang's Scorch Release only requires 1 seal to summon a fireball at the beginning, and then he can fight with 2 kunao throughout the whole process, controlling the fireball with his mind to fight the enemy. Shiba Kiyokawa is very envious of this model. Because his current swordsmanship is no longer inferior to Yekang's kunao fighting skills. The last is the extended demand. It would be best if it is not MUJI, but I don't force it. I will do my best, but if I can't do it, it's fine. After summarizing the requirements, Shiba Kiyokawa is finally ready to start working. This may also be his first step towards becoming the top ninja in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Homemade Ninjutsu. Chapter 47 Homemade Ninjutsu. In the next few days, Ahi's training results were not ideal. It is not easy to create your own ninjutsu. In particular, Shiba Kiyokawa set so many harsh requirements for himself, which was equivalent to personally playing the role of the vicious party A and making a colorful black requirement. But he did not get discouraged or lower his demands. The purpose of creating one's own ninjutsu is to improve combat power. Giving up the ultimate pursuit of combat to create something relatively easy is putting the cart before the horse. The good news is that during these days when he was in distress, many people from Akatsuki came to visit and encourage him. Konan sent a blue paper flower, the same one she wore on her head, hoping to make Shiba Kiyokawa feel better. Nagato also came to visit and offered some suggestions, but to be honest, Shiba Kiyokawa felt that they were of little use. Is the ninjutsu of the Rinnegan a gift from heaven, or a gift from old Madara? In short, it has no reference value. Finally, the person who came to visit the most times was Uzumaki Kaoru. Zionjai didn't have much ninja talent, so she simply chose to stay and help Shiba Kinghe cook and take care of his 3 meals a day. She would occasionally show her shoulders and arms and sway in front of Shiba Kiyokawa. Even though it was winter, she still wore shoulder-exposed clothes. She would raise her fair wrists and forearms in front of Shiba Kiyokawa and shake them from time to time. Shiba Kinghe could guess that Zionjai's original intention was probably to hint that if he was tired, he could bite her to restore his spirit. But to be honest, this actually brought me some negative troubles. After these days of recuperation, Uzumaki Zionjai's health has improved a lot. Her previously sunken cheeks have become round and full, and her skinny figure has become plump and slender. Coupled with the temptation of the taboo identity of his friend's young aunt, Shiba Kinghe deeply felt that his religious faith was being tested. So he had to righteously ask Uzumaki Kaoru to put on her winter clothes first. A few days later, Crowfeather, who had just returned from a mission, came to the training ground and asked Shiba Kinghe some questions. Then the two of them talked about their own ninjutsu. Crowfeather suggested, "Captain Kinghe, I don't think you need to force yourself to control ninjutsu with your mind. It's very difficult. My method is to attach chakra to the knife in advance, and then set a rule through hand seals. As long as I swing the knife according to the set rhythm, the chakra will automatically respond to me and transform into flames." This idea immediately inspired Shiba Kiyokawa. Delete the micro-operation part and change it to automatic response by default program. This seems to be a good idea. After all, scorch release is a bloodline limit. Although Yekang's posture of controlling the fireball with his mind is very cool, the difficulty of learning is still too high. Shiba Kinghe deeply reflected on his own unrealistic ambitions and began to carefully discuss the details of the automatic response with Yeu. "How do you preset the tempo?" "I have preset a rhythm for swinging the sword according to my usual fighting habits. As long as I follow this rhythm, the chakra on the sword will automatically transform into flames. In order to find this rhythm, I usually choose to hum a song in my heart while fighting." "Humming? You're not humming Makabaka, are you?" Shiba Kiyokawa nodded thoughtfully. He felt that he had grasped the direction: abandon redundant micromanipulations, use a hand seal to set the rules, and then let the chakra run automatically according to the established rules, so as not to affect your sword-wielding battle. This is what he wants. Now that you have a clear goal, the next step is to keep practicing. Shiba Kiyokawa's original ninjutsu is now on the right track. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization was then surprised to find that Captain Kinghe was training with such passion that he risked his life. He almost forgot to eat and sleep. If Uzumaki Zionjai hadn't reminded him every day, he would have almost forgotten to eat. If someone asks him the secret of his own ninjutsu many years later, Shiba Kiyokawa might really ask him a cool question: "Have you ever seen the land of rain at 4 in the morning?" The correct thinking, clear planning, and hard training, these three combined made Shiba Kinghe's original ninjutsu progress smoothly. 5 days later, he invited his old teammate Kenjiro to try out the sword. "Captain, you succeeded so quickly." Shiba King he nodded. "To be precise, it was successful the day before yesterday. I spent another 2 days debugging and improving it." Kenjiro was amazed by her beauty. Is it so easy to create your own ninjutsu? But when he thought again that the person in front of him was Shiba Kiyokawa, he suddenly felt that there was a hint of rationality in the absurdity. "Shiba King," he said, "don't worry, I won't use any illusions this time. I'll just experiment with new ninjutsu. Don't worry, just attack me." During the usual sparring within the organization, Shiba Kiyokawa's illusion left a deep impression on everyone. Although there is no casualty, it always catches people off guard. Various deceptive means emerge one after another, which are very dirty. Well, Kenjiro means very clever. This time, he got the rare promise that there would be no illusions, so Kenjiro immediately drew his sword and jumped up to chop at the enemy head-on. Kenjiro also uses a knife. With the first strike, Shiba Kiyokawa held his short sword horizontally to block Kenjiro's jumping strike. The moment the blades intersected, Kenjiro was slightly confused. "Captain King, his sword strike feels ordinary, doesn't it? Did he really use a new ninjutsu?" Then Shiba Kiyokawa coordinated his steps, leaning sideways to deflect the opponent's sword, while at the same time he thrust forward. Kenjiro pulled back his sword and held it horizontally to block. When the crisp sound of striking iron sounded, Kenjiro still didn't feel too much pressure. There was a layer of wind on the captain's blade, which seemed to slightly speed up the blade's slashing and stabbing speed, but this was not a very strong gain, right? Is this Captain King He's new ninjutsu? Kenjiro had just come up with this idea and even wanted to try a counterattack after stabilizing his pace, but the next moment, the real change finally came. Shiba Kiyokawa retreated half a step, creating a gap, put the short sword at his side, held it with both hands, and then raised the sword upwards. A move that slashes upward from bottom to top can also be called the Rising Dragon Slash. Kenjiro saw the move and instinctively planned to continue blocking with his sword, but at this moment, got windy. What? The moment Shiba Kiyokawa raised his short sword, the blue chakra of the blade suddenly burst out, instantly turning into a violent whirlwind that blew Kenjiro into the air. There were countless sharp wind blades in the whirlwind, which cut Kenjiro's clothes into pieces in just a moment. He was blown up unexpectedly, his feet off the ground, dizzy, and felt pain all over his body. There were sharp cold rays everywhere around him. When I came to my senses again, I was lying on the ground, the knife had fallen out of my hand, and my clothes had turned into strips of cloth covering my body. I looked so miserable. "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Kenjiro asked blankly. Shiba King he made a sword flower with his hand and explained, "This is a preset ninjutsu. The first 2 swords will slightly increase the attack speed, and the third sword will roll up a violent whirlwind. I haven't thought of a name yet. What do you think of the name Hasa gave?" End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Intensifying. Chapter 48 Intensifying. Finally, after unanimous discussion among those close to him, everyone agreed that there was never any problem with Shiba Kiyokawa's wisdom, but his taste in naming was really not commendable. In the end, it was Konan who suggested naming his new ninjutsu 3 Flashes of Wind Breath. "Actually, I wanted to call it the Gale of Absolute Slash." Shiba King he muttered silently in his heart. It's a pity that the art of wind style, Hazage, is still too advanced for the current ninja world, and everyone unanimously deprived him of the right to continue naming. This made Shiba Kiyokawa think of a character in the original work who was also often criticized for his weird naming taste, Namikaze Minato. Speaking of which, Minato Namikaze's life has not been very comfortable recently. The wind brought about by the death of Ryoma Aberame finally blew to Konoha village after being silent for a while. At first, Danzo tried to claim that nothing had happened. However, Aberame Ryoma is the supreme commander of the route after all, and his loss of contact will inevitably lead to a decline in the operating efficiency of the entire route. As time went on, various parts of the front line naturally felt the sluggishness of intelligence work, and more complaints were heard back to the village. So in the second stage, Danzo tried to convince the village, maybe something did happen, but we shouldn't take action. For the sake of their many years of friendship, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again chose to trust his old partner. Do your intelligence work well, Danzo. I don't want similar accusations to come to me again. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a light warning and let him go. However, the intelligence gap has not been resolved in a short period of time. Even during this period of time, rumors have been circulating from both Sand Village and Iwagakure that Konoha is weak and no longer glorious. Of course, Shiba Kyokawa's contribution was part of this. At this point in the third stage, Danzo is still claiming, maybe we should take action, but the conditions do not allow it and we can't do anything. At this time, Minato Namikaze, who was in the north, had clearly felt the pressure. He tried to alert the village, but to little avail. Until another half-month passed, when there were only 3 days left before the end of the year, something that Konoha had never expected and was like falling into an ice cellar finally happened. The Iwagakure village takes action and declares war on Konoha. At this point, the Third Ninja World War officially entered the stage of chaos, except for Kirigakure, which is shrouded in blood mist and heavy fog. The other 4 major ninja villages have all been involved in the war. Iwagakure entered the scene and, together with Kumigakure, attacked the northern part of the Land of Fire from the east and the west, turning Namikaze Minato into a complete firefighter. Flying around every day, helping people in emergencies everywhere. Until this time, Danzo was still saying, maybe we should have done something at the beginning, but it's too late now. This set of operations really captures the essence of Prime Minister Dai Ying's governance. It's a pity that other people in Konoha village don't buy it. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen almost slammed the table and roared, Danzo! Is this how you are responsible for intelligence work? Why didn't you get any information before Iwagakure declared war on us? To be honest, we can't blame Danzo for this. After all, the 4 major ninja villages attacking Konoha can be said to be historical inertia and destiny. Even if the Six-Path Sage came, he probably wouldn't be able to change this trend. But who made Danzo's roots fail at this critical juncture? Someone has to bear this responsibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. I can't be the one to take the blame, can I? Danzo was so angry that his teeth were about to break, and subconsciously wanted to blurt out, you will regret this. As a result, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even give him this chance. Danzo, if the disappearance of Aberame Ryoma is indeed true, why don't you go to the northern border yourself? This sentence immediately determined Danzo's intention. Danzo did have the idea of leaving the village to cause trouble, and in the original work he went to the Rain country in person. But that was late in the war. Given his personality, how could he be willing to go to the front line in person when the war was at its most intense? But Konoha's situation is indeed difficult now. Even in the original work, this period was the most difficult and darkest moment for Konoha. It was not until Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru exploded one after another and won the Battle of Konobe Bridge and the Battle of Mount Kikyo, then the ninja of Kirigakure came to an end and welcomed the last dance of Mr. Dai's 10 years of drinking ice, that the situation in Konoha improved. But no one in Konoha right now has vision for the future. They cannot see the victory that will come next year or even the year after. And because of the disturbance caused by Shiba Kiyokawa, the little time-traveling butterfly, their situation became worse than in the original book. Therefore, it is an indisputable fact that many civilians and ninjas in Konoha village lack confidence in the current war and are even full of pessimism. Faced with this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave up their old friendship and gave Danzo an ultimatum. Danzo, go to the north and help Minato stabilize the Iwagakure battlefield. I don't agree. I still need to stay at the route and coordinate intelligence from all directions. Then I will let the Uchiha clan join the war. Danzo couldn't help but want to greet Sarutobi Hiruzen's family warmly. In the original work, the Uchiha clan almost only participated in the war against Kirigakure, and Kirigakure was the last of the 5 major ninja villages to perish. It can be seen that Uchiha was kept hidden by Konoha until the end. It's a pity that in the current world line, due to the interference of Shiba Kiyokawa, the strategic power of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as good as in the original. Kakashi's previous, fruitless, and somewhat anticlimactic rebellion had already greatly shaken the prestige of the Konoha high-level officials, and now the Root's intelligence work has made a major mistake. Sarutobi Hiruzen must find a way to regain the people's confidence. Recently, he has heard more and more discussions among villagers and ninjas. If White Fang had not died 3 years ago, would the current situation not be so ugly? Every time he heard this he wanted to strangle Danzo to death. After 3 years, everyone had almost forgotten about White Fang. Why did you have to provoke Kakashi? Danzo also felt wronged. Kakashi's mutation started after he returned from the Rain Country. Didn't I already send people to investigate? If I didn't check, you blamed me. Then I checked, and the person who checked died, and you blamed me again. Do I deserve to be blamed by you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Finally, Danzo hesitated for a long time and could only utter one sentence in a depressed tone, then let that evil clan offer the last bit of strength to Konoha. In the end, he did not forget to save his dignity. Hiruzen, you will regret this sooner or later. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't tolerate him either, and this time he used a combo attack. Danzo, I am the Hokage now. Even if I am gone, I will leave the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. It was just one break before, but this time it evolved into 2 consecutive breaks. Danzo turned and left, slamming the door extra hard this time, with a deafening bang. The butterfly effect brought about by Shiba Kiyokawa's time travel is now intensifying. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Just an Ordinary Chunin. Chapter 49, Just an Ordinary Chunin. Not long after, Shiba Kiyokawa heard the news from Uchiha Shisui in Cat Village that the Uchiha clan was about to go to the battlefield. To be honest, he was a little disappointed when he first heard the news. Because just recently when Abarame Ryoma died, he clearly handed a knife to the Uchiha clan through Shisui's mouth. But listening to Shisui's description, it seems that until Iwagakure declared war on Konoha a few days ago, clan leader Fugaku did not actually stab the knife. If someone had stood up and publicly impeached Danzo in the village before this, the situation of the root in Konoha would have been even worse than it is now. It's just a pity that Fugaku didn't do anything in the end. These people really don't care even if they give him a chance. Shiba King he sighed inwardly, reflecting that he shouldn't have expected too much from someone like Uchiha Fugaku. But then he quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, I am not a god, so it is impossible for me to plan everything for the best. The so-called counselors are nothing more than a group of people who do their best and leave the rest to fate. He has been blessed enough by fate, and he really shouldn't complain about this mere mistake. Then he asked Uchiha Shisui why he came, and got an answer that was somewhat unexpected to him. Aizen-kun, I know you are very powerful, and you are definitely not just a chunin. I will be heading to the battlefield soon. Before that, can I ask you to practice with me once? I want to test my ability. You Uchiha clan people really like to talk about the word capacity all the time, Shiba King he secretly complained. However, he readily agreed to this request. Firstly, he had just developed a new ninjutsu and needed a capable sparring partner to test it in actual combat. Secondly, after realizing that Uchiha Fugaku was a hopeless case, Shiba Kiyokawa's feelings for Shisui naturally increased. He already had the idea of luring Uchiha Shisui, and now this idea will only become more intense, like a raging fire spreading across the prairie. If you really want to use the Uchiha clan to cause trouble, you have to rely on Shisui. What is Fugaku? I don't know him well. Great, Aizen-kun, let's go to the training ground now. Uchiha Shisui also seemed a little impatient. Shiba King he smiled gently, but a deep light unconsciously flashed in his eyes. He read anxiety, loneliness, and confusion from Uchiha Shisui's impatience at this moment. Isn't the opportunity to take advantage of the situation here? At this moment, Shiba King he secretly decided, even if he has to take risks, he must show some real skills, even if it means slightly breaking through the character he has created. Every member of the Uchiha clan is a battle maniac. If you want them to agree with you and listen to you, it is necessary to demonstrate your strength appropriately. Aizen-kun, my abilities are mainly instant body movement, illusion, and clone, and I have also activated the 3 Magatama Sharingan, so you have to be careful later. Shisui is indeed one of the few good kids among the Uchiha. Before the competition, he took the initiative to report his areas of expertise. Okay, my abilities are mainly swordsmanship and wind jutsu, so Shisui-kun should also be careful. Shiba Kiyokawa returned the favor. However, he still kept a trick up his sleeve and didn't mention that he was also good at illusion. Aizen-kun, let's make the seal of opposition first. Is there such a custom in your Rain country? It's okay, I understand the rule. The two of them nodded to each other and formed seals in the only simple training ground in the cat country. Then both sides jumped back swiftly at the same time, while keeping some distance between them. Both of them began to form seals with their hands quickly. Shadow Clone. Wind Style, Wind Breath 3 Flashes. Anyway, Wind Breath 3 Flashes was a ninjutsu he created himself and no one else had ever seen it, so Shiba Kiyokawa didn't care if his opponent heard the name of the ninjutsu. As expected, Uchiha Shisui was slightly stunned after hearing this. What kind of technique is this? I've never heard of it. Without having time to think more, after the shadow clone was completed, Shisui made another seal, then drew out a kunao, and the battle equation officially started. The last one, Yin's Hiba King He, could be seen clearly. It was exactly as expected, the instant body flickering technique. At this point in time, Uchiha Shisui has not yet earned the title of instant body technique from the battlefield, but this does not affect his instant body technique, which has reached perfection. In just a blink of an eye, all 4 Shisui, including the original body and 3 shadow clones, disappeared from the spot in an instant. If it were a month ago, Shiba King He's heartbeat would definitely have quickened. Fortunately, after killing a bear Ryoma, the reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance experience given to him by the system just happened to include some experience in perception and listening to the wind to determine the position. This gave him more confidence to remain calm in the face of adversity. There's wind on the right. He immediately slashed with his sword. The blade just passed by, but there was no sense of stagnation. It wasn't even a clone. There was no feeling of him hitting a solid entity. It was more like a after-image. Is it instant body again? Without stopping, Shiba King He turned around with a cross step, and his sense of the wind guided him to stab again quickly behind him. The knife was so incredibly fast that even Uchiha Shisui was surprised. But then, with a bang, Uchiha Shisui, who was stabbed by the sword, exploded into a ball of white smoke. This is still not the real thing. Just at this moment, the sound of wind came from 4 directions at the same time. Clearly when the battle started, Shiba King He saw with his own eyes that Uchiha only created 3 clones. Now that 1 clone has been pierced, why are there still 4 sounds of breaking through the air attacking simultaneously? Can instant teleportation really be achieved to this extent? At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa was calm and even closed his eyes. Like a drop of water falling into the lake of heart. He heard the real secret hidden in the wind. The next moment he put the knife at his waist and took a quick step in one direction. As he slid forward, his body rotated clockwise, and the sword slashed horizontally, drawing an elegant and deadly circle in the air. The knife comes out and the wind rises. This is the 3rd sword strike from Shiba Kiyokawa. A whirlwind, coming as summoned. At the same time, because this time his 3rd sword was no longer an upward slash, but a circular slash around his body, the whirlwind also exploded and spread in a ring around his body, who says that the preset ninjutsu can only be a single routine. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The sword is unpredictable, and so is the wind. Varied. This time Uchiha Shisui was really surprised. The whirlwind came so suddenly that he had no time to react. There were only 3 muffled explosions: bang, bang, bang. The first 2 sounds marked the shattering of Shisui's shadow clone, and the last sound was the sound of the katana slashing on the kunao. The sharp air blades mixed in the wind also cut through the ninja vest on Uchiha Shisui, forcing him to retreat in embarrassment. He kept jumping back to create distance, while putting away his kunao and quickly starting the second round of hand seals. But at this time, Shiba Kiyokawa had completely figured out Shisui's secret, and his pursuit was particularly domineering and determined. I see. Your teleportation is not so unsolvable. You added illusion and perception deception into it, right? At that moment, when Uchiha Shisui heard Shiba Kiyokawa reveal his secret, his expression really changed. How can this be? How long had they been fighting? 1 second? Or 2 seconds? The other party actually saw through the unique skill that he was so proud of so quickly. Aizen-kun, is this what you meant when you introduced yourself as just an ordinary chunin? End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Innocence and Experience. Chapter 50, Innocence and Experience. It is true that Uchiha Shisui's instant body movement technique is very powerful, but it is obviously not as unstoppable as Namikaze Minato's, otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit by the knife that Shiba Kiyokawa had just used around his body. Shiba Kiyokawa has now completely understood the true secret of Shisui hidden under the afterimage of the illusion. The opponent's body flash technique is actually used in conjunction with the Sharingan illusion. The afterimage left by Shiba Kiyokawa's first slash was the masterpiece of the Sharingan illusion. The purpose was to implant a misleading information into his brain, making him mistakenly believe that Shisui's instant body movement technique was very fast, so fast that there was no solution and so fast that it could leave an afterimage. I guess those unlucky mist ninjas in the original novel probably thought so until they died, right? They felt that they had encountered an extremely fast and powerful person who came and went without a trace and disappeared in an instant, but in fact, as an Uchiha, and an Uchiha who will open the Mangekyo in the future, how could Shisui abandon his strongest Sharingan and only rely on his body skills to fight the enemy? Shisui's eye power is one of the best in the clan, and in the future he will grow into the number 1 in the family, the trinity of clones, instant body movement and pupil techniques is the real instant body Shisui. This combat mode was a great inspiration to Shiba Kiyokawa, and he felt that he might be able to learn from such tactics in the future. Sure enough, competing with high-level opponents can bring a lot of enlightenment and inspiration. This duel was worth it, he thought happily. But compared to his joy, Uchiha Shisui's mood at this moment was very complicated. This was the first time that young Shisui's combination skills were discovered so easily by others. His unique Uchiha competitive spirit had been completely aroused at this moment, and the 3 megatama in his pupils were spinning rapidly and unwillingly. However, at this time, Uchiha Shisui obviously did not have the Mangeki. He hasn't even been to the battlefield, let alone experienced the separation of life and death with his comrades. Shiba Kiyokawa has a way to deal with the simple 3 megatama illusion misleading. Since the beginning of the battle, his eyes have never been higher than Shisui's chin. In terms of understanding of the Sharingan, Shiba Kiyokawa is probably even better than Uchiha. Shisui kept moving, the 3 megatama spinning in his pupils, and he cast out misleading illusions one after another. But he was still unable to shake off Shiba Kiyokawa's pursuit. Ding! Dang! Shua! After 2 more crisp sounds of hammering, Uchiha Shisui was on guard this time. He jumped back immediately, and while in the air, he threw out a large number of shurikens with both hands recklessly. The strong wind came as expected. This time, Shiba Kiyokawa used the traditional upward/rising dragon slash. A rising whirlwind was summoned from the tip of the sword, and it moved forward rapidly in a straight line. All the shurikens thrown by Uchiha Shisui were blown away along the way, but Shibaki Yokawa, who had been concentrating on sensing the wind ripples, was able to keenly notice the unusual sound in the wind even without looking up. Sure enough, the next moment Uchiha Shisui pulled hard with both hands from the outside to the inside. All the shurikens connected by the steel wires in the air changed their trajectories, flew back together, and shot towards Shibaki Yokawa again from all directions. The Uchiha clan's signature shuriken technique. In the original novel, Sasuke also used this move during the Chunin exam. At this age, Shisui uses it with no less proficiency than the future Sasuke, but Shiba King he just smiled and was not panicked at all. He threw the sword in his hand immediately. SHH. The thrown sword cut several steel wires and at the same time forced Shisui, who was not far away, to dodge sideways, and the control of the shuriken in his hand couldn't help but slow down a bit. So when all kinds of shurikens were falling from the sky, Shibaki Yokawa completed the hand seal in a very thrilling way. Boom! The target pierced by the shuriken and entangled by the wire eventually turned into a dead wooden stake. Substitution. Oh no! Uchiha Shisui cursed inwardly. Before I had time to feel upset, thunder suddenly exploded behind me. Thunder release Lei Yin. Although Shibaki Yokawa learned new moves, he did not forget his previous ninjutsu. What surprised Uchiha Shisui even more was, how could someone use the substitution technique to attack? Shibaki Yokawa used the slight displacement brought by the substitution technique to move behind Shisui, hooked his foot, and kicked the katana he had just thrown back into his hand. Then he turned his wrist and immediately slashed out with the knife. The suppression and offensiveness are at their maximum. Uchiha Shisui only felt a sharp murderous intent coming towards him, which did not give him any chance to breathe. Ding! His swordplay was still as sharp as a fang, making it very difficult for Shisui to block with his kunao. And the pressure was full, and the next sword followed immediately after the first one, not giving him any chance to seal. The illusion's misleading intentions fell on deaf ears and suffered setbacks one after another. When, after blocking the second sword attack, Uchiha Shisui saw Shibaki Yokawa suddenly retreat half a step, put the sword to his waist, and pretended to use Shang Liao's Shoryu slash again. He was so frightened that his pupils almost widened to the maximum. SHH. But in the end, the sword hovered dangerously in front of Shisui's jaw, with the tip of the sword just a few tenths of a centimeter away from his chin. Uchiha Shisui had no doubts, and subconsciously thought that Shiba King he must have deliberately stopped at the last moment, and immediately said, "I give up." Shibaki Yokawa smiled slightly, a sly smile, "Thank you, Shisui-kun." What Uchiha Shisui didn't know was, he was actually fooled. Shibaki Yokawa's 3 flashes of wind breath has just been developed. One seal can only summon a maximum of 2 whirlwinds, strengthening a total of 6 sword strikes. He is still trying to figure out how to extend the life of this move, and it seems like it will take some time. He stopped not because he wanted to stop, but because he had no more wind in his hands. But Uchiha Shisui obviously didn't know this information, and he knew nothing about Shibaki Yokawa's self-created ninjutsu. Previously, Shibaki Yokawa had deliberately suppressed his strength and fought extremely fiercely, all in order to create an illusion so as not to let Uchiha Shisui see that his ninjutsu had actually been interrupted long ago. Who says that only illusions can deceive people? Who would have thought that someone could have so many hidden plans in just a private exchange? The simple Uchiha Shisui was finally played around by the experienced Shibaki Yokawa. Putting away the knife and extending his hand, Shibaki Yokawa said very gentlemanly, "Let's make the seal of reconciliation, Shisui-kun." Uchiha Shisui did not doubt him, stretched out his hand and formed a seal with him, still unable to help but sigh in admiration. "Aizen-kun, you really are amazing." After the competition, Shiba King he clearly felt that Uchiha Shisui's attitude towards him became closer, and he seemed to be convinced. He struck while the iron was hot and said, "Shisui-kun is also very capable, your strength is already very outstanding at this age, even not inferior to many famous ninjas. With your strength, you shouldn't have any concerns even on the battlefield. What are you confused about? Uchiha Shisui lowered his head, and his Sharingan, which had been clearly closed when he had just made the seal of reconciliation, opened again involuntarily, revealing his uneasy heart. After several hesitations and struggles, he finally raised his head and looked at Shiba Kiyokawa with a hint of expectation. Aizen-kun, you are so powerful and intelligent, I don't think you would have such troubles. But recently, I am really troubled. At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa smiled from the bottom of his heart. His smile was gentle, kind, and persuasive. Shisui-kun, what are you worried about? Tell me, maybe I can give you some immature advice. As expected, dealing with the Uchiha clan requires an appropriate display of strength. After this battle, Shisui was finally willing to open up to him. It was worth all the effort he put into a mere private exchange. The simple Uchiha Shisui was finally defeated by the experienced Shiba Kiyokawa. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 I Have a Friend. Chapter 51 I Have a Friend. Uchiha Shisui has always wanted to find someone to talk to. Shiba Kiyokawa was actually very clear about his pain. He was caught between his family and the village, in a dilemma, with no one understanding him. The only friend he could barely be considered a close friend with in the future, Uchiha Itachi, was probably just a little kid of 4 or 5 years old now. Shisui was in pain. And from the first day they met, Shiba Kiyokawa had been guiding him to trust herself, intentionally or unintentionally. Bearing the name of Aizen, he cannot lose in this regard. Now, in Shisui's eyes, Aizen's last shortcoming, strength has been made up, and his trust in Aizen has finally reached a critical point. So he could no longer suppress his emotions and asked, Aizen-kun, this question may be a little presumptuous. If, one day your family and the village have a conflict, which side will you choose to stand on? Shiba King he smiled softly and didn't rush to reveal his true intentions right away. He had to unfold the map of Yan State slowly, so as not to scare Zishui by attacking too quickly or too fiercely. I may not be able to help you with this problem, Shisui-kun. I am an orphan, without parents or family. There is almost no decent ninja inheritance in our Rain country. Uchiha Shisui's disappointment was visible to the naked eye. But the next moment, Shiba King he changed the subject and said again. But I think that no matter which side you choose to stand on, the first thing you should consider is whether that side has the same sense of justice and persistence as you do. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui was a little confused, Shiba King he continued with a smile. Let me tell you a true story from our Rain country. Most of us here joined because we admired the reputation of Mr. Salamander Hanzo, and I am no exception. But it is inevitable that there will be some people with ill intentions mixed in. 2 years ago, a group of people with ulterior motives came to our village. They worked together and kept saying for the Rain country and for Lord Hanzo, but their actual actions were always to satisfy their own selfish desires. They were tyrannical and domineering, causing trouble for the local people, and bullied the villagers under the name of Rain Ninja. Many people in the village did not understand the inside story and were even bewitched by their slogans and words and joined them. Later, these people worked their way up to high-ranking positions in the village, becoming deputy commanders of the village second only to Hanzo-sama. I was very hesitant at the time, and wanted to draw my sword and chop these guys down a few times, but I was worried that they were my companions, and I shouldn't take action against ninjas from the same village. Speaking of this, Shiba Kiyokawa revealed just the right amount of fragility and pain, as if even recalling these stories was full of contradictions and struggles. He seemed to be telling the story of the Rain country and did not mention Konoha at all, but every word he said hit Uchiha Shisui's heart hard, making him feel the same way. So, what happened next? Shisui asked nervously, even his tone softened. Later, Master Hanzo finally found out about these things. He killed these people without hesitation, leaving no one alive. After killing them, he even shouted at me, "Why did you let them go even though you saw the truth?" I explained to Hanzo-sama that they were once our companions, they were also rain ninjas, ninjas from the same village as us. But Hanzo just sneered and said to me, "What kind of companions are these termites? How can we govern the rain kingdom with these insects?" So from then on, I understood a truth: whether to stand shoulder to shoulder should be determined by whether the person holds the same beliefs and justice as you, rather than simply whether the person wears the same forehead protector as you. After saying this, Shiba King patted Uchiha Shisui's shoulder and gave him earnest advice. Another more important point is, to judge whether a person is worthy of being with you, you should look at what he does, not what he says. People who are too hypocritical in their words and lack justice in their actions are not worthy of trust and following. Shisui-kun, please don't be fooled. Uchiha Shisui was startled at first, as if thinking about something, then he suddenly woke up, his face flushed with panic, and he explained anxiously, "No, Aizen-kun, you misunderstood, I'm not talking about my own affairs, I'm just chatting with you, what I said are. Shiba King smiled and winked at him in a friendly manner, "I understand, Shisui-kun, those are your friend's troubles, and these suggestions of mine are also for your friend. I hope you can tell your friend about my story in the Rain Country." Uchiha Shisui's face turned even redder. At this point, Shisui couldn't bring himself to say that the friend was actually me. He could only bite the bullet and follow Shiba Kyokawa's words, okay, then I'll thank Aizen-kun for the story on behalf of my friend." "You're welcome. I hope your friend can get out of his confusion soon." "Aizen-kun, can we stop talking about my friend for now?" "Okay, then Shisui-kun, can you teach me your body flickering technique?" In order to avoid this embarrassing topic, Uchiha Shisui had to use his most powerful skill of instant teleportation, hoping to divert Aizen's attention as soon as possible and stop paying attention to his friend. Little did he know that he had fallen into someone's trap again. The despicable outsider once again achieved his goal of getting something for free. The plan goes through. It was already evening when we said goodbye to Uchiha Shisui and left the cat village. Shiba Kyokawa returned to the land of rain and was surprised to find that everyone was waiting for him. "What's going on?" he asked curiously. "What happened?" Zionin smiled gently, walked forward and took his hand. "Nothing happened, King He, you don't have to be so nervous, we just came to invite you to watch the fireworks together." "Watch the fireworks?" "Well, because it's New Year's Day. Before we know it, it's a new year again." This is also the first time that Shiba Kyokawa has bid farewell to the old and welcomed the new since he traveled to this world. But he was a little surprised. "New Year, isn't it already 3 days ago?" Zionin smoothed the hair by her ears and explained helplessly, "We can't help it. You know the situation in our rain country. Many supplies were cut off due to the war. In the days leading up to the new year, Iwagakure declared war on Konoha. Merchants didn't come to avoid disaster. They really couldn't buy fireworks on New Year's Day, so they delayed it until today. The ninja world is still as chaotic and terrible as ever. Let's go watch the fireworks together, King He. They say they're beautiful." "It is good." Shiba King He took the initiative to hold Zionin's hand and walked out of the house together. But fortunately, he found a little warmth here. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The day has finally come. Chapter 52. The day has finally come. With the arrival of the new year, the ninja war, which has touched the hearts of countless people in the entire ninja world, has entered a new chapter. Iwagakure declared war on Konoha, and a few days later, Konoha responded. The Uchiha clan, the most powerful family with the strongest eye technique, finally joined the war and rushed to the battlefield under the leadership of their clan leader Fugaku. This news touched the hearts of countless people and made the Grass Country and Taki Country the focus of the entire ninja world. And in the land of rain, not far from this focal point, Shiba Kyokawa unexpectedly faced his New Year challenge on this day. This sudden change caught him off guard. A few days ago, he was enjoying the beautiful fireworks with Zionin and the others, but just a few days later, his men came to report. This time, it's not just the fireworks that return to the Rain Kingdom, but also those annoying landlords and nobles. What do you mean? What do you mean someone came back with the land deeds to collect taxes? Where did those people come from? Where did they go before? Shiba King he frowned, showing a rare bit of anger. It can be seen that the Akatsuki members who came to report the news also had some emotions, but their reactions were not as intense as Shiba Kyokawa's for the time being. They are all nobles of the Land of Rain who were previously appointed by the daimyo. When the war broke out at the beginning of last year, they all fled to the Land of Earth, fearing that Konoha would invade here again like the last Ninja World War. But recently, Iwagakure declared war on Konoha, and the battle line successfully crossed the grass country and has now advanced into the fire country. These people began to feel that Konoha was not as threatening as before, so one by one they followed the caravan back. It is said that they also hired a large number of Iwagakure ninjas to escort them along the way. The disgust on Shiba Kyokawa's face was clearly visible. Didn't the daimyo of our rain country disappear a long time ago? He once suspected that it was Hanzo of the Salamander who did it, but there was no evidence. His team members helplessly explained, the daimyo is gone, but the nobles who were ennobled by the daimyo are still there, and they still have the land deeds. Shiba King he laughed immediately, so what if they have the title deed? The daimyo is gone, can they still rebel? We are fighting hard to protect the rain country, is it just to protect the right to pay rent to them? Seeing that his men were still puzzled, he slammed the letters that he had been using to communicate with Hanzo on the table. Can this prove that we are an organization recognized by Hanzo of the Salamander, and that we are the masters of the rain country? The subordinate nodded in confusion. Then, Shiba Kyokawa took another snap and took a picture of the gifts that the Akatsuki organization received from nearby villagers during the new year not long ago. Does this prove that we are the organization that truly protects the rain country and the nearby towns and is supported and loved by everyone? The subordinate nodded. Finally, Shiba Kyokawa put the two things together and pushed them forward. Then this, plus this, can we stand and collect taxes? Let those cowardly nobles get out. It was only then that all the Akatsuki members took a deep breath and exclaimed, we are here to collect taxes? Is this true? Someone asked incredulously, is this something we ninjas can do? Shiba King he smiled, deliberately looked in the direction of Konan, and then spread out his hands and said, that's why I said that ninjas have been disciplined by this world for too long, so long that they have lost the courage and ability to question the rules. At that moment, Zionin, who was met by his gaze, suddenly thought of the day when they dealt with the merchant Ando together, and thought of the unorthodox, yet magnificent ideal that Shiba King he had once promised. The next second, Shiba Kyokawa slammed the table and shouted loudly, who dictates what ninjas should and cannot do? Who made the rules? Was it the Sage of Six Paths? Or the ninja god from the past? None of them. Besides, even if they were, they are all gone now. So why do we need to imprison ourselves, belittle ourselves, and discipline ourselves? We are the heroes who truly saved the rain country. We are the true saviors of this land. Why should we, the Akatsuki organization, give the right to collect taxes to those fat nobles? Because they are cowardly? Or because they flee at the first sign of trouble? It was the first time that everyone saw Shiba Kyokawa so excited. They were all stunned and looked at each other, but they didn't know how to answer. At first they were also indignant and complained to each other, but the members of the organization only thought about how to help the villagers share the pressure. No one expected that when this matter reached Shiba Kyokawa, it would lead to such a subversive solution. We collect taxes ourselves. Is this how the problem is solved? It's incredible. Those who still had concerns could only look at Yahiko on the other side of the room. If there is anyone in the Akatsuki organization who can stop the runaway Shiba Kyokawa, they think it is probably only leader Yahiko. But no one realized that when they had this idea, they had actually turned against Tian Gang. Yahiko was obviously the leader. Yahiko hesitated for a long time, and finally just sighed and asked with a weak tone, "What about Uegakuer? Those nobles have hired Uegakuer to escort us all the way. If we have a conflict with them, the Uegakuer ninjas will definitely take action. Now the Uegakuer's large army is near the border. This is indeed a problem, but Shiba Kiyokawa still has no intention of giving in. He was planning to kill Salamander Hanzo in the future. Compared to what he is doing now, that would be truly treasonous. If he gave in now, how would he be able to incite everyone to join him in overturning the sky of the Rain Kingdom in the future?" From the first day of his time travel, he knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to subvert the original plot, subvert the established fate and rules. There was no turning back on this road. Quick battle and quick decision. As long as we quickly resolve all targets in a short period of time, the Uegakuer on the border will not have time to support us. After that, I have a way to force them to sit down and negotiate." Shiba Kiyokawa said in a firm voice. Yahiko still seemed a little hesitant. "Do we have to do this? Our ideal is to pursue peace." Shiba Kiyokawa interrupted him and said, "But peace is never achieved through compromise and concession. When you questioned me about burning the mountain, you said you were thinking about the villagers. Why are you planning to push them into the fire pit for the sake of your peace now?" Yahiko was speechless. Then, Shiba Kiyokawa walked out of the spacious conference room and planned to go outside to gather more members of the organization to discuss tactics. As a result, the moment he walked out of the door, what caught his eye was a group of nearby villagers kneeling outside the door. They were all bowing their heads, and when they saw him coming out, they shouted loudly, "Thank you, Akatsuki! Thank you, Chief King He!" Some Akatsuki members from nearby towns even joined in and shouted with great sincerity. Seeing this, Yahiko, who walked out of the house one step behind Shiba Kiyokawa, sighed with disappointment. This day has finally come. He had long anticipated that there would be such a day, the day when Shiba Kiyokawa would replace him and be called the leader, recommend a friend's article about exotic animals, rebirth as a lion, starting with self-discipline. Recommendation: the background is the revival of spiritual energy, and it is a story about farming with exotic beasts and fighting for supremacy among lords. Run 10 hours a day for 7 days to become a raging lion, and your speed will increase by 100%. Study 20 hours a day for 7 days, become a studying lion, and your learning speed will be greatly improved. Drink 20 bottles of Coke every day for 1 month and you will become a happy fat lion. You will be very happy when drinking Coke and your defense will increase by 100%. Practice Qi for 12 hours every day for 1 year, become a Xiuxian lion, and obtain the Golden Core cultivation level. Teaching lion, cooking lion, gluttony lion, free rice lion, devil king lion, insight lion, dead spirit lion. From an ignorant young lion to the king of the grassland, from tearing a dragon apart with bare hands to crushing a star with bare claws. I never cheat, I only rely on self-discipline. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Aaron and number 039, all ninjas like this? Chapter 53 Aren't all ninjas like this? The captain of the Uegakuer team who is in charge of the mission of escorting the nobles of the Rain Country is named Kerry. He was once an elite of the Uegakuer blasting team. He has hedgehog-like hair and a pair of fierce eyes. At this moment, he was explaining the follow-up details of the mission to his teammates while looking at the map. His tone was serious and full of murderous intent. After we complete the escort, we will take this waterway first, land here, and then go directly into the Land of Fire to join up with the main force. If you encounter any Konoha ninjas along the way, kill them without mercy. However, this murderous confession was interrupted the next moment by the sound of a quarrel outside. These damned unruly people are actually rebelling and refusing to pay taxes. Who gave them the courage? I am a noble who was personally appointed by the daimyo. Ah! You ninjas must help me. You must help me. Otherwise I will go to the Hidden Rock village to complain to your Tsuchikage. Xiao frowned. Although murderous intent surged throughout his body, as an elite of the great ninja village, the disciplines of the ninja precepts had left a deep mark on him. No matter how brutal he was when facing hostile ninjas, he could not lose his temper at all when facing the employer who had entrusted him with the task. He could only walk out of the house irritably and signal his teammates who were on guard patrol outside with his eyes. "What's going on? What happened?" Before his teammates could say anything, the middle-aged, portly noble from the Rain country started shouting first. "You can't just leave like this, you have to help me." Xiao suppressed his temper, his eyes suppressing the urge to blow everything up, and explained as gently as possible, "Our mission is only to escort you back to your hometown. We will be responsible for the battles along the way, but what is happening now has nothing to do with us." The middle-aged nobleman rolled his eyes and reacted quickly, "How is it irrelevant? Now those unruly people have already picked up pitchforks and weapons. They just want to harm me. Dealing with them is also part of protecting my safety, and it is also part of your mission." Seeing that the Uegakuer ninja was showing signs of losing control of his temper, the rich businessman rubbed his hands, hit him with a stick, and then gave him a sweet date. "Of course, as long as you deal with those troublemakers and protect my safety, I can consider upgrading this mission to S rank afterwards. As you know, your Tsuchikage and I have always been friends, and our relationship is incredibly good." Xiao's brows furrowed once again, but this time the murderous aura around him was obviously restrained a lot. This nobleman was quite generous. Although the task level he issued before was A level, the reward paid according to the maximum standard was almost the same as the reward for an ordinary S-level task. If he keeps his promise and upgrades the commission level again, it will be a considerable income for the village. Now that they have just declared war on Konoha, the village is short of money. So Xiao thought about it and agreed. As for whether those civilians of the Rain country are innocent, no one cares. They then quickly arrived at the scene of the conflict near the town. The tax collector hired by the nobles was being chased away by a group of villagers wielding pitchforks, begging for mercy. But when the noble arrived with a group of Uegakuer ninjas, the tax collector immediately performed a Sichuan opera face-changing on the spot, instantly slipped to the side of the noble, straightened his back, and arrogantly shouted at the villagers. "You bold and unruly people are really rebelling. You dare to disobey the nobles who were personally appointed by the daimyo? You really don't know how to live or die." The villagers in the front row shouted angrily, "What kind of bullshit nobles are you? You weren't here when we were in the most difficult time last year. You weren't here when those wandering ninjas came in and killed more than a dozen people in West Village. You weren't here when the rainstorm washed our houses down. You weren't here when the people in the town didn't have enough food to eat. Now that we have finally lived a stable life, you have come back. Why?" There was a little girl who looked only in her teens, who bravely stood at the front holding a wooden stick and shouted, "It was the Akatsuki organization that saved us. We don't recognize any nobles. I only recognize the big brothers and big sisters of the Akatsuki organization." The middle-aged wealthy businessman looked at the rioting villagers with disdain in his eyes. The Uegakuer ninja beside him gave him a full sense of security. He even took out a silk scarf and fanned his nose with it, as if he couldn't stand the polluted air. "Mr. Xiao, you saw it all, right? These unruly people, no, these thugs. They don't listen to teachings and even dare to take up weapons to threaten my safety. Quick! Help me kill them all. This is your mission." Xiao frowned again. He frowned more today than he had in the previous week combined. A young genin with a conscience asked, "Captain Xiao, are we really going to do it? These are all civilians." Xiao only thought about it for less than a second, and then gave the order without hesitation, "Go. Anyway, they are not civilians of our land of Earth." This may be the sadness rooted in the nature of the ninja profession. They are disciplined by the rules set by the daimyo and nobles, but they turn around to help the evil and continue to deepen the damage caused by the rules to the world. The young genin still felt a little reluctant, probably because he had just left the ninja village and had never seen such a scene. But the older chunins and jonins took action without hesitation after receiving the order. Xiao walked towards the little girl in the first row in front of him without saying a word. His ability is blasting, which can make any object that his body touches explode instantly, so he does not need weapons and does not often use ninja tools. He just silently rushed to the little girl and punched her innocent face. The little girl was very pretty, simple and beautiful, but at this moment, Xiao felt a kind of morbid joy in his heart because he was about to ruin this beauty. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Perhaps in his mind, aren't all ninjas like this? But the next moment, a gust of wind blew. What? Xiao cried out in horror before his fist was fully thrown out. The violent gale blew him high into the sky, and he spun uncontrollably with the eye of the wind. The sharp air blades hidden in the whirlwind kept cutting his body, cutting the ninja vest on his body into pieces in a blink of an eye, and leaving criss-cross wounds on his body. Master Hunter! The rest of the Uegakure ninjas finally reacted and shouted in anger. The little girl closed her eyes out of fear at first, but when she opened them again, she was out of danger and in a reassuring embrace. She recognized the person holding her at a glance. Big brothers from the Akatsuki organization. Great! You're finally here. You've come to save us again. Shiba King. He touched the girl's little head with one hand, and then handed her to Yahiko's arms. At this moment, Yahiko's expression was extremely complicated. Because not long ago he was still trying to stop Shiba Kiyokawa from intervening in this matter, but now, the scene before him was invisibly torturing his conscience and kindness. The little girl's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart. Big brothers from the Akatsuki organization, uncles and aunts in this town all said that you are the heroes who saved us. I have finally waited for you. I was so scared just now. Then she turned her head and gave Yahiko, who was hugging her, an innocent smile. Big brother, was I very brave just now? At that moment, Yahiko was completely helpless when questioned by a powerless little girl, and he almost wanted to escape in such a panic. Recommend a friend's Naruto fanfiction. Naruto really doesn't want to become the Pirate King. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. When did you have the illusion? Chapter 54. When did you have the illusion? After rescuing the little girl, Shiba Kiyokawa turned around and said something meaningful to Yahiko. The real cruelty is not to watch someone die without helping, but to give others false hope and then to run away when the abyss falls. The little girl didn't understand and tilted her head in confusion, showing a very cute puzzled expression. But Yahiko understood. Shiba Kiyokawa was mocking him for being a good person normally but not having the courage to stand up at the critical moment. Yahiko blushed at these words, but he was powerless to refute. He could only hug the little girl he rescued tightly without saying a word. Then Shiba Kiyokawa raised one hand, clenched it into a fist, and shouted, "Do it!" Upon hearing this, the villagers in the front row holding pitchforks retreated together and stopped the people behind them. What Yahiko didn't know was that in fact, except for the ignorant little girl in his arms, the villagers who were standing in the front row and speaking the most fiercely today had all received hints and information in advance. When Shiba Kiyokawa spoke, they immediately knew that the mission was accomplished, so they retreated decisively. Then there was a loud bang. The ground under the feet of the Uegakure ninja in front of him suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. What? The Uegakure ninjas who were caught off guard first exclaimed, and then screamed in pain. The Uegakure clan is good at earth escape techniques, and terrain transformation has always been their strong point, but they didn't expect that they would be taught a lesson this time. Shiba Kiyokawa started by using the floor lifting technique, sending all the people into the pit. Then he opened his raised fist, then closed it, and snapped his fingers. Crack! Boom! Along with the snap of the fingers came an even more shocking roar. The violent explosion sent flames shooting up into the sky, erupting from the bottom of the pit. This pit was dug last night, and thousands of detonating talismans were hidden underneath, it was precisely to cooperate with this plan that the villagers had driven the tax collectors sent by the nobles to this location just outside the village. If the tax collector tried to run away, they would stop him with pitchforks. If he tried to enter the village, they would drive him away with pitchforks. The dispute continued until the wealthy middle-aged noble arrived with the Iwagakuer. The Iwagakuer ninjas had no idea that from the moment they chose to take on this derivative mission, their way to survival was cut off by their own hands. The horrific explosion instantly killed all the genin in the team, and even most of the chunin were lost. Only 3 Iwagakuer jonin including Carrie remained in relatively intact condition, and they used various means to escape from the pit at the critical moment. After jumping out of the trap, Xiao's eyes turned completely red. In just 1 second, he lost more than 10 companions. This loss made him so angry that he almost lost his mind. Xiao, go notify those 2 teams to come over for support. I'm going to kill those bastards. There is more than 1 noble from the Rain country returning this time. They, Iwagakuer, have sent out a total of 3 teams, and the one led by Hunt is the largest. But he didn't expect that in the end he would be the first to ask for help. The despicable Rain ninja actually prepared a trap in advance, clearly coming prepared. No martial ethics, he angrily killed the villagers outside the pit. In Xiao's opinion, these people are undoubtedly accomplices, but the next moment, Shiba Kiyokawa stood in front of him. Go away! Xiao roared and punched out angrily. Explosive escape thunder fist. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent explosion instantly erupted from the front of his fist, engulfing the Rain ninja boy who rushed forward without knowing whether to live or die. But the next moment, Xiao retracted his fist, looked carefully and found that after the fire dissipated, there was no one in front of him. Was that an afterimage? Just as he understood, there was a sharp hissing sound of a blade breaking through the air beside him. So fast! The instant body movement technique? Xiao thought he had seen through the opponent's true colors, so he turned around and stared at the opponent's hand holding the knife. As we all know, a serious ninja has to make hand seals before releasing any ninjutsu, not to mention the casual ones. The instant body movement technique is no exception. Xiao thought that as long as he kept a close eye on the opponent's hand movements, he would be able to guard against the instantaneous body movement that could come and go without a trace. However, he didn't know that what he was guarding against was an illusion from the very beginning. Shiba King he was very happy that the opponent stood still and attacked him without dodging or evading. A knife. 2 knives. Leaning aside, sliding steps, the sword moves like a ring, and the wind rises in an instant. What? Xiao exclaimed again. He was staring at the other person's hands the whole time, and he clearly didn't see the Rain ninja boy in front of him make any hand seals. So where did this wind escape come from? The familiar floating, the familiar spinning, the familiar dizziness and cuts all over the body. Not long ago, when Shiba Kiyokawa rescued the little girl, he was hit by a whirlwind, but the distance was far at that time, so he still had some time to prepare. But this time, Shiba Kiyokawa slid to his side and created a whirlwind at close range. In an instant, a blood mist burst out from around the hunter in the air, dyeing the green vortex red. Asshole! Being forced to this point by a mere teenager from a small ninja village, Xiao was extremely angry. He was completely mad. While in mid-air, he tore off his tattered ninja vest and punched the air rapidly, creating circles of air explosions. Using the reverse thrust of the explosion, he forcibly changed the direction of his rotation in the air, adjusted his posture, and landed with a backflip. The moment he landed, he raised his head and his eyes were bloodshot, because that despicable Rain ninja boy was actually using the controlled time when he was blown into the air to quickly slaughter his companions behind him. The 2 chunins, injured, finally climbed out of the pit full of explosive tags, but right after returning to the ground, before they could even catch their breath, Shiba Kiyokawa easily slashed their necks with a katana. Another Iwagakuer jonin who was not as strong as Carrie was making hand seals, trying to delay his opponent. Earth escape Yellow Spring Marsh. However, Shiba Kiyokawa predicted it in advance, jumped up to dodge, put away the knife, and fought back in the air. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Seeing this, Sha rushed over quickly, while loudly reminding his teammates. Be careful. This guy is very good at the instant body flickering technique and is very fast. Stand away from him and use the ninjutsu. Xiao thought he had provided key information to his teammates, but he did not notice that Shiba King He, who had just landed, was smiling triumphantly. The opponent personally destroyed his only chance to join forces with his teammates to attack him. When Sha rushed forward, dragging his bleeding body and angrily wanting to punch again, the scene in front of him suddenly blurred. The enemy who was 2 or 3 meters away from him in his field of vision a second ago suddenly appeared in front of him as if teleporting, and stabbed him in the heart with a knife at close range. At this time, his fist had just been raised to his temple and he didn't even have time to swing it out. It was not until then that he realized that this strange and almost unbelievable teleportation might not be explained by the teleportation technique. What are you? He lowered his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and still tried to ask the questions in his heart unwillingly. Shiba King He smiled softly, looked into his eyes and said, "When did you get the illusion that I'm good at the instant body movement technique?" Using afterimages to mislead the opponent, giving the enemy the illusion that you are very fast and disappear in an instant, this is exactly the technique that Shiba King He had just learned from Uchiha Shisui a few days ago. It's just that Uchiha Shisui is really good at teleportation. But what he is better at is actually illusion and misleading. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Be Credible. Chapter 55, Be Credible. Xiao's death completely shocked the remaining survivors on the battlefield. The wealthy middle-aged nobleman had collapsed on the ground, holding on to the tax collector's legs tightly and still shouting, "Take me away, take me away." The tax collector struggled hard, just wanting to escape quickly, cursing under his breath. "Let me go. What are the 5 great ninja villages? What is the will of stone? Is this all you can do? Are you worthy of us? RNM, give me your money back." The last remaining Iwagakure Jonin heard the curses, but was powerless to refute. His strength is not even as good as that of Carry. After all, Carry is a character who can show up in the 4th Ninja World War where gods fight each other in the original work, but he is just an ordinary Iwagakure Jonin. "Lord Xiao is dead, what should we do with this mission?" Another surviving Iwagakure Jonin was called by Carry to call for reinforcements from the other 2 teams as soon as the battle started. Now he was the only one left on the field to face the approaching Shiba Kiyokawa alone. Obviously, he is much older than Shiba Kiyokawa, and he comes from a large ninja village, but when facing Shiba Kiyokawa, this Iwagakure Jonin felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. Asshole, earth escape, earth-splitting palm. But no matter what, the fight must continue. The Iwagakure Jonin was filled with shock and anger, and slapped the ground with one palm, creating a large number of ground cracks that spread all the way towards the enemy. Shiba Kiyokawa dodged by jumping and forming hand seals in the air. Shadow Clone Technique. He cannot learn the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clones, but he can still master the ordinary shadow clone. Especially after a discussion with Uchiha Shisui not long ago, his understanding of clones has been further deepened. The moment they separated, the 3 clones and the original body disappeared together. Turong Spear. The Iwagakure Jonin then summoned a large number of ground spikes to block the attack. But the 3 Shiba Kiyokawa in front of him were running, jumping, and flipping swiftly at the same time, using various flexible parkour moves to dodge his ninjutsu. And many more. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. There are 3 people on the front. By the time the Iwagakure Jonin realized something was wrong, the sound of a sharp blade breaking through the air was heard from his side. The confusion of clones, instant position change, plus the psychological invisibility effect brought by illusions. This should have been the unique skill of Shunshin Shisui, but now it was secretly learned by Shiba Kiyokawa and he asked Uegaku to taste it in advance. And the effect is outstanding. Who says fakes are necessarily inferior to the originals? Shiba Emi Kiyokawa said so. A vertical slash of the sword slashed across the shoulder of the Uegaku Jonin, instantly taking away one of his arms. Ah! The Uegaku Jonin let out a shrill scream and retreated step by step in a panic. Having lost one hand, he no longer had the ability to form hand seals and release ninjutsu, and could only use his other hand to hook out a kunai from his waist and barely resist the overwhelming attack. Damn Rain Ninja, go to hell! In the final desperate situation, he even took a desperate measure and directly ignited a detonating talisman at close range. Boom! Shiba Kiyokawa was forced to retreat a little and create some distance. At this time, the Uegaku Jonin with a broken arm had already jumped out of the smoke and dust in panic, fleeing away in a panic. At that moment, Shiba Kiyokawa was not only a little dazed and sighing. Once upon a time, when he had just traveled through time not long ago, he had to be cautious even when dealing with a mere Uegaku Chunin, as he thought he was. But now, he was able to kill an elite Jonin by himself, forcing him to self-destruct and flee in panic. He smiled gently, throwing away the sudden emotions that came to his mind. He was not panicked at all when facing the enemy's escape. Not to mention that he had already carefully prepared a backup plan for the opponent's way back. Just now, he had a way to prevent his opponent from leaving. A shuriken was frivolously thrown at the Rain Country noble who was kneeling on the ground hugging his thighs, and Shiba Kiyokawa asked casually. "Are you planning to give up the mission, you piece of shit? The commandments of the ninja world, those who cannot complete their mission are waste." At that moment, the Uegaku Jonin, whose broken arm was bleeding profusely, suddenly changed his direction of movement like a block of iron attracted by a magnet, and rushed over, trying to take away the noble who issued the commission. "That's why I said that ninjas are a bunch of poor bastards who have been trained to be running dogs." Shiba Kiyokawa seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be deliberately speaking to Yahiko. Yahiko was already speechless at this point. Duo! The shuriken pierced into the thigh of the wealthy nobleman, causing him to scream in pain. Shiba Kiyokawa did it on purpose. If he were killed so easily, the Uegaku ninja would have run away. Then the armless Uegaku Jonin arrived, pushed the tax collector away in cold blood, and quickly carried the noble client with his only remaining hand. The weight of that tonnage almost caused the severely injured Uegaku Jonin to stumble. The tax collector who was pushed to the ground was completely stunned. "What about me? I haven't gone up yet." "Hey! I haven't gone up yet." But the Uegaku Jonin didn't care about him at all. He picked up the man and wanted to run away immediately. Unfortunately, when he stood up and prepared to get on the road again, there were already several unfamiliar figures in front of him. Kenjiro, Kazuki Masuda, and Crow Feather, who had awakened some strange habit after the battle with Sanhuo and recently liked to go to battle without wearing a shirt and only carrying a katana. Only then did the Uegaku Jonin realize what a foolish decision it was to turn back and save people. "You are the Akatsuki organization that's been rumored?" he asked in a dry voice, trying to delay a little bit. His last remaining hope now was his companion Jiao, who was sent by Xiao to call for support at the beginning of the war. "Maybe, as long as the other two teams arrive and launch an attack, everything will be fine," he comforted himself in his heart. However, the conversation between the people in front of him quickly shattered his last fantasy. "Shiba King," he asked, "why did you show up early? Has the blockade over there been lifted?" Kenjiro replied, "Yes, Leader Nagato has already ended the battle, no one in Uegaku survived, and all the bodies have been dealt with. We have determined that there is no need to continue blocking that road now. The Samsara Eye is still overbearing after all, and the killing is even faster than on his side." Shiba King, he thought. "What about Sister Zionin?" A total of 3 Uegaku teams entered the country, and the 3 of them were responsible for each of them. Shiba Kiyokawa said that he would not leave anybody behind, so he must leave no one behind. When doing things, one must be trustworthy. This time it was Masuda Kazuki who answered. Your ninja cat replied that they are still chasing, but Xiao has already caught the last person's trail and will make sure that he won't get away. Very good. At this point, even though they didn't understand many of the details, the Uegakure Jonin could already clearly feel, they were finished, all finished. Why did it become like this? He didn't understand, but before he could figure out anything, Shiba Kiyokawa had already given the order. For this last one, try to catch him alive, get started. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, The Daimyo has no right to honor me. Chapter 56, The Daimyo has no right to honor me. With their younger brothers, Shiba Kiyokawa's team of 4 quickly captured the last Uegakure Jonin alive. Yeu smashed the opponent's knee, while Shiba King he used the sealing technique experience recently rewarded by the system to cast a simple ban. Be careful, don't let him commit suicide. If necessary, knock out his teeth. Keep an eye on him, he is one of our bargaining chips in future negotiations. Shiba King he instructed. The Uegakure Jonin lay on the ground with a look of humiliation on his face, his body twitching from time to time, and it was unclear whether it was because of pain or humiliation. Before setting off, he never imagined that he would encounter such humiliation in a small country like the Rain Kingdom. Masuda Iki suppressed the Jonin, smiled innocently, and whispered, Captain King He, are you too nervous? Didn't we kill that group of Konoha ninjas before without any trouble? Maybe this time will be smooth sailing too. But Shiba Kiyokawa shook his head seriously and corrected the team members' overly optimistic mentality on the spot. This time it's different. There wasn't any big trouble when Ryoma Aberame was killed last time. One reason was that Danzo had sent people to investigate privately and in violation of regulations, without reporting to the village. This is supported by the information from the Uchiha clan in the Cat Village. Secondly, Konoha was in a difficult situation, and the third Hokage's character was full of weakness and compromise. Like the statement that Shiba Kiyokawa tricked Minato into writing, if it were the Hidden Cloud Village, they would definitely not recognize it, and would even declare that they wanted justice as soon as they returned to the village. However, Shiba Kiyokawa had used this statement to hype up many times before, but Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to acquiesce every time. All these became obstacles for Danzo to regain his position. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen accounted for at least 1/3 of the credit for the statement's current effect. But Uegakure does not have these unfavorable factors. During the period before the Battle of Konobe Bridge broke out, Uegakure had always been the strategic initiator on the front battlefield, and their situation was much better than that of Konoha. At the same time, Onoki is not the kind of person who always gives in like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shiba Kiyokawa knew very well that the other party would not swallow this loss. So the real test has just begun from this moment. Don't take it lightly. We don't need to be overly afraid of the great ninja village, but we also shouldn't think of them as too weak. Konoha is a special case. Shiba Kiyokawa gave his arrogant subordinate a brief lesson, then walked towards the noble who had collapsed on the ground in fear. Before that, let's sort out our own affairs first. At this time, the wealthy nobleman was already terrified. Seeing Shiba Kiyokawa approaching step by step, he could only sit on the ground and scream. Don't come over here! Don't come over here! I am a first-class noble who was appointed by the daimyo himself. Do you know what the daimyo's status is? Shiba King he just smiled, went up and slapped the other person in the face with a big slap, knocking out half of his teeth on the spot. Daimyo? How many divisions does he have? Although the other party didn't understand what Shiba Kiyokawa was saying, there was no doubt that the contempt in his eyes had been clearly felt by the other party. The nobles were completely stunned. How could there be a ninja who had such little respect for the daimyo? He didn't understand. But Shiba King he was too lazy to explain, and turned around and said, tie him up and take him away. Bring him to our base tomorrow and set up a gallows. I want all the villagers from the surrounding villages to watch his hanging. Such a person cannot be killed so easily. Just like Huang Silang in the movie, they had to first break the villagers' awe of them. Otherwise, even if kunao were given to everyone, the lower class people would still not dare to resist. More importantly, everyone who watched the execution became an accomplice. From now on, there will be only one sun above the heads of the surrounding villages and towns, that is their Akatsuki organization. Shiba Kiyokawa will not allow anyone to have a way out at this time. Any village that dares not come tomorrow will be disloyal. When Kenjiro went forward to tie the man up, he noticed that there was another person hiding behind the noble's fat body. It was the tax officer who had come to the village to collect taxes before. How should we deal with this person? He asked Shiba Kiyokawa. The tax collector was also smart and knelt down on the spot. Sir, I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Give me a chance. I have admired the Akatsuki organization for a long time. Everyone could see that he had just learned about the Akatsuki organization a few minutes ago. Yeu had already held down the knife, but Shiba King he thought about it and stopped it. Keep him here. There aren't many people in our organization who know arithmetic, so he can be useful. In order for a tax collector to help collect taxes for the nobles, he or she must at least know some arithmetic, which is considered a highly educated talent in the Akatsuki organization. Kenjiro asked hesitantly, should we ask Chief Yahiko for his opinion? Shiba Kiyokawa smiled, a smile that was meaningful. Am I not also the leader now? Kenjiro suddenly didn't dare to speak. He had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before these words became I am the leader now. Later that day, Nagato and Konan also returned with their respective teams. Konan came back the latest and looked a little tired, but as soon as she came back, she looked at Shiba Kiyokawa eagerly. King He, your ninja cat is amazing. If it weren't for Xiao, we would have almost lost the last Iwagakure ninja. Do you have any space on that psychic scroll of yours? When the entire organization was actively trying to sign a contract with Nico no Sato in the early days, Xionin was not interested at first. She has been focusing on her natural paper-style ninjutsu since she was a child and has never been interested in other ninjutsu. But this time, she became interested in spiritualism for the first time. It can be seen how much help and shock Xiao brought today. Who wouldn't like a cute cat that is clever, capable of sensing and tracking, and has impressive fighting capabilities? At this time, Xiao also jumped out of Xionin's arms, leaped onto Shiba King He's shoulder, stretched out her hand, and naturally asked for her reward. Today's overtime is seriously over budget, meow. Please pay 3 times the amount of dried fish, meow. Shiba King He touched Xiao's chin, handed her some dried fish, and handed Xionin the contract scroll. Here, your dried fish. Take this, Xionin, and sign it. Thank you. Xionin took it naturally. The relationship between them has become tacit and familiar through repeated cooperation. Only Yahiko, who entered the room later, saw this scene and remained silent. Have you forgotten that I was the one who originally prepared this scroll? Yahiko opened his mouth several times, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He, the first-generation leader who actually founded the organization, is now being increasingly forgotten. The next day, everything happened as Shiba Kiyokawa had arranged. A conspicuous gallows was erected, and more than half of the residents from several surrounding villages and towns came here voluntarily or were forced to do so, gathering in the open space in front of the Akatsuki base to watch this grand trial. At first, people looked panicked. Oh my god, we are trying the nobles? Is this true? I don't want to come. Is it too late for me to go home now? I'm just passing by. But as Shiba Kiyokawa stood on the podium that had been prepared long ago and began to recount one by one the experiences of the Rain Country over the years, the soul-searching questions finally calmed the restless crowd. In summary, every time we saved ourselves in the past, it had nothing to do with the daimyo and the nobles. Every struggle and every survival of ours depends on our own efforts, so why should we allow these termites to come back and plunder everything we have? From now on, Akatsuki will protect you. From now on, I will acknowledge it, I will bear the responsibility, and I will protect it. I am Shiba Kiyokawa, the leader of Akatsuki, and the daimyo has no right to confer honors on me. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers suddenly broke out from the crowd. At that moment, Kenjiro sighed silently in the crowd. At this moment, he couldn't help but realize that the scene he had anticipated not long ago might come sooner than he thought. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Forcing Peace Through War. Chapter 57, Forcing Peace Through War. After the execution of the hanging, Shiba Kiyokawa did not publicize it. His move was more for the purpose of internal integration, strengthening control over surrounding areas, and truly uniting the Akatsuki organization into one. As for external promotion, now is not the time. The daimyo of the Rain country has disappeared, but the daimyo of the surrounding countries are still there. He doesn't want to make himself the world's enemy for the time being. At the same time, he naturally did not forget to write a letter to drag Hanzo into the water. After that, they would strategically retreat, monitor the borders, and quietly wait for the revenge that was bound to come from Uegakuer. 2 days later, Noki, who was far away in Uegakuer village, finally received the news. What do you mean Xiao didn't cooperate in the attack as promised? What about the others? Noki slammed the table angrily and asked, what about me, an elite member of the blasting team? Uniki. The Anbu lowered his head and replied, Lord Tsuchikage, we searched the hunting team's original attack route and found nothing along the way. At present, it seems that Master Xiao may not have left the Rain country at all. Noki's brows were furrowed so deeply that the wrinkles were so deep that they seemed like they could pinch a fly to death. You mean, Shushi was trapped in the Rain country? After a pause, he said irritably, why did something happen in the Rain country again? Last year, I remember a group of us went there and disappeared. Is this small country so weird? The Anbu under his command did not answer, but continued with the report just now. Due to the absence of Lord Carey, we were unable to complete the annihilation of the Konoha team as planned. They delayed until Minato Namikaze arrived, and then we suffered heavy losses. Noki's thick eyebrows frowned even deeper. Compared to that evil little country, Minato Namikaze is his biggest concern at the moment. He plucked his beard fiercely, then sighed and said, pass on my order. If you encounter Minato Namikaze on the battlefield in the future, you are allowed to abandon the mission to save yourself, and the village will not hold you accountable afterwards. As these words came out, the yellow earth outside the door just happened to come in. Huang Tu is not only the son of Noki, but also the current leader of the Jonin squad of Uegakuer. Lois, as soon as he entered the door, he said, Dad, if your order is passed to the front line, Konoha will soon know about it. Isn't this a bit of a boost to their prestige? This order is destined to raise Minato Namikaze's reputation to a whole new height. But what could Onoki do? He slammed the table angrily, how dare you ask me such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that you young people were slow to step up, and no one could stand up to Konoha's Minato Namikaze, would I have given such an order? Onoki was so angry and emotional that he took a step forward without paying attention. With a crack, the waist was twisted. Ouch, my waist! My waist! Huang Tu didn't bother to argue with his father about the order at this time, and hurried forward to support him. Then the medical ninja who was on standby came in quickly and treated him, and finally calmed Noki's body and mind. After calming down, Onoki took Huang Tu's hand and spoke weakly. Now that the attack on Konoha is not going well, we can't stay in the village any longer. Huang Tu, come with me to the front line. I'm going to talk to that old man Hanzo, and you, go and find out how Xiao died. Onoki is an ambitious elder. He is completely different from the conservative shadow like Sarutobi Hiruzen. He also wants to lead Iwagakure to a higher level through this ninja world war. Even at the beginning of declaring war, his target was not just Konoha. The evidence is that hanging on the wall behind his office are not only maps of the Fire Country, but also maps of the Taki Country and the Frost Country. Ninja World Map, and in a corner of the map, there is a photo nailed to the wall with a kunao, that is the Sandame Reikage of Kumagakure, the man who is said to possess both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Onoki's ambition is obvious. How could such a person allow a mere rain country, a small country that was almost destroyed in the last Ninja World War, to stand in the way of his great cause? That afternoon, he and Huangta set out from the village with their luggage. On the same night, Shiba Kiyokawa of the Rain Country had already received the news. Surprisingly, the people who sent back the news this time were not even the Akatsuki ninjas in charge of intelligence work, but a group of enthusiastic merchants and people from the Rain Country. Shiba Kiyokawa's previous integration formally established the legitimacy of Akatsuki's rule in the local area, and clearly regulated the villagers' spontaneous acts of gratitude into obligations and loyalty. This greatly improves efficiency. Even Yahiko, who had paid the most attention and care about the villagers in the past, did not expect that these ordinary people with little fighting power could play such a big role after being truly mobilized. Their collective intelligence capabilities even surpassed those of the reconnaissance ninjas on the border who possessed professional perception ninjutsu. The enthusiastic masses are so terrifying, so that night, Shiba Kiyokawa immediately called together important members of the organization to hold a meeting to discuss countermeasures. At first he was a little worried that the members of the organization would be frightened by Iwagakure's large-scale deployment this time. Before the results began, with a silly compliment from Masuda Kazuki, "Brother King He, your predictions are really accurate. Iwagakure really sent someone over." He was apologizing for his overly optimistic predictions. Iwagakure is really different from Konoha. This flattery seemed very stiff to Shiba Kiyokawa, but by accident, it boosted everyone's morale. Yes, Chief King He has anticipated it all, so what else do we have to fear? Shiba Kiyokawa took in everyone's expressions, and for a moment he was unable to utter the words of encouragement he had intended. "Why do you seem more confident than me? I don't understand, but I'm shocked." So he simply skipped the foreplay and went straight to the point. "This challenge is different from the previous ones. We have no intention of going to war with Iwagakure, and the other side doesn't have such intentions either. The core of this battle is to force a peace through war. We need to make Iwagakure realize that we are not ants that can be bullied and manipulated at will. And we are qualified to have an equal dialogue with them. While helping the other party to establish this understanding, we will then send out appropriate signals, ultimately achieving the goal of forcing the other party to come to the table for negotiations." He then handed a scroll to everyone for circulation. After watching it, everyone's face changed slightly, with an expression of shock. The naive Masuda Kazuki was the first to ask, "Captain King He, is everything written here true?" Upon hearing this, Shiba Kiyokawa laughed and said, "When we all agree that it is true, even the false can become true. Remember, these are the information we intercepted from the route of Konoha. Once you leave this door, even if you die, you must engrave this knowledge in your mind. This will be our bargaining chip to force Iwagakure to the table." End of this chapter. Chapter 58. How could there be a ninja with such a dirty heart? Chapter 58. How could there be a ninja with such a dirty heart? The next day, in a luxurious Japanese-style courtyard in the capital of the Land of Rain, two middle-aged men, Onaki and Salamander Hanzo, sat opposite each other across a coffee table. The corn tea on the coffee table was emitting wisps of hot steam. "You came. I am coming. You shouldn't have come." Boom. Noki slammed the table, interrupting this poetic dialogue. "Don't you know why I'm here? Hanzo, do you really think you're the god of the ninja world? So many of my team's kids died on your territory, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Since the second half of last year, Shiba Kiyokawa has been working hard to repair his relationship with Salamander Hanzo, writing letters every now and then to flatter and express his loyalty, almost packaging himself as an affectionate bootlicker. Now, after licking the dog to the end, he actually has everything he wants. It was rare for Hanzo Salamander not to distance himself from the Akatsuki organization immediately and betray it. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Noki and forced a sneer through his mask respirator. "Oh Noki, you don't seem to be here just to ask for an explanation." Noki was quite surprised when his bluff didn't work. When did Hanzo, this heartless old dog, become so tough? Damn, who gave him the courage? The same confusion also happened to Huang Tu at this time. When they first entered the Rain Country, they were unstoppable and destroyed more than a dozen observation posts set up by the Akatsuki organization. Huang Tu brought a total of 50 ninjas this time. Wherever he passed, all the outposts were collapsed and flattened by the earth escape technique, and the wooden structures were even burned. In just half a day, they were as aggressive as fire and as powerful as the wind, and no one could stop them. Soon they were approaching the Akatsuki organization's headquarters base. However, when they actually arrived at the core control area of Akatsuki, the situation suddenly changed drastically. Their whereabouts were exposed, and they were surrounded by a larger number of rain ninjas in a blink of an eye. Because he had received intelligence in advance, Shiba Kiyokawa had already made preparations for shrinking the defense line and evacuating personnel. So even though they lost one outpost after another in the early stages, only a few people were actually injured. Even though Uegakure was advancing at lightning speed, they have not yet taken down even a single head of the Akatsuki organization. It was not until they went deep into the hinterland that Uegakure suddenly felt the enemy's strong determination to resist. Huang Tu was as confused as Unaki at this moment. How dare a mere rain ninja be so tough? Who gave them the courage? He asked in a muffled voice, "Are you the Akatsuki organization? Are you planning to resist stubbornly? It seems that you were the one who killed Xiao. You are seeking your own death." Shiba Kiyokawa stepped out and said, "Uegakure, we have no intention of starting a war. It is you who have invaded our territory again and again. But you killed our companions." Huang Tu said angrily. Shiba King he curled his lips in his heart. No reason, only care about bonds, no matter the facts, only care about companions. This is truly the classic logic of the ninja world. He did not indulge the other party and immediately retorted, "You were the first to attack. If you kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Is this your explanation?" "That's right. If you don't understand these principles, then I also know a little bit about martial arts. After all, communication and negotiation can only be established between two parties with similar strength and who are wary of each other. But now Uegakure's attitude towards Akatsuki is too arrogant, and Shiba Kiyokawa knows very well that direct talks will not lead to any agreement." He said this just to make his attitude clear first. By the way, bully Huang Tu for being dumb and seize the moral high ground. As for the rest, you have to fight again before you can start the next step. Behind him, a group of Akatsuki members were listening with fear and trepidation, yet also excitement. They couldn't remember how many years it had been since they had stood so confidently in front of the ninjas from the great ninja village. In the past, they could only shrink in the corner and stand like minions when facing the ninjas of the great ninja village. The peace promised by Yahiko is certainly desirable, but dignity is also a legitimate need for being born as a human being. In this regard, only Shiba Kiyokawa can provide them with this in the organization. Huang Tu was enraged by this attitude and could not bear it any longer, so he took action first. Earth release fist rock. Earth escape, fist rock. He clenched his right fist, and covered the entire area from the elbow to the fist with hard stone skin. He rushed forward and punched Shiba Kiyokawa in the face. Nagato on the side immediately raised his hand. Shinra Tenzen. But the target of release was not Huang Tu, but the group of Uegakure ninjas behind him who wanted to follow up and join the battle. Shiba Kiyokawa does not intend to develop a life and death relationship with Uegakuer, but he must flex his muscles appropriately and fight back strongly. How does he strike the right balance in between? The first thing that came to his mind was naturally to capture the opponent's leader, and it must be one-on-one, quick and decisive. Better to do it in front of everyone. Originally he was still worried about what to do if the person who came was Unaki, as he had no idea about the level of the 5 cage. Fortunately, fate favored him again. The Tsuchikage himself did not come, but his son Huangtu. Although this is still a daunting challenge, it seems to Shiba Kiyokawa that there is no longer no chance of success. He has been preparing since early morning. Huangtu punched hard, and just as he felt a little proud, he heard his teammates behind him shouting, "Captain! What are you doing, Captain?" The shouts of his teammates made Huangtu dazed for a moment, then he came to his senses and looked carefully, only to find that there was no trace of the rain ninja imp in front of him. Illusion? Damn it, the upright Huangtu was filled with anger. You said you only know a little bit about martial arts? You didn't mention any illusions, right? Moreover, with so many people on our side watching just now, we clearly didn't see this little rain ninja making any hand seals during the conversation. This can only mean, this person has prepared the illusion from the first moment he appeared in front of people. How could there be a ninja with such a dirty heart? Huangtu was so angry that he almost exploded. A moment of misjudgment is enough to cause irreparable consequences. Before Huangtu retracted his fist, he could already sense the sharp sound of breaking air coming from his side. It was the slash of a blade. And the breath of wind chakra. My goodness, the way you fight has nothing to do with the punches and kicks you mentioned. How could there be a ninja with such a dirty heart? Huangtu cursed fiercely in his heart for the second time. At the critical moment, he twisted his waist with all his might, and managed to turn his strong waist and abdomen to a dangerous angle, thus avoiding the fate of being cut in half. This one action alone would probably be enough to cost Noki half his life. Bah! However, Shiba Kiyokawa's slash was not completely deflected, and Huangtu still suffered a wound on his side. At this time, Huangtu was also very ruthless. He didn't care about his injuries at all. He smashed down his right arm, which was still wrapped in stone skin, like a pendulum. At the same time, his left hand reached to his waist, looking for the ninja tools in the ninja tool bag. He is still attacking, not retreating at all. But he is tough, and Shiba Kiyokawa is even tougher than him. After succeeding in one blow, he took another step forward, almost face to face with the yellow earth. He used his shoulder to hold up the stone arm that was falling from the loess, and ignored the crisp and terrifying sound of his left shoulder cracking. The sword in the other hand stabbed out steadily. The tip of the knife accurately pierced through the loess and reached into the left wrist in the ninja tool bag at the waist. Despite suffering a comminuted fracture of one shoulder blade, Shiba Kiyokawa forcibly crippled the opponent's left hand and cut off his ability to form the yellow earth seal. Although his left arm also fell limply and was unable to be lifted up again in a short period of time. But when both sides lost the ability to make hand seals, Shiba Kiyokawa was destined to be the one with complete advantage, because next, it was the third time he swung his sword. He slightly distanced himself and swung his knife. Wind style, wind breath 3 flashes. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Baojiang. Chapter 59 Baojiang. The sudden strong wind and whirlwind completely stunned Huangtu. What kind of magic is this? How come he has never seen it before? Besides, everyone's ability to form hand seals has been disabled, so how come you can still perform ninjutsu smoothly? In this river, with a heart full of anger, unwillingness, and doubt, the loess was blown into the air without any resistance. If they can't form hand seals, then they can't use their instant body, clones, or substitutes. The mobility that ninjas are proud of is completely abolished at this moment, and the only option left is to resist with the physical body. This scene made the Uegakuer ninjas behind him tear up with anger, but as their anger grew, Nagato attacked again. Shinra Tensen. The second Shinra Tensei once again pushed back all the Uegakure ninjas who could no longer hold back and rushed forward. At the same time, a large number of Akatsuki ninjas joined forces to perform hand seals. Earth Escape Earthquake Core. This ninjutsu changed the terrain, causing the land where the Uegakure ninjas stood to sink down a full 6 meters. The simple subsidence of the ground is not enough to shock the Uegakure ninjas. After all, they themselves are experts in transforming the terrain. But after the land sank, when they saw the surrounding rock walls were covered with detonating tags, the proud and fearless Uegakure ninjas finally began to become a little uneasy. What's this? Run away! However, when they jumped up, they heard the same soft moan that frightened them. Shinra Tensen. Anyone who tried to jump out of the pit was knocked back by the terrifying impact force in an instant. After 3 times in a row, these Uegakure ninjas finally realized that they had no way to deal with this repulsive ninjutsu that did not require any hand seals and had no signs. At this moment, the yellow earth in front, which was cut and tattered by the wind, finally fell to the ground. The sturdy body slammed heavily to the ground, making a very solid sound, and then Shiba Kiyokawa stepped on his back, with the blade hanging down, and the tip of the knife pointing directly at the throat. Don't move. If anyone dares to move, I will kill him immediately. Do you really want your Tsuchikage-san to die here? Shiba Kiyokawa's loud shout shocked the whole audience. At that moment, most of the Uegakure ninjas stopped their actions unconsciously. What kept them calm was not only Huang Tu's lightning-fast defeat, but also the large number of detonating tags around them that had not yet been ignited, as well as Nagato's 3 consecutive unsolvable Shinra Tensei. If these factors appeared individually, Uegakure actually had ways to deal with them. Although there were many detonating tags, the threat they posed to elite ninjas was limited. Although Shinra Tensei is unstoppable, Nagato is currently unable to fire continuously without CD. Huang Tu was captured, but there were other leading jonin in the team. However, when all these unfavorable factors broke out at the same time in a short period of time, the psychological threshold of the Uegakure ninja was finally broken. Afterwards, Shiba Kiyokawa shouted out the attitude he had expressed at the beginning. I've said before that our Akatsuki organization has no intention of becoming an enemy of Uegakure. He showed his attitude again, but this time, he finally got enough attention. Strength is indeed always the fastest way to win respect. Then Shiba Kiyokawa quickly added, whoever does it again will be the sinner who started the war and killed the son of the Tsuchikage. At this point, even the last few stubborn members of the Uegakure team became obedient. Huang Tu lay on the ground with a look of humiliation on his face. He realized that he had become a breakthrough point targeted by the enemy, so he raised his head and shouted at the top of his voice, "Leave me alone!" But the next moment, Shiba Kiyokawa stabbed him with a knife, the blade pierced through his cheek and nailed him to the ground, completely silent. This scene made Uegakure feel extremely humiliated, but it also made everyone in the Akatsuki organization excited. Their leader won in 3 rounds and intimidated everyone by stepping on the body of the Tsuchikage's son. This was a glory that the Rain country had not had for many years. At this moment, they temporarily put aside all thoughts of peace and mutual understanding among people. They just felt proud and their thoughts were clear. Their backs straightened unconsciously. This is the confidence that Shiba Kiyokawa brings them. Fortunately, Shiba Kiyokawa, who is the center of worship, always has a clear mind. Seeing that the Uegakure ninja was finally intimidated, he slowly threw out the bargaining chip he had prepared long ago. I said that the Akatsuki organization has no intention of being an enemy of the Uegakure. Now you can send someone back to inform the Tsuchikage, and also tell him that I have a deal to make with him. An Uegakure jonin in the crowd said firmly, we in the Uegakure village will not accept threats. Shiba King he just smiled and was not angry. This is not a threat, this is a real deal, a fair deal. He then signaled Zionin beside him with his eyes. Because his left hand was injured and he had to hold the knife with his right hand, he really couldn't do it. Zionin and he were in tune with each other, so they walked forward tacitly, took out a scroll from his waist and opened it. Bang sound! When the white smoke dissipated, what appeared before the eyes of the people in Uegakure was a slightly damaged but well-preserved corpse. The corpse of Abarame Ryoma. As you can see, this is the body of the leader of the Konoha route, Abarame Ryoma, an important trophy of our Akatsuki organization. We obtained a lot of important information from the brain of this corpse, including information about you, Uegakure. If your Tsuchikage is willing to accept peace, then we at Akatsuki are willing to sell this information for the right price. On the contrary, if you do not accept peace, then you will only get the corpse of this son of the earth shadow at my feet. Hearing this, the Uegakure ninjas in front of them all showed shocked expressions and exchanged incredible discussions. Is that really Ryoma Abarame of Konoha? That route deputy envoy actually died in the Rain country? Is this true? Can Rain Ninja really do such a thing? There were many questioning voices at the beginning. But gradually, those who had questioned fell silent before they were refuted. What was there to doubt at this point? Didn't they just test the strength of the Rain Ninja themselves, Baojiangs? It's just that a more experienced Jonin raised questions from another angle. As we all know, it is impossible to extract anything useful from the brains of those people in the route. They have all been sealed with Konoha's unique sealing technique. Rain Ninja Kid, what kind of information did you get? But Shibaki Yokawa smiled confidently. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean we can't do it either. As for what the intelligence is, that's something you can only unlock after paying. This was of course a lie, and he had no ability to remove the seal that would eradicate all evil from the tongue. But if Shibaki Yokawa wanted to get information, why would he need to rely on a dead man's brain? Even Abarame Ryoma knows more about the future than he does. Seeing him so confident and well-planned at this moment, the Uegakure ninjas, who had originally been determined, couldn't help but begin to waver. The ninja world is so vast that all kinds of strange things are possible. Besides, this mysterious organization before us has created too many incredible miracles. Before they came here today, they could never imagine that there are so many hidden talents in this tiny country of Rain Country. The mere Rain ninjas are all talented. At this point, they say that they can break the Konoha sealing technique that has left everyone helpless. It doesn't seem impossible. Finally, several Uegakure Jonin discussed it secretly and had no choice but to make the decision. Or, let's go back and ask the Tsuchikage-sama for his judgment. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Onoki and number 039, S Heart Attack. Chapter 60, Onoki's Heart Attack. On the second day, when the Uegakure ninja arrived at the northern capital of the Rain country to report the news, Noki was still sitting and staring at Hanzo of the Salamander. Salamander Hanzo is good at using poison, and his poison is a real weapon of large-scale destruction. Siege is useless against this demigod, and numbers will become a disadvantage in front of him. That's why Onoki came alone without any of his men to ask for an explanation from Hanzo. The two of them are now sitting opposite each other across a small coffee table. They seem calm and peaceful, but in fact they are madly slandering each other in their hearts. The two of them were thinking, how can this old deng on the other side be so pretentious? How long does he plan to hold on? The silent staring game between the two was broken until an Uegakure ninja instantly appeared in the yard outside the house. When Onoki saw that the person who showed up instantly was one of his own, he immediately raised his thick eyebrows and gave a smug smile to Hanzo the Salamander. In Onoki's mind, as long as Salamander Hanzo doesn't move, wouldn't I have a clear advantage over Uegakure when it comes to the Rain Ninja? The Uegakure ninja who arrived looked at the Salamander Hanzo in the room, but had an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Onoki had no idea what was happening outside at this time. He stroked his beard confidently and deliberately spoke loudly in front of Salamander Hanzo. Don't worry, just tell me what you want to say. The beard on Onoki's upper lip was curled up a little bit because of pride. The next moment, the Iwagakure ninja struggled to speak, and with just a few simple words, Noki was petrified on the spot. Lord Tsuchikage, Captain Huangdi was defeated and captured. The Akatsuki organization said they have no intention of starting a war, but just want to make a deal with you. Just then a breeze blew through the yard, picking up a fallen leaf and blowing it past the motionless Daiki's eyes, making the scene seem particularly awkward and desolate. Hanzo, the salamander who had originally planned to play dead, suddenly came back to life after hearing this and laughed out loud with glee. The voice became somewhat distorted after being filtered through the respirator, and sounded eerie, like "G. Unaki's face almost turned red. He slammed the coffee table hard, stood up, and walked out of Hanzo's residence without saying a word. He couldn't stay in this broken yard for even a second. Salamander Hanzo pretended to ask, "Mr. Tsuchikage, are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to finish your tea before leaving?" Noki resisted the urge to vaporize the entire coffee table with a single dust release and left quickly without saying a word. Later, he even used the earth escape, light and heavy rock technique to float up and flew away in a panic. It was not until he left Hanzo's yard that Onoki finally calmed down and asked the Iwagakure ninja who came back to report again. "What happened? Tell me in detail." The Iwagakure ninja lowered his head and told the whole story of how Huang-Tu led his team and was surrounded, took the initiative to attack, and was captured by the Akatsuki organization in just 3 moves. Onoki frowned deeply, his face looking terribly gloomy. Where does this Akatsuki organization come from? Who is the person who defeated Huang-Tu? The Iwagakure ninja said, "It's unclear at the moment. We only know that the man seems to be the leader of the organization. He looks to be in his teens, a young man who is good at swordsmanship and illusions." Hearing the word boy, Onoki's eyes, which were already uncomfortable, widened even more, and he wanted to cover his chest in pain. "What did you say? The one who defeated Huang-Tu was just a teenager? Damn it! How come even the younger generation of Rain Ninja is so outstanding?" Originally, Konoha had a young yellow flash, which was enough to make him envious and jealous, but now, how come a genius boy who could defeat Yellow Earth in 3 moves appeared in a small place like the Land of Rain? On the other hand, in their Iwagakure village, the problem of a lack of successors has become increasingly obvious. Even as the Tsuchikage he wants to retire, he cannot find anyone to take over. This gave Onoki a heart attack. Seeing Onoki's face as dark as the bottom of a pot, the Iwagakure ninja was terrified, but he could only bite the bullet and continue to ask, "Lord Tsuchikage, should we agree to the deal with the Akatsuki organization? Captain Huang Tuesday is still in their hands." Even though Noki was so angry that he wanted to curse, he couldn't just ignore his son. He asked with a gloomy face, "How is Huang-Tu now?" The Iwagakure ninja answered truthfully, "Captain Huang-Tu was seriously injured, but the leader of the Akatsuki organization helped to give him minimal treatment. He is not in danger of death at the moment, but he is still being held by the Rain Ninjas." Onoki noticed another detail from this sentence: the leader of Akatsuki possessed healing abilities. A teenage boy, who not only has the strength to easily kill Huang-Tu in seconds, but also knows healing ninjutsu. Noki's hands were shaking, and the urge to cover his heart was becoming increasingly irresistible. Why isn't such a talented young man in their Iwagakure village? Jealousy was like an ant gnawing at his heart, and it even made him blame Huang-Tu for his incompetence. Humph! Since he can't die, let Huang-Tu suffer a little more. There's no need to rush him back. The Iwagakure ninja was shocked. "Are we not agreeing to the Akatsuki deal?" "No." Onoki denied it immediately, thought for a moment, and then said, "We agree, but the transaction time is not now. You go back and reply to them and tell them that we will negotiate again in 3 days, no, 5 days. After a pause, Onoki flew up again, patted the Iwagakure ninja on the shoulder, and said, "In the meantime, I will have to trouble you again. Within these 5 days, you must find out the details of the Akatsuki organization and find out whether they really have information from the root of Konoha. Iwagakure can trade with them, but we must not allow them to blackmail us without knowing anything. Onoki is a ruthless man. Even if his son falls into the hands of others, he can still make rational decisions that are most beneficial to the village. He has always been skeptical about Akatsuki's ability to decipher the root sealing technique. At that time, Konoha had always been at the forefront of the entire ninja world in the field of sealing techniques because it had the full support of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the root was not established recently. They started to be active during the last Ninja World War. Other ninja villages have tried to break the seal of the tongue on the root ninjas, but all ended in failure. Onoki believed that a teenage rain ninja boy had the ability to solve the difficulties that their village had not been able to overcome for so many years. It wasn't that easy. Besides, even from a selfish point of view, Onoki was unwilling to believe it, because this boy is too good. His excellence makes him uncomfortable. His excellence makes him have a heart attack. He didn't want to hear that this boy who didn't belong to their Iwagakure had achieved more at this age. The Iwagakure ninja took the order and left. Soon afterwards, the news was passed back to Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing that Iwagakure could only accept negotiations after 5 days, Shiba Kiyokawa gave a smile that he had expected. It seems that the game has to continue. End of this chapter.